Old English spans several centuries, and there are variations to its pronunciation across this period, not to mention differences in dialect. The pronunciations that follow thus reflect only one version of Old English. For Mum and Dad, who unlocked my first words, and for Mina Modlova, Ryan. Chapter 1. The Language You Thought You Knew. Ye Old English? Wander down a small alley off London's Fleet Street, and you'll find a pub with a crooked, creaky charm. Its black and white sign says, "Rebuilt 1667, the year after the Great Fire gutted England's largest city." Go inside for a pint in its wood-panelled dining room, where literary greats like Samuel Johnson, Charles Dickens and Mark Twain ate their fill. This may not be London's oldest pub, but it sure looks the part, with atmospheric vaulted cellars that supposedly date back to medieval times. And if you harbour any doubts concerning the pub's antiquity, its name sets you straight. Ye Old Cheshire Cheese. It's nearly impossible to spend time in London without seeing a number of traditional ye old spelled with an E on the end, English pubs. Ye Old Mitre, Ye Old Watling, and the curiously named Ye Old Cock Tavern are just a few. It may seem that these places are real relics, or at least their names themselves are written in an ancient language, but they are not. Ye Old is in fact a pseudo-archaic term. No one ever said ye old, except in imitation of an imagined speech of the distant past. But that's not to say ye old has no roots in the past. Once there was a letter called thorn that made a th sound. It looked like a P, but with the loop halfway down rather than at the top. Over the centuries, thorn was written increasingly like the letter Y, with some scribes using them interchangeably. Early printers even substituted Y for thorn, so the word the, which should have been spelled thorn-e, was spelled Y-e, and ended up looking like ye. Eventually, thorn fell out of use, but people continued using ye to abbreviate the word the, in print during the 15th and 16th centuries, and in handwriting until the 19th century. English speakers' memory of the origin of ye faded over time until people began reading the word anew, pronouncing it wrong, and eventually creating the habit in English of saying ye to sound old. So if Old English is not ye Old English, what is it? And how far back must we go to find it? More than 60 years before the rebuilding of Ye Old Cheshire Cheese, William Shakespeare wrote this monologue for his tragic hero Hamlet. Who calls me villain, breaks my pate across, plucks off my beard and blows it in my face, tweaks me by the nose, gives me the lie in the throat as deep as to the lungs? Who does me this? Ha, swoons, I should take it, for it cannot be but I am pigeon-livered and lack gall, to make oppression bitter, or ere this, I should have fatted all the region kites with this slave's offal. The phrasing and vocabulary are unfamiliar, but the English is not old. Hamlet's speech, written by Shakespeare around 1600, is in early modern English, the English used from the end of the Middle Ages in the late 15th century until the mid to late 17th century. The phrase, gives me the lie in the throat as deep as to the lungs, sounds strange, although forcibly shoving unpleasant words down someone's throat is a familiar concept. We still use the words villain and slave, but they are no longer common insults, and it's more likely you'll hear chicken shit or even lily-livered rather than pigeon-livered. People no longer curse with swoons, short for God's wounds, although you may spot zounds in a comic book. But in the 16th century, using God's name in vain like this was considered particularly foul-mouthed. Other Shakespearean oaths included slid, for God's lid or eyelid, and God's bodykins, meaning God's dear body, the origin of the mild, antiquated oath, odds bodkins. Hamlet's monologue is unlike anything you'd hear in modern English today, but a fluent English speaker can probably get the gist of it. Much of the vocabulary can be found in a modern dictionary, even if some words are now used infrequently. Shakespeare employs unfamiliar syntax or word order, who does me this, rather than who does this to me. But overall, the passage makes sense grammatically, even to us today. Compared to Shakespeare's early modern English, Geoffrey Chaucer's Canterbury Tales is significantly more difficult to read. Lordings herrick neth if ye leste. You watch your forward, and yet ye recorde. If even song and more with song accorde, let's see now who shall tell the first to talla. As ever a mote I drink a ween or alla, whoso be rebel to me judgment, shall pay for all that be the way is spent. New draweth coot, ere that we fare a twin. He which that hath the shortest shall begin. Written in the late 1380s to 1390s, over 200 years before Hamlet, Chaucer's writing has more strange spellings and unfamiliar words than Shakespeare's, but the grammar is familiar enough that you may understand the passage better just from hearing it read aloud. The publican Harry Bailey is speaking to his travelling companions, reminding them that the night before they had accepted his invitation to take part in a storytelling contest. Anyone who argues with him, warns Harry, must pay for all the wine and ale he consumes throughout their journey. He orders everyone to draw straws, and the person with the shortest will tell the first tale. He which that hath the shortest shall begin. Chaucer's English may look ancient, but it is not old. Chaucer wrote in Middle English, the English used from the first half of the 12th century until sometime during the 15th. Some linguists suggest an end date of 1400 to 1450 based on fundamental changes in the pronunciation of vowels, the Great Vowel Shift. Others give a later end date, closer to 1500, by which time the impact of the printing press had really taken hold in England. The advent of printing in England was in 1476, when William Caxton set up his own press in London. Printing, as opposed to writing by hand, meant that far more books were available, with a much wider circulation, which in turn led to a greater standardization in spelling and pronunciation. Some of the words that Chaucer uses, like judgment and pays, may sound completely English, but they, along with many other French loanwords, had only entered the language relatively recently. The Normans defeated the English in the Battle of Hastings in 1066, and this Norman conquest would add many new words to the English language. Throughout the late 11th and early 12th centuries, under the influence of the new French-speaking ruling class, English changed bit by bit until it became Middle English. French introduced words like judgment and pays, and shaped the way Chaucer and his contemporaries spoke and wrote. Slowly, the words that they replaced were forgotten. But these forgotten words, the language that the English would have spoken in the Battle of Hastings, this, finally, is Old English. Judgment and pays replaced words like dome, meaning judgment, and yaldan, meaning pay. These older words still persist in our current language, like ghosts from the past in doom and yield. They are just two words among many that survived the Norman invasion, the great vowel shift, the revolutions of grammar and Shakespearean reinvention to crop up in the language we speak today. The oldest English. How much Old English is around to read today? In all texts that survive, not including duplicate manuscripts, there are only around 3.5 million Old English words, which, as the linguist David Crystal points out, is only the equivalent of about 30 medium-sized novels. Most early medieval English manuscripts that survive were written primarily or completely in Latin. Only 200 manuscripts contain any Old English at all, the earliest dating from around 700 CE. Most surviving literature dates from after the reign of King Alfred, who reigned 849 to 99, the period between 900 and 1100. King Alfred feared for the decline in learning in his kingdom following the Viking raids of the late 8th and 9th centuries. During the 870s, he promoted education and rebuilt an intellectual community by inviting monks and scholars from abroad to bring their knowledge to his court. King Alfred encouraged literature to be translated into and recorded in Old English rather than Latin, since books written in the vernacular would be accessible to more readers. The most famous Old English text, the poem Beowulf, was copied down around 1000 CE. Because most people couldn't read or write, stories were passed down orally for many years, so despite the date of the manuscript, it was most likely composed centuries earlier. If other manuscripts containing the 3,182-line poem existed, they have not survived the test of time. The one extant copy was very nearly lost in the Ashburnham House Library fire in 1731. Fortunately, the slightly singed manuscript was among those rescued and now resides in London's British Library. You can go see it for free in the Treasures Gallery, where it is usually on display. Unlike Shakespearean English, unlike even Chaucer's English, the original Beowulf text defies interpretation by a modern reader. Modern editions of the poem usually add capitalization, punctuation, and line breaks to make it easier to read. Still, it's not obvious how it should be read aloud, let alone what it means. Guesswork is hopeless. Even a rough pronunciation guide for the lines is unlikely to help, although it at least might clarify the sound of some of the Old English letters that no longer appear in modern English, such as ash, eth, and thorn. The first lines of Beowulf are What we gardena in ye ardegum, theod kuninga, thrum ye fronon, hutha athelingas, elen fremedon. A word-for-word translation is, So we Spear-Danes in days gone by, great king's glory heard of how those noble men brave deeds performed. It doesn't make much sense grammatically to us, but for those speaking it, word order wasn't essential. Unlike Middle and Modern, Old English uses inflection, word endings, rather than syntax to indicate meaning. When we say, the cat chased the dog, it means something different from the dog chased the cat, even though the spelling and form of the words are identical. The syntax, subject, verb, object, tells you who is chasing and who is being chased. In Old English, as in Latin, you have to look at the word endings, us, etc., to get the meaning. Armed with this knowledge, if we were to translate these lines using modern syntax, we'd get something like, So, we have heard about the glory of the Spear-Danes' great kings in days gone by, how those noble men performed brave deeds. This not only makes sense, it has the stirring sound of an epic about to begin. Each time a translator tackles Beowulf, they must balance how true they are to the text with how easily their translation is understood by modern readers. And on top of that, every writer has their own literary style, their own unique voice. Reading a new translation of the poem can sometimes feel like reading a new poem. It took us many steps to reach an understanding of these lines, and it would be the same with most other Old English texts, whether poems or land charters, sermons or medical remedies. Old English is the language you think you know until you actually hear or see it. It may as well be a foreign language to English speakers today, and, as with any foreign language, we learn Old English with study, practice, and ideally a good teacher. This book is not like a language primer so much as an old photo album. Old English words are familiar, but also strange, like seeing pictures of your parents as children. There's something recognizable in their smiles, but before digging into the more recent family history, let's skip back a few more generations. From Futhark to English. What was spoken on the island that we now call Great Britain before the language that we now call Old English? The first peoples in Britain included the Picts, the Scotti, and the Britons. Relatively little is known about the language of the Picts. The Scotti and Britons spoke languages from which Irish, Scots Gaelic, Welsh, Cornish, and Breton derive. In 410 CE, Emperor Honorius of Rome ordered the Britons to see to their own defences. The Roman military forces were pulling out to deal with conflicts closer to home, leaving the Britons to defend themselves, or hire mercenaries from other parts of Europe to protect them. Settlement by immigrants from northern Europe, Saxons, Angles, Frisians, Jutes, lasted for about a century. The settlers' homelands may have become less fertile due to flooding or over-farming. We don't know for sure why so many people decided to make the move, and scholars are divided on whether that settlement was peaceful or aggressive. Regardless of why or how the settlers came to Britain, they brought with them their own distinct tongues, because these peoples came from modern-day Netherlands, northern Germany and Denmark. The language of their descendants, Old English, may be easier to learn if you know modern Dutch, German or Danish. Because we lack written records from this time, it's impossible to say with certainty how similar or different the various Germanic tongues were. The newcomers made homes for themselves in all regions of Britain, apart from the western and northern Highlands, speaking languages that would eventually become the oldest of Englishes. The Old English period is usually said to commence sometime around 550 CE, at the very beginning of the European Middle Ages. The Old English period lasted for about 6 centuries. Historians tend to give the year 1150 as its end date, although linguistic change is of course far more gradual. Old English changed slowly over that time, influenced by other languages. After the arrival of Christian missionaries from Rome in the late 6th century, Latin, the language of the Christian Church, was also spoken among the more learned. In the 9th century, with the arrival of Scandinavian raiders, Vikings, and settlers, came yet another language, Old Norse. But Old Norse and Old English are modern names for those medieval languages. People in the 9th century didn't think their speech was old, it was simply English. The Roman missionaries also brought their alphabet to Britain, the writing system familiar to English speakers today. Before the arrival of the Latin or Roman alphabet, people wrote in runes. Runic inscriptions appear on jewellery, tools and weapons in northern Europe from as early as the 2nd century CE. Most runic inscriptions in Britain are from the 8th and 9th centuries. The latest ones are thought to be from the late 10th or early 11th century. Why people continued using runes after the Roman alphabet came to town remains a bit of a mystery. Old English rune actually means whisper, mystery, secret, or speech not meant to be overheard. Because of the word's association with secrecy, some scholars think that runes must have originated as a script for magic spells. Other scholars believe that whatever they may have been used for later on, runes were created for more practical, ordinary purposes, administration and commerce, rather than magic and religious rituals. The straight angular lines of runes are certainly easier to carve on wood and stone than the curving letters of the Latin alphabet. Children learning their ABCs are often taught to associate a word with each letter, a mnemonic device to recall the sound it makes. A is for apple, B is for bear. While you may grow up associating the letter A with apple, A has neither the pronunciation nor the meaning apple. A is called A, and A doesn't mean anything. It's only a sound. Runes, however, have names with meanings. The rune that looks like a slightly crooked F, for example, is called ash, and in Old English means ash tree. Perhaps it's the dual purpose of runes that explains why they persisted for so many centuries. The letter W only represents a sound in the Latin alphabet, but the rune called woon also communicates the concept of joy. Happiness is embodied in this single character that resembles a capital letter P with a slightly triangular loop. The runic alphabet of early medieval England is composed of vertical and angled lines, designed to show up better against the horizontal grain of the wood. We don't know what the runic alphabet was called in the early medieval period, but in the 19th century scholars gave it the name Futhark, using the first 6 letters. Similarly, we get alphabet from combining the first 2 letters of the Greek alphabet, alpha and beta. Although most surviving Old English texts are from the 10th century, 400 years or so after the introduction of Latin letters, runes still pop up now and again. One place they appear is in a poem known as Eleanor. Most Old English texts were untitled, so the titles we use today were invented by scholars long after the medieval period. We do not know when Eleanor was originally composed, but the manuscript that contains it is from the latter half of the 10th century. One passage describes a man troubled by anxiety, like a torch or flame, represented by the rune Cain, that fails. The warrior's own horn, the rune Ur, grieves for him. The companion in need, the rune Njud, who travels the milestone-marked paths on his proud horse, represented by the rune E. The poet speaks more broadly about the nature of time. Over the years, joy, the rune Woon, diminishes and youth fades. A radiance that was once ours, the rune Ur, which usually means ox or aurochs, but as this doesn't fit the context, translators have interpreted it to mean ours. In a mood that is quintessentially Old English, the poet comments on the fleeting nature of life's joys, which depart the way the sea, the rune Lager, withdraws. Wealth, the rune Feoch, is transient under the heavens. The interspersed runes represent actual words in the text of the poem, but these 8 runes also spell the name of the poet, Cunewulf. This sort of runic signature is highly unusual, and Cunewulf is one of only a handful of Old English poets whose name is known. Most Old English texts have no known author. Manuscripts from the 11th century onwards rarely include runes apart from thorn and woon, which continue to indicate th and wu sounds long after their other meanings were forgotten. Today, Renaissance fairs and London pubs still unwittingly retain thorn with their ye old signs, continuing to misinterpret the letter thorn. It seems that letters, as well as words, the building blocks of language, are repurposed again and again. Unlocking the Wordhord. I have chosen the words in this book for many reasons. Some are familiar, some strange, and some so completely tied to early medieval life that they really can't be translated. Understanding a language is not just about knowing words and grammar. Each language tells you something about the people who speak it, their culture, dreams, and daily life, how they see the world and their place within it. Old English is no different. The Old English words I've collected for this book will give you a glimpse of life in early medieval England and hopefully provide some insight into the language you use today. My interest in history comes first from an obsession with words, and this book's approach to the past is thus guided by words, not historical events or individual people. English is constantly changing, taking in fresh words for contemporary concepts and forgetting words that have outlived their purpose. Every decade has new words for new concepts. Feminist, 1850s, 9 to 5, 1900s, genome, 1920s, cybercrime, 1990s, selfie, 2000s. Each new invention is quickly followed by a new word to describe it. Light bulb, 1884, television, 1900, smartphone, 1980. The June 2019 update to the Oxford English Dictionary included new entries like gamification, spit take, schmoozefest, and twattery, and noted 5 additional meanings of the word stupid. Today's newly coined words reflect contemporary concerns. Some words, like Old English word, have remained completely unchanged, perhaps showing how certain ideas and concepts endure. We have always needed a word for word. While some words have persisted across centuries, others have slipped into obscurity. Archaic words like niething, meaning coward, villain, or outlaw, used to be commonplace, but have become rarities. In Old English, a niething is a villain, someone who commits a vile action. If you use the word niething today, you will sound a bit like a time traveller, or at the very least old-fashioned. It's found in texts that describe or harken back to medieval times, whether in the form of fiction, history, or epic verse. Obsolete words have been deemed no longer useful or acceptable for contemporary speech, although Old English frith, or peace, appears in many different texts and compound words. Modern English frith, peace, protection, security, is obsolete. Some Old English words are so strange that even in translation they seem to confirm that the past is a foreign country. The word gafol-fisc, or taxfish, for example. Other words may still resonate with us, even in their obsolescence. Words like ut cheara, meaning pre-dawn anxiety, or an yenga, meaning one who walks alone. Perfect single words for the worries that keep you awake in the wee hours of the morning, or your introverted colleague who enjoys long, solitary walks. One obsolete word that continues to resonate with me in this way is Wordhord. A word hoard is exactly what it sounds like, a hoard or store of words. Wordhord appears only 7 times in extant Old English literature, most often alongside the verb onlukan, meaning to unlock. Christ, in the guise of a sailor, unlocks his word hoard. Again, the guardian of the way unlocked his word hoard on Leoch. The man over the gangway spoke boldly. The warrior Beowulf unlocks his word hoard when addressing King Hrothgar's watchman. The most senior answered him, the leader of the band, unlocked his word hoard on Leoch. Even the personification of wisdom has a word hoard to unlock. Then wisdom unlocked her word hoard on Leoch again, sang her own truths, and spoke thus. We know from our own language that a hoard's contents are always valuable. If not to everyone, then certainly to the hoarder. Hoards are often associated with physical treasure, perhaps gold bullion hidden by pirates on a desert island, or gemstones guarded by a fearsome dragon. But words are their own kind of treasure. And, like other kinds of treasures, these ones are revealed on special occasions when the hoard is unlocked. Wordhord brings to mind libraries big and small, notebooks full of scribbled pages, quotes underlined to be remembered later, and precious letters stored in boxes. But what did wordhord mean in Old English? In the Middle Ages, poetry was shared primarily through speaking and singing rather than writing, and in songs instead of books. If you're reciting hundreds or even thousands of lines of poetry, you need to have a well-stocked hoard of words to draw upon. A word hoard wasn't a physical object like a dictionary or even a library, but a metaphor for the collection of words and phrases a poet memorized and drew upon for their craft. This book is a word hoard of sorts, a hoard of words collected, treasured and shared. It was inspired by hoard woon, hoard joy, the joy that comes from hoarding. As I gathered words like gems, I realized that they weren't just funny, strange, and beautiful, but that together they told a story about people's lives more than a millennium ago. What can words tell us about those people? Words can tell us about the things people do every day, the things closest to their hearts. Words that have endured reveal what has remained significant over time. Forgotten words tell us about things now foreign to the modern world, ideas or concepts we've lost. Words reflect changes in society, showing how people view the world around them and make sense of the cosmos beyond them. The following chapters unlock a word hoard that explores all of these topics, taking you on a journey through Old English from our basic needs to our loftiest pursuits. Language, and our understanding of it, affect the way we see our world. The secret histories of words, the stories behind words we read, write and speak every day, not only teach us about the past, they enrich our present. This audiobook will share the journeys of words through time, some of which have taken many twists and turns over the centuries. One such word is hall, meaning whole, hail, sound. In Old English, hall appears in a common grating word, or greeting word, salutation, the phrase Wes Hall, be well. Hall is the root of modern words like hail, whole, wholesome, wholesale, holy, holiday, hallow, Halloween, healer, and healthy. By the 13th century, Weshail had narrowed semantically from a standard greeting to a greeting you make when offering someone an alcoholic beverage. Over time, wassail, or wassail, took on the meaning of the drink itself, especially a hot, spiced alcohol served at Yuletide. By the 1600s, wassailing referred to the revelry and carousing during which one partook of the wassail. Today, English speakers still sing, "Here we come a-wassailing" at Christmas, without knowing what it once meant to Wes Hall. Though the phrase Wes Hall is perfectly sound, it doesn't seem quite the right grating word to start our word journey. I choose instead a grating word that requires no translation, because something like this word exists everywhere, a simple sound that demands your attention. That word is eala, not far off from oh, hey, or oi. Eala, dear listener, enter. The Wordhord is unlocked. Chapter 2. Eating and Drinking. Sweeter than bee bread. Some of this Wordhord's gems sparkle with familiarity and have remained much the same for 1,000 years. Perhaps you can guess what kinds of foods butter, and milk are. Other words are trickier until you know how they're pronounced, like Chaucer and honey. We use the word bread now instead of loaf, but we still use lof's descendant, loaf. In early medieval England, the go-to meal for most people would have been loaf and something to eat with it, butter, perhaps, or a dense, crumbly Chaucer. The loaf would not resemble modern sandwich bread in any way, not even a crusty, rustic loaf. Wheat was quite expensive. It didn't flourish in England's climate and could only be grown in the south. Most people satisfied their hunger with cheaper, hardier grains like rye, barley, and oats, or legumes like peas. Even the people wealthy enough to afford wheat flour would probably have mixed it with rye to bulk it out. Rye and barley don't allow for as much rise as wheat, so the bread would have been flat and dense. Whatever rise the bread had would have been achieved with barm, yeast left over from brewing ale, or a sourdough starter, flour and water combined with wild yeast from either the air or flour. We take it for granted now, but access to an oven was rare in early medieval England. Given how much it cost to build an oven and supply it with fuel, a community like a monastery or a village might have one to share, but there certainly would not have been one in each house. Most people would have baked their loaf on a bakestone, a flat stone over a fire or raised hearth, with an inverted pot on top, or on an iron griddle, or even in the embers of a dying cook fire. Remember to dust the ashes off your bread before eating. Baking flatbread on a griddle or bakestone would have been the norm in England from the 5th century to the 13th or 14th century, and even later in some regions. In the early centuries of the Old English period, most of the baking and cooking seems to have taken place in the same room as the sleeping and eating. The hearth, or hearth, was so central to a dwelling that the word could stand in metonymically for home or household, although the alliterative expression hearth and home didn't appear until the 19th century. A common word for the male head of a household was hlavord, derived from hlof and werd, keeper, guardian, from which we get lord. Like today's breadwinner, the bread guardian ensured his followers had enough to eat. The female head of a household was the hlavdia, or breadmaker, from whose humble origins we get today's far more refined-sounding lady. While bread guardian and bread maker have indelibly marked our language, the hlavata, bread eater, has left less of a trace, perhaps understandably, since they were a dependent, a lowly member of the household who relied on the hlavord's provisions. If hlof was the most common word for bread in Old English, then another was kuchel, or little cake, We usually think of cakes as sugary desserts, but a cake was originally a small, flat sort of bread, rounded in shape, usually hard on both sides from being turned part way through baking. The kuchel was so ubiquitous that from this word we get modern English cook and kitchen. Bread was present in Old English, but this breod was of such importance that, at least linguistically, it sometimes stood in for food. Thanks to this broader definition, beowbreod, or bee-breod, is not the delicious honeyed loaf you might imagine, but a word meaning bee food. The Bosworth-Toller Anglo-Saxon Dictionary, 1898, defines beowbreod as the pollen of flowers collected by bees and mixed with honey for the food of the larvae. Beowbreod, according to Bosworth-Toller, is quite distinct from honeycomb or beeswax, with the caveat that sometimes it could be honeycomb due to someone's deficient knowledge of natural history. Meanwhile, the University of Toronto's Dictionary of Old English, A to I, 2018, says that beowbreod is honeycomb with honey. Abbot Alfrich of Aynsham, a prolific English writer of the late 10th and early 11th centuries, says in one of his homilies that beowbreod is honeycomb and beeswax together, although in this instance it feels more like pushing a metaphor. After his resurrection, says Alfrich, Christ consumed roasted fish and honey's bee-breod, or honeyes beowbreod. The roasted fish represents his suffering, and the bee-breod his sweet divinity. Bee-breod, or beowbreod, is of two things: weoxer, or wax, and honeye, or honey. Christ is of two substances, divinity with no beginning, and humanity with a beginning. He became for us at his passion a roasted fish, and at his resurrection bee-breod of honey, or honeyes beowbreod. This occurs in the Gospel of Luke, when Christ requests food after his resurrection. In the Old English translation of Luke, Christ's disciples offer him fish and beowbreod, but the original Latin is fawem melis, which is usually translated as honeycomb. An Old English psalm describes the word of God as sweetrun thonu honey, ortho beowbreod, or sweeter than honey, or bee-breod. Beowbreod could be honeycomb here, but the original Latin version of the psalm refers only to mel, honey. Beowbreod was added to honey in the Old English translation. Is beowbreod simply another word for honey, or did the translator think the phrase honey or honeycomb sounded better than honey on its own? Another theory is that beowbreod is the viscous, white, glandular secretion of worker bees that is a bee superfood. Immature larvae consume this highly nutritious substance for the first 2 or 3 days of their maturation, but only the queen bee gets to consume it throughout her entire life cycle. The substance has been called royal jelly since the early 19th century, perhaps because it's food for the queen, and the main reason for the queen's longevity compared to other bees. While worker bees only live for a few weeks over the summer, queen bees can survive several years. Royal jelly is also consumed by humans around the world. Research has shown it has medicinal properties for humans as well as bees: antioxidant, anti-tumor, anti-inflammatory, and anti-aging. When Christ is offered royal jelly to eat, he is presented with the best of the food, not mere honey or honeycomb, but beowbreod, a food valued for its healing properties as well as its sweetness. Whether it is honeycomb or royal jelly or something else entirely, beowbreod appears in a remedy for smegawurm in Bold's Leech Book from the 10th century. A leech book is an Old English medical text, often containing advice on diagnosis and treatment, as well as recipes for herbal, animal, and mineral-based medications. A literal translation of smegawurm is burrowing worm, indicating how this particular parasite penetrates the skin and works its way into the body. The remedy instructs the patient to consume new cheese wheat bread, and beowulf. Simple enough as long as you know what beowulf is. The next step is, however, slightly more complex. Burn a man's skull to ashes and then apply it topically using a pipe. Another food that appears to relate to bees is beon broth. Indeed, the word has been translated as bee broth, possibly another name for medder or mead, an alcoholic drink made from fermented honey. To me, a reference to mead as bee broth seems far too poetic in a remedy for an inflamed liver. The remedy instructs the patient to take an emetic and then drink nothing but beon broth for a week. It is possible that the Leech Book is recommending an alcohol-only diet for a liver-sick patient, but it seems far more likely that beon broth is really bean broth, or bean broth, a warming, protein-rich food that's easy to consume. Briou, a pottage or thick paste made from grains, meal, or beans, would have been a dietary staple, and the word appears most frequently in Leech books. Beon broth may be an alternative spelling that appears to turn a simple briou into something boozier. Although honey was fermented to make medder, it was primarily used as a food sweetener. Sugar was not an option. There is not even a word for sugar in Old English because it was virtually unknown in Western Europe. Sugar was occasionally used medicinally in parts of Europe, but it does not appear in any English medical texts of the time. The word sugar did not enter English until the 13th century via French from Arabic sukar. While stereotypical depictions of medieval peasants often have blackened, rotten teeth, archaeological evidence shows tooth decay to be far less of a problem than in later centuries, probably due to the lack of sugar. Undern food and morning drink. Most people in England in the early medieval period were peasants, growing what they needed to eat and eating most of what they grew. If you were rich, you might be able to import spices and consume greater quantities of meat, the main meats being chicken and pork. The word chicken hasn't changed much from Old English, chichen. Both words can refer to either the animal or the meat. Pork, however, didn't enter English until later with the influence of French. In Middle English, it could be spelt P-O-R-K, P-O-R-K-E, and P-O-R-C. Old English swine, meaning pig or swine, refers to the animal as well as the meat, but with the influence of the Normans came words like pork and beef that were used to indicate the meat specifically. When the animal was still on the farm, it had a humble English name, but once it got to the table, French provided a loftier label. While modern English meat does come from the Old English word meta, the latter would have included beans, bread, cheese, fruit, or really any kind of food. In Middle English, meta still referred generally to food or a meal, but it was used in compounds to indicate specific types of food. Flesh meta, meaning meat, huit meta, meaning dairy products like milk, cheese, butter, and eggs. Aist meta, delicacies or dainty food, and so on. Around 1300, meta alone sometimes meant animal flesh, and by the early modern period, Shakespeare was using meat in both the general and specific senses. In Coriolanus, the grace for meat is the prayer before a meal, but in the Comedy of Errors, Dromio of Syracusa says the meat wants basting, expressing concern that it will make Antipholus choleric. It was once believed that dry, overdone meat would cause an excess of the humour called choler, which made people hot-tempered. The original definition of meat as simply food is now considered archaic, though you can still find it in places like Lallands, the Journal of the Scots Language Society, whose mission is to further and uphold the Scots lead. Food, meat, took a litigious turn in 2019 when Missouri law actually censored the more general meat definition, threatening with criminal sanctions those companies who sold vegan, plant-based meat substitutes as meat. Meat is an example of semantic narrowing, the process of a word acquiring a less general, more specialized meaning over time. Most languages undergo semantic narrowing, usually because a particular definition for a word begins to be used more frequently than others. In the case of meat, people must have used the word specifically for animal flesh more and more frequently, until a point in time when meat sounded strange when used for any other sense. So although the word morgenmeta, or morning meat, would seem to be bacon and sausages, a more accurate translation is morning food, or what we'd call breakfast. Bacon in Old English is not morgenmeta, but spitch, a word related to speck, a prosciutto-like meat from northern Italy. The earliest citation of this Italian speck in English is relatively recent, 1981, but speck entered the English vocabulary via Dutch as early as 1633. Over the centuries, it has always had the definition of fatty meat, mostly pork, but sometimes whale or even hippopotamus bacon. Old English spitch fell out of use during the later Middle Ages, replaced by Middle English lard and bakun. While today a larder is a cupboard or room for storing food in general, it was once intended specifically for meat storage. The intriguing compound offrungsspitch, offering bacon or sacrifice bacon, is an example of a hapax legomenon, or just hapax, a word that appears only once in extant literature. The one occurrence of offrungsspitch is in an Old English translation of the second book of Maccabees, in which King Antiochus of Greece takes pleasure in persecuting his Jewish subjects, trying to force them to renounce their faith. Jewish faith forbids the faithful from eating pork, so mandatory bacon consumption was apparently a favorite method of torture. The fact that this pork is intended as a sacrificial offering to pagan idols makes the torture that much worse for the faithful. Eleazar, an elderly Jewish teacher of law, refuses to eat, or even pretend to eat, the king's pork, especially not offrungsspitch, and is flogged to death for his steadfast faith and resolve. Afterwards, the old teacher is celebrated by the Jews as a holy man and martyr. In any case, offrungsspitch is clearly an undesirable option for morgenmeta. Another breakfast word is undermeta, or undern food. Like morgen, underm is morning, and according to Bosworth Toller, it is specifically 9 o'clock in the morning. 9 o'clock seems rather late for breakfast. Did it really take hard-working peasants that long to get out of bed in the morning? Probably not. We have limited information about how lay people lived in early medieval England, but given the amount of work to be done each day, they would have wanted to get an early start, as soon as there was enough light to see by. There is more information about how people of religious vocations lived, the monks and nuns, since rules were written to guide them in the use of their time. Monks were expected to get up in the wee hours of the morning, 2 or 3 o'clock, for prayers. They might have a bit more sleep after that, but there were more prayers at first light. As a monk or nun, you could expect 1 or 2 meals a day, depending on the time of year. In the summer, you might have dinner, the main meal, shortly after midday, and a second, smaller meal after evening prayers. During the winter, fewer hours of daylight gave you less time to do all your work, so you could expect a single meal served a bit later in the afternoon, and perhaps a light snack or glass of wine before bedtime. Clearly breakfast was not a full English, eggs and sausage affair at this point in history, so why is there an Old English word for a 9 a.m. meal? Undermeta, in fact, occurs in only a handful of places. It's certainly not common. The places where the word appears are not necessarily in the context of early medieval England. One such occurrence is in Orosius, the earliest world history in English, written circa 900 and based on an earlier history in Latin. Orosius describes the famous Battle of Thermopylae in 480 BCE, when King Leonidas of Sparta tried to stop the invasion of Greece by King Xerxes of Persia. The tension mounts on the morning of the battle when King Leonidas bids his officers, "Let us now enjoy this breakfast, unrecognizable, as we should if we are to end up in hell for supper." Here, unrecognizable is used in retelling a story from a distant time and place. Neither does the word reflect the reality of life in medieval England when it's used to retell scripture. In the Bible, Old English unrecognizable is used to translate Latin prandium, dinner, the main meal of the day. In a parable from the Gospel of Matthew, a king invites all his friends to his son's wedding feast, but soon discovers that everyone has better things to do. "I have prepared my breakfast," the king proclaims, or in Old English, unrecognizable mean ye are wod. Unrecognizable also appears in the book of Daniel in a reference to Habakkuk, a man whom an angel carried to Babylon by his hair so that he could give a proper meal to Daniel in the lion's den. Never face lions on an empty stomach. In the Latin Vulgate Bible, the word prandium, meaning dinner, is used, but the Old English translation says Habakkuk could in one moment go so far and carry with him his breakfast, or unrecognizable. The truth is that time was far less exact than a dictionary definition of 9 in the morning implies. The word hour didn't appear in English until the 13th century, Middle English uur. Common time words in Old English include tide, from which we get Yuletide and Shrovetide, and stunned. Although tide and stunned are usually translated as time or hour, they really refer to a time when a thing happens. Time for dinner, time for bed, not an exact time of day, 5 o'clock, 2:45. For most people, knowing approximately when the sun would rise and set would have been sufficient. There was more of a need for precision in the monastery since monks had to pray at regular intervals throughout the day. The monastic hours were governed by sunlight and darkness. Matins, or lauds, was at dawn, prime at sunrise, sext at midday, vespers at sunset, and compline when complete darkness finally arrived. Terce, between prime and sext, and non, between sext and vespers, were based on the schedule for the changing of the guard in ancient Rome. The Latin names for the monastic hours endured, and an evening prayer service in the Catholic Church is still called vespers. Terce was the third hour of the day, which is how Bosworth Toller defines undurn, an hour roughly halfway between prime, sunrise, and sext, midday. If the sun rises at 6, reaching its zenith at 12 noon, terce, or undurn, would be approximately 9 in the morning. But because the sun rises and sets at different times throughout the year, terce and undurn could not be as specific as 9 in the morning. A more accurate translation of undurn is thus between sunrise and midday, or simply morning. Etymologically, undurn has to do with an interim, inner time, or in-between time. During the early medieval period, this interim was between sunrise and midday, but that changed over time, gradually shifting to later in the day. An 11th century guidebook for priests instructs that if you're fasting, do not be he who fasts and saves his undurn meta until evening, deceitfully giving up food that you intend to eat later. Here, undurn meta may simply refer to the earlier meal of the day, which would have been midday dinner. By the 14th century, Middle English undurn referred to midday, between sunrise and sunset, while in the 15th century it could be afternoon, between midday and sunset, or even evening, between sunset and complete darkness. In the 19th century, modern English undurn wasn't even a time, but the meal consumed at that time. Over the course of a millennium, undurn went from meaning morning to afternoon snack. While undurn survived, albeit as a changing entity, for centuries, Morgen drench did not. Morgen drench, or morning drink, appears only a couple of times in Old English in Leech books. With only a few contexts from which to infer a definition, Morgen drench is tricky to define. It appears to be a drink consumed in the morning with special, perhaps even magical, healing properties. To me, this is an excellent description of coffee, but England didn't get its first coffee house until 1651, so the scribe must have had something else in mind. According to a leech book called the Lochnoonga, or Recipes, a king named Aristolobius, who was particularly knowledgeable in medicine, could make a godna morgen drench, or good morning drink. His drink could cure almost anything: headache, giddiness, brain fever, lung disease, jaundice, tinnitus, unhealthy fecal discharge, not to mention every temptation of the devil. To make a good morgen drench, the Lochnoonga says you must combine a variety of plants: dill, mint, celandine, betony, sage, wormwood, etc., and spices such as cumin and ginger in a cup of cold wine. Puzzlingly, although the remedy is called a morning drink, the Lochnoonga specifies that the patient should consume it at night. Is it a morning drink because it has the greatest effect the morning after taking it? Are you meant to brew it in the morning? Unfortunately, as is the case with many rare and short-lived words, we can only guess. Skinking cow-warm milk. In early medieval England, cattle were essential to maintaining a good food supply. Not only did they provide milk and meat, they performed essential physical labour. Fields could be ploughed faster with cattle, enabling farmers to grow crops on a larger scale. Cattle were so important to the economy that linguistically they were equated with riches. The primary definition of feoch, the F rune, is cattle, but feoch also means money or wealth. Feoch, the first rune in Futhark, appears in the rune poem, a sort of Old English alphabet song. Feoch booth frover, fire jehulcum, meaning feoch is a comfort to all men. Either cattle or wealth suits this context. Today the word wealth might conjure up thoughts of big houses and fancy cars rather than cows, but the word fee, which only dropped its bovine connotations sometime in the 16th century, still bears the comforting promise of money. The resemblance of Old English coo, meaning cow, to Scots coo, is no coincidence. The kingdom of Northumbria, which lay partly in southeastern Scotland, spoke Old English. This was pretty much the only English-speaking area of Scotland until the 13th century. The rest of the land spoke Gaelic. By the end of the Middle Ages, the Middle English of Northumbria had diverged significantly from that in the southern part of the kingdom, becoming what we now call Early Scots. Some Old English words that changed in modern English have remained much the same in modern Scots. Old English has a wealth, or feoch, of cow-related words, ranging from anatomy, cueia, meaning cow's eye, coo-horn, meaning cow's horn, coo-tail, meaning cow's tail, to useful byproducts, coo-meolach, meaning cow's milk, coo-e-mesa, meaning cow's dung, and coo-midja, meaning cow's urine, used in medicinal remedies. A coo-cheaf, or calf, lives in a coo-bura, or cowshed, watched over by a coo-hoorde, or cowherd. From coo-meolach, you can make coo-buttera, cow's butter, or you can drink it straight after milking when it's still coo-warm. How warm is cow-warm milk? Milk comes out of a cow at around 38.3 degrees Celsius, or 101 degrees Fahrenheit, a temperature that a medieval farmer would neither know nor need to know. Do you know the temperature of milk straight from the fridge? It should be no more than 5 degrees Celsius, 41 degrees Fahrenheit, just cold enough to slow the growth of psychotropic bacteria. You don't need to measure the temperature of the milk you're drinking to know whether it came straight from the fridge or if it has been sitting out for a while. You know this instinctually from years of drinking fridge-cold milk. Similarly, with years of experience drinking cow-warm milk, you would probably be able to tell if the milk was warm enough to be straight from the udder. The phrase cow-warm milk sounds rather poetic, evoking green pastures and industrious milkmaids, but cw-warm appears only in prosaic, practical contexts, like this medical remedy. Je hat shench fulna cw-warmere meertje. Heat a cupful of cow-warm milk. The words for heat, je hat, full, fulna, cow-warm, cw-warm, and milk, meertje, look, or at least sound, vaguely familiar. But what about shench? The verb shenkan means to pour out liquor for drinking, or to give to drink, actions for which a shench, meaning cup, is required. The Middle English verb shench or schenk survived into the 15th century and is related to the now obsolete Scots word skink, which also means to pour out liquor for drinking. Though unfamiliar to most English speakers, the word still pops up in contemporary Scottish literature. Don Patterson, born in Dundee, refers to someone who skinks rum into cups for drinking in his poem Nil Nil, 1993. Whether you prefer milk cw-warm or fridge cold, you can skink it into a shench, thinking of a time when wealth was measured in cows. Having a bite. Someone who is going for a bite generally does not wish to be gnawed upon by a hungry or overly aggressive dog. They merely want a snack. However, when Middle English snack made its first appearance around 1400, its primary definition was a snap, a bite, especially that of a dog. Around 350 years later, snack finally acquired the definition a mere bite or morsel of food, as opposed to a regular-sized meal. In Old English, a bite or morsel of food is a snad. Sinsnad, like offrungspitch, is a hapax, and the fact that there is only one context from which to infer its meaning makes it especially difficult to translate. Sinsnad's one occurrence is in the poem Beowulf, when the frightening creature called Grendel murders a sleeping warrior in King Hrothgar's mead hall. He tore eagerly, bit the body, drank streams of blood, swallowed soon snadum. The prefix sin has two potential meanings, everlasting or big. So is a sin snad an ever morsel or a big bite? A big bite could last a long time, theoretically, so perhaps a sin snad could also be an ever morsel. But the one occurrence of sin snad in Old English is in no way an everlasting bite. Grendel devours his victim in no time at all, chomping off huge morsels of human flesh, definitely big bites, certainly not ever morsels. Cheese Week? Moving on from man flesh, a much tastier snad to swallow is Chaucer, cheese. And what better time for it than choose whatcha? If Chaucer is cheese and whatcha is weak, then the meaning of choose whatcha must be obvious. In Old English religious texts, the word choose whatcha, which looks a lot like cheese week, refers to the week following the last Sunday before Lent, a 40-day period of fasting for Christians. The first day of Lent, Ash Wednesday, changes its date each year but falls sometime in February or March. On this day of penitence, the faithful receive ashes on their foreheads. It has been suggested that Cheese Week would have been the last week that cheese was allowed before Lent, a somewhat random specification, given that cheese was just one among many foods to be avoided. The day before Ash Wednesday is Shrove Tuesday, also known today as Pancake Day, or Mardi Gras, Fat Tuesday. Shrove Tuesday is the last chance for Christians to use up the fatty foods in their pantries before their 40-day fast. So is Choosewutcher, a week specially designated as a time to eat all your cheese. After all, in Slavic countries, there is the Orthodox Christian tradition of Maslenitsa, or Cheese Fair Week. During Maslenitsa, the last week before Lent, meat is forbidden, but cheese, milk, eggs and other dairy products are still allowed. But there are a few problems with Choosewutcher, meaning Cheese Week. It is true that medieval Christians were permitted to consume cheese on the Monday and Tuesday before Lent, but according to an Old English sermon, Choosewutcher is actually the first 4 days of Lent, beginning on Ash Wednesday. Why would these 4 days be called Cheese Week if it's when Christians weren't allowed to eat cheese? It helps if we know that the first 4 days of Lent, Wednesday through Saturday, were known in Middle English as cleansing dies, meaning cleansing days. They were a time for Christians to cleanse and purify themselves for the Holy Fast. What if, instead of chooser plus wutcher, Choosewutcher came from cheese plus wutcher? Old English cheese is an adjective meaning fastidious or choosy in one's diet. So rather than a time for cheese consumption, Choosewutcher would be a time for fastidious eating, fasting, and purification. As there was no dictionary or standardized system of spelling words in medieval England, people tended to spell them however they pronounced them. You might spell a word differently due to your local dialect, so Choosewutcher isn't necessarily an error. Of course, there's still the problem of a 4-day week, but Choosy Week makes a lot more sense than Cheese Week. And really, if cheese had been limited to only 4 days of the year, that would have been a sorry situation indeed. Trial by bite. Cheese may not have a place in a Lenten homily or sermon, but it does belong in a code of law. How do you tell whether someone is telling the truth? With a snad of bread and cheese, of course. Corsnad is one of 4 ordeals referred to in Old English law books to determine an accused person's guilt or innocence. The noun yakor means choice or decision, so a literal translation of corsnad is decision bite. To be cleared of a crime, you needed family or friends who would vouch for you. Ideally, you'd ask family or friends to take oaths on your behalf, testifying to your impeccable character. Character witnesses would either make amends with your accuser or carry on the feud for your sake. But if you lacked witnesses, or their petitions didn't work, you might have to face an ordeal like one of the following. 1. Boiling water. Suspend a stone in a vessel of boiling water, wrist deep or elbow deep, depending on the required severity. The accused must lift out the stone with one hand. Afterwards, the accused's hand must be bound and left otherwise untreated. Unwrap the hand after 3 days. If it is infected, the accused is guilty. 2. Hot iron. Heat an iron ball. The accused must carry the hot ball a pre-measured distance. Depending on the required severity of the ordeal, a 1-pound ball must be carried a distance of 3 feet or a 3-pound ball a distance of 9 feet. Afterwards, bind the accused's hand and wait 3 days. If the hand is infected, the accused is guilty. 3. Cold water. First, a priest must exorcise and consecrate a pit of water. Then tie the hands of the accused below their knees and lower them into the water. If the accused sinks to a depth of 1.5 ells, about 2 or 3 feet, they are innocent. If the accused floats, it means the sanctified water is rejecting them for their sins, thus proving their guilt. 4. Korsnad. The accused must place an ounce of bread and cheese in their mouth. If they can easily swallow it, they are innocent. If they choke or have difficulty swallowing, they are guilty. For the first 2 ordeals, you have to hope your immune system kicks in quickly and effectively, and that there's no nasty bacteria on the bandage. For the cold water ordeal, you have to defy physics and somehow have a body mass denser than water, perhaps by hiding some rocks in your pockets. But the ordeal of chewing and swallowing some food, how could you not pass such an easy test? Sarah Larratt Kiefer, a scholar of medieval literature, posits a gag reflex theory based on the fact that the bread and cheese would have been quite different in early medieval England from what we eat today. The ordeal bread would most likely have been made from barley, a high-protein, glutinous grain that can really dry out your mouth, making it harder to swallow. English barley was less refined and harder to chew than barley from the Mediterranean, so much so that it was referred to as horsemete, food for horses. Not only would barley bread have been unpalatable, it may have contained toxins that cause throat and stomach inflammation and vomiting. The cheese would not have been prepared with today's food safety standards and may have contained salmonella. The symptoms of salmonella don't kick in for 12 to 72 hours on average, but then the law books do not specify the period of time the accused must wait after eating to be cleared of guilt. Did you have to wait a day to be in the clear? I would guess that God's judgment was supposed to be made sooner rather than later and not require a 3-day test period. In any case, Kiefer argues that someone undergoing the korsnad ordeal would have been forced to eat food that was not only unpalatable to a very considerable degree, but potentially toxic. The medieval literature scholar John Niles is sceptical of Kiefer's theory, saying that in medieval England, barley bread and cheese would probably have been routine fare in a humble household. Food of any kind would likely be welcome to the person undergoing the ordeal, who would have endured fasting over the 3 days prior. As Niles points out, an empty stomach is the best sauce. Barley was grown for feeding animals as well as humans. It wasn't as tasty as wheat, but it was easier to grow. The cheese would have been heavily salted, dense and crumbly, similar to Cheshire cheese, probably not seen as potentially toxic since people ate it all the time. Niles is more on board with Kiefer's explanation of korsnad as a psychological ordeal. When you're nervous, your throat constricts and your mouth becomes dry. During an ordeal, you are bound to feel nervous, whether guilty or innocent. You may even experience nausea or an upset stomach as you would in any high-stakes examination. According to the 11th century law codes, the korsnad ordeal is intended for a friendless altar servant, a priest or cleric of limited power with no kinsman to support his oath. Being friendless had far worse implications than feeling lonely. A friendless cleric with no one to vouch for him would have had to take his chances with korsnad, and the outcome of this decision bite would be seen as God's own judgment. The fear of perjuring himself before God, a sure way to end up in hell, may have been enough to make a priest confess to a crime. The bread was most likely symbolic. During Mass, after all, bread could represent or even be transformed into the body of Christ. Today, when a person swears with their hand on the Bible, they do not necessarily believe that a lie will bring God's wrath upon them, but the Bible, like the bread, is a symbol that signifies the seriousness of their oath. There is arguably one secular, rather spontaneous example of korsnad in 1053. Godwin, Earl of Wessex, denied his own treachery to King Edward the Confessor at a royal banquet, saying, "God forbid that I should swallow this morsel if I am conscious of anything which might tend either to your brother's danger or your disadvantage." According to the 12th century chronicle of William of Malmesbury, on saying this, Godwin was choked with the piece he had put into his mouth and closed his eyes in death. Whatever the effectiveness of korsnad, it's best to face any trial with a clear conscience, a clear throat, and a strong stomach. Chapter 3. Passing the Time. Morning Cares. In addition to morgen mette and morgen drench, Old English has another useful morning compound, morgen choler, meaning morning dread or morning rage. This hapax's single appearance is in the poem Judith, which retells the story of an Old Testament heroine who beheads an enemy general and sexual predator to save her people. This general, Holofernes, forces Judith to come to bed with him, but he is so drunk that he passes out immediately. This gives Judith the opportunity to cut Holofernes' head from his shoulders and place it in her maidservant's satchel for safekeeping. The next day, the battle isn't going well for Holofernes' side. His senior officers are informed of their enemy's stout swordplay and the terrifying news that they are losing. This atmosphere of fear, the soldiers' dread of dying in battle, is described as Morgan choler. What a useful word for describing that feeling when you wake up on the wrong side of the bed. Nothing is going right this morning. #Morgan choler Mondays. Remember that no matter how bad your day is going, if your head is still attached, you're one up on Holofernes. Morgan Meta and Morgan Drench may have seemed perplexing. After all, it doesn't seem likely that breakfast was even a thing in early medieval England, and the so-called morning drink was meant to be consumed at night. But even the definition of Morgan itself is far from straightforward. Somewhat confusingly, the word Morgan can either mean morning or tomorrow morning. You may be able to figure it out by context. If someone says they're riding a horse in the morning and it's already morning, you'd figure the ride is occurring the following morning or tomorrow morning. Otherwise, they could just say new or now. Sometimes the preposition to precedes Morgan to mean tomorrow morning. By the 13th century, people were using tomorrow to designate a time of day on the following day, tomorrow noon or tomorrow evening, for instance. The pronunciation of G changed in Middle English. Old English fol ye un, to mean follow, became folwen. Fuyel, meaning bird or fowl, became fall. Morgan became marwe. The preposition to appears in other Old English temporal words to indicate a duration of time or a specific point in time. If something happens on this specific day, it happens todea, or today. The word spelled Gyrstan doesn't look very familiar at first glance, but when a G precedes a Y in Old English, it is palaticized or softened. That means Yuerstan is actually not far off from the yester of yesterday. For yesterday in Old English, you could say Yerstan, Dai Yerstan, or the form most familiar to modern English speakers, Yerstan Dai. Morgan, to Morgan, to Dai, Yerstan Dai. Aside from some minor changes in pronunciation and spelling, we've kept using these words for over a millennium. Sometimes a busy day seems to fly by, and in Old English, day does sort of have wings. Dai, when represented with the D rune, looks like a butterfly, with two wing-like appendages joined together. The rune appears in a verse that celebrates the divine gift of light. Dai, or day, dear to men, is sent by the Lord, the Creator's celebrated light, mirth and hope for the blessed and the wretched, a benefit to all. Dai, here, could refer simply to the time that the sun brightens the sky, but perhaps it is also the duration of a person's life. The time when someone is alive, their day, is also worth celebrating. The Dai is youngest at Ut. Ut is just past night's end, the time right before daybreak. It is followed by Dai Raid, or day red, when the day reddens with the first light of dawn, or Dai Rimmer, day rim or day border, the narrow space of time between night and day when the sun just peeps over the horizon. Dai Raid and Dai Rimmer are followed by Morgan, or daybreak, which is followed by Morgan itself. Great things happen at Ut, such as Christ's harrowing of hell, Although not all Christians are familiar with the harrowing of hell today, it was a popular theme of medieval art and literature. This is an episode that occurs after Christ's crucifixion, but before his resurrection. Christ makes a quick journey down to hell in order to rescue the souls of good people who had the misfortune of dying before he did. People who would theoretically have been good Christians if Christianity had actually existed during their lifetimes. Before ascending to heaven, Christ harrows hell, jailbreaking many worthy souls, such as the preacher who baptized him, John the Baptist. Christ's descent into the world of the dead is alluded to a couple of times in Scripture, but these instances depend on interpretation. The first epistle of Peter says that the gospel was preached also to the dead. And the epistle of Paul to the Ephesians says that before Christ ascended to heaven, he descended first into the lower parts of the earth. A harrow is a heavy tool with iron teeth that is dragged across ploughed land to break apart and pulverize the soil, rooting up weeds or spreading seeds. The word harwe doesn't appear until Middle English, but it may be related to Old English herjan, to ravage, pillage, or lay waste. The term harrowing of hell may not have existed in early medieval England, but the story itself appears in Old English texts, like this one. The Lord himself overcame death and made the devil flee. The prophets of the ancient days had said he would do so. It all happened at Ut, before downright. A din resounded, loud from the heavens, when he destroyed and demolished the gates of hell. Christ feels no anxiety on his Ut-time adventure, but it's not uncommon to lie awake before dawn, your mind racing with unhelpful thoughts. The worry that plagues you during those moments before daybreak is ut-cheara, or ut-care. At least that might be what it is. It's a hapax, so there's only one example to provide context. In one of the very few Old English poems that addresses what we might call romance, ut-cheara torments the female narrator of a poem known as The Wife's Lament. The woman has been abandoned by her husband, although she doesn't know whether he is to blame or to pity. Did he go away willfully, or did people force him to leave? Either way, she dwells upon her loss with pain and sorrow. No matter what your cares may be, Ut is a time for ruminating on the troubling things in life that you cannot change. Thank God it's Frigg's Day. Time is so important to humans that we've named the days of the week after gods, or sometimes after celestial bodies that have themselves been named after gods. In many Romance languages, French, Spanish, etc., the days of the week derive from the Latin names of Roman gods and goddesses. Because the Angles, Saxons, Jutes and Frisians were pagans with their own pantheon, Old English days of the week get their names from Germanic and Norse deities. For the most part, the English used equivalent deities to the ones the Romans had already chosen for their day names. Sunday, or Sunday, literally means sun day. In Northern Europe, the sun goddess was called Sol, or Sunna, and both Sol and Sunna mean sun in Old English. Sol rides in a chariot drawn by 2 horses. She is so hot that her horses require special cooling devices, bellows tucked under the animal's shoulders to blow air on them. Sol's brother is Mani, the moon god. In Roman mythology, the genders of the sun and moon deities are reversed, the god Sal and the goddess Luna. Monundai, or Monday, is Mani's day, literally moon day, since Mona means moon. The Romans named Tuesday after Mars, their god of war and agriculture. Mars is destructive by nature, but he represents military strength as a means of achieving peace and the conditions for growing crops. His Northern European counterpart is Tyr, or Tiw, a god of war law and heroic glory, considered by many to be the bravest of all the gods. Norse myth tells of the gods trying to secure Fenrir, a giant wolf symbolic of the apocalypse. Fenrir refuses to cooperate unless one of the gods sticks an arm in his mouth as security for his freedom. Tyr, bravely, unwisely, volunteers, even though he knows the gods have no intention of setting the wolf free. Tyr loses his arm, but at least he gets his own day of the week. Tíðisdagur. He even has his own rune, the T rune, which looks like an arrow pointing up. The rune poem says, Tyr is one of the signs. Lords would do well to keep it in good faith. Across the mists of night, it is always in motion. It never fails. Here, Tyr may represent heroic glory, which lords would do well to believe in. Although glory can be elusive at times, and some fail to attain it, glory itself never fails. Wodnesdagur, Wednesday, and Thursdagur, Thursday, are named after two of the most popular gods, Woden and Thor. Woden, or Odin, all-father of the Norse pantheon, was considered the closest equivalent to the Roman god Mercury, for whom Wednesday was named in Latin. They aren't a perfect match. Woden presides over wisdom, war, death, and magic, while Mercury is associated with commerce and luck, but both are gods of poetry and divination. Each god is known for his eloquence, his exceptional speed, and a penchant for long-distance travel. This travel includes journeys to the lands of the dead. Mercury guides souls to the underworld, and Odin rules over Valhalla, a home in the afterlife for those slain in combat. The Romans associated Jupiter, or Jove, with Thursday, and his closest match in the Norse pantheon was fellow sky and thunder god Thor. Thor, whose day is Thursdagur in Old English, wields a magic hammer called Mjolnir, which is what makes the sound of thunder. Frigdagur, Friday, is named for the Norse fertility goddess Frigg, a devoted wife and loving mother. She has perhaps less in common with her Roman counterpart than the other weekly deities. Originally, the Roman goddess Venus presided over agriculture and the earth's fertility, but as people came to associate her more with Aphrodite, the Greek goddess of love, she increasingly represented sex, beauty, and desire. Frigg, too, is a fertility goddess, but she has more in common with the earlier agricultural Venus than the later love goddess. The Romans named Saturday after their god Saturn, and the name endured in the Old English word Saturndagur, for want of a good Northern European equivalent. Saturn was Jupiter's father. Since Jupiter was equated with Thor, logic dictates that Saturn be paired with Thor's father, Woden. But Woden was already paired with Mercury in Wodnesdagur. Saturn, the Roman god of agriculture, was associated with abundance, wealth, renewal, liberation, and time. During Saturnalia, the Roman festival held annually in Saturn's honor, all work and business came to a halt. Saturnalia was originally just 1 day, but later it was extended to 7. For the duration of the festival, the rules of normal life were to be ignored. For instance, slaves could, allegedly, do or say what they liked without fear of consequence. It seems appropriate that Saturn's day is still associated by many with freedom from work. Loud March and 3 milkings month. Winter is Chaeldost, most cold of the seasons. The word hasn't changed for 1,000 years, although winter used to be more than just the season. Since it was the harshest, deadliest season, winter was also a unit for measuring time. If you could survive a winter, you could survive a year. So why not just count your age in winters? In early medieval England, winter began on the 7th of November, Wintersdagur, Winter's Day. The Menologium, a poem that describes the year's seasons and feast days in chronological order, says that Wintersdagur overthrows sun-bright autumn like an invading army, troops of ice and snow. The name for November itself is similarly fierce, Blot Monath, which means sacrifice month. Bede, a monk and historian of the late 7th and early 8th centuries, explains that November's name is a reference to the time when pagan Saxons would sacrifice animals to their gods, supposedly an annual event prior to their conversion to Christianity. It's quite possible, however, that Bede is making a bigger deal of pagan customs than they were for the sake of his ecclesiastical history, circa 731. The more barbaric the heathens are, the better. It may have been that slaughtering extra livestock in November was simply the economical thing to do. It's significantly harder to feed cattle during the winter, so it is logical to cut back on the number of mouths to feed, as well as stocking up on meat for winter provisions. The concept of months comes from observing the phases of the moon, so it makes sense that Mona, meaning moon, and Monath, meaning month, share an etymological origin. Month names in Old English like Blot Monath are often Monath compounds, but some of these have alternative names. December is Midwinter Monath, midwinter month, and Yale Monath, Yule month, but it's also Arayela, first Yule. January is called Afteruyeola, second Yule. The system of beginning the year on 1st of January comes from ancient Rome, but the preferred start date for medieval Christians was the 25th of December, Christmas Day. A rather puzzling monath compound is Sal Monath, February. Sol, with a long O, means sun, as in Sunandaya, but Sal, with a short O, means mire, or muddy place. Sal, as an adjective, means filthy or dirty. So is February sun month or dirty month? February the 7th was the first day of spring, and spring is the season that is most hrimigost, frostiest, and cold for the longest. Why would such a dismal time of year be named sun month? The medieval literature scholar Kazutomo Karasawa points out that in Old Norse, Solmornutha is the third month of summer, and that is definitely not February. Is February dirty month or mire month because of the heavy precipitation? Or did whoever came up with the name simply think mud month was a good description of their least favourite month? The etymology of Salmonath remains uncertain, although experience tells us that mud seems more likely than sun. The Old English word for spring, Lencton, also refers to the Lenten fast, which was formalised by the Church in 325 CE. But Lencton meant spring before it meant Lent. Cognates of Lencton in other Germanic languages, Old Dutch, Lenten, Old High German, Lensin, etc., just mean spring. It is only in English that the word acquired an ecclesiastical definition. The Oxford English Dictionary says that this word for spring may derive from a Germanic root word for long, since spring coincides with the lengthening of days. While spring is a word in Old English, it doesn't refer to a season. Old English spring can mean a source of water, a springing or rising, or, in a medical context, an ulcer, sore, or pustule. A pustule does spring up from your skin, I suppose, but such an image really does detract from a word that in modern English is a beautiful season. The earliest recorded example of spring, meaning the season between winter and summer, doesn't appear until the 14th century in Middle English. Bede claims that Hreif Monath, or March, gets its name from a pagan goddess called Hretha. We know very little about non-Christian religions in medieval Britain. Our main source of knowledge is 2 letters of Pope Gregory the Great, circa 540 to 604 CE, transcribed by Bede into his ecclesiastical history well over a century later. These accounts are inspired by paganism as depicted in the Bible and descriptions of the ancient world rather than the reality of life in early medieval Britain. As with Blootmonath, Bede supposes Hreithmonath was a time when certain sacrifices were made by the pagan Saxons, which begs the question, why would November be sacrifice month if sacrifices occur at other times of the year? That Hreithmonath is named for a pagan goddess about whom there is no mention elsewhere is highly suspect. It's more likely that the name comes from Hreith, meaning glory or victory. This name works in the context of Christianity, since Christ triumphed over death in the month of March. Another name for March was Hluda, possibly related to hlud, loud. Was this due to the clamour of wind and storms in March? March continued to be called Lyde, a variant of Hluda, as recently as the 17th century. According to the Menologium, March arrives adorned with rhyme, passing through Middle Earth with hail showers. It is both rather, fierce, and healich, proud. March might have fierce weather, but the adjective proud seems an odd choice of words. Why would March be proud? Perhaps because it was the swothost or greatest of the months, as is claimed by Buertefirth, schoolmaster of Ramsey Abbey during the late 10th and early 11th centuries. Kazutomo Karasawa suggests a few reasons for March's import in his edition of the Menologium. March was when God's Spirit came to humankind, and when Christ's birth was announced to the Virgin Mary, the Annunciation, as well as the resurrection. The spring equinox was the 21st of March, a key date for determining the date of Easter, one of the most important holidays on the Christian calendar. If all that wasn't enough, March is the month during which God created the world. Bede's explanation has to do with the spring equinox, the creation of the sun and stars, the division of light and dark into two equal parts, and the date of a full moon. But not everyone agreed. Some people argued for the first day being on the 21st of March, others on the 25th of March. To be honest, when I try to follow their various explanations, my head feels on the verge of imploding, and I begin to question the very meaning of time. Regardless, March certainly has enough going for it to be swothost. Proud March is followed by Eastermonath, or April, literally Easter month, although Easter can fall in either March or April. Then comes Thrimulcha-monath, May, the peculiarly named Three Milkings Month. Supposedly, Thrimulcha-monath gets its name due to the land's fertility at that time, for cows have plenty of grass to eat and thus require 3 milkings a day. That's a lot of cuearm milk. May the 7th was the first day of Summer, or summer, the season both hottest and sunwilligost, most beautiful with sunshine. June was known as Midsummermonath, midsummer month, or Seremonath, which may have meant dry month, as opposed to Solmonath, February's mud month. July was Madmonath, or meadow month, perhaps a reference to the time of year when cattle could graze in the meadows. These summer months were also called Leather. June was Era Leather, meaning first Leather, and July was Avtera Luther, meaning second Leather. Bede connects Luther to the words leather, meaning gentle and soft, and leithon to travel or sail, saying that this time of year was amiable and navigable, with pleasant winds and easy travel by boat. August was Weodmonath, or weed month, a time of agricultural abundance with plenty of work to do in the fields. Holov Massa, or Bread Mass, was a harvest festival at the very end of the summer on the 1st of August. On Holov Massa, later known as Lammas Day, priests blessed loaves of bread made from the first harvested grain of the year. August the 7th marked the beginning of harvest, harvest, autumn. Although August was the beginning of harvest, September was the month known as harvest monath, or harvest month. Another name for September was Hali monath, or holy month. According to Bede, Hali monath was when the pagans used to make sacrifices to their gods. Remember Blot monath and Hreith monath? The man was obsessed. But September could just as well be a holy month for Christians. Although there is no mention of it in the Bible, tradition says that Mary, the mother of Christ, was born on the 8th of September, exactly 9 months after her Immaculate Conception. Often confused with the virgin birth of Jesus, the Immaculate Conception actually refers to Mary's conception in the womb of her mother, which rendered her free of original sin from the first moment of her existence. In the Western Church, the Immaculate Conception has been celebrated on the 8th of December since the 8th century. So, as the birth month of the Holy Virgin Mary, September has reason enough to be called Hali Monath. Finally, there was Winter Fuleth, October, which literally means winter full moon. Bede's explanation, rather predictably, goes back to pagans. Although in Bede's time, Winterstei was in November, the pagans supposedly recognized October's full moon as the beginning of winter. How likely this is to be true is anyone's guess. Everything written about early British pagans is by non-pagans, often centuries after the fact, and we're not so different from Bede, attributing the unexplainable to pagan religion. Winter full moon month is also the month of our Halloween, a festival that some speculate has roots in ancient pagan harvest festivals. In an eye twinkle. In Old English there is tima, meaning time, but also untima, meaning wrong or improper time. In a homily for Ash Wednesday, Alfrich of Aynsham shares a series of anecdotes about people who have disobeyed the rules of fasting, abstinence, and penitence. In one story, a man insists on having sex with his wife on Ash Wednesday, refusing to receive blessed ashes from the church. He is out riding later that same week when he is attacked by hounds, and while attempting to fend them off, he accidentally impales himself on his own spear. In another cautionary tale, a man ignores the rules of fasting and has a snack during Mass. The moment the first bite passes his lips, he falls into a faint, spitting up blood. He survives, but only barely. Each of these men exemplifies the consequences of doing something which in other circumstances would be acceptable at the wrong time. The word untima is in the third story, in which a man decides to drink as much booze as he wants during Lent. The bishop refuses to bless his cup, but the fool has a drink anyway and then steps outside. The homily says, "By chance people were baiting a boar outside, and the boar ran towards him, throwing him so he lost his life, and so he paid for that untimely drink. Thonne untima drench." During Holy Lent, or on appointed fasting days, every man who eats or drinks at an improper time, untiman, should know truly that his soul must pay dearly for it, even if the body lives on unharmed. Never do something at its untime, the time when it is forbidden. Whether you impale yourself on your own spear or simply burn in hell, the consequences won't be pretty. Although we continue to use the adverb untimely today, after the Middle Ages the noun untime met its untimely end. It takes a good long while, to consider all the time-related words in Old English. Wheel, an interval or period of time of a loosely specified duration, appears in many compounds. Ervothwheel is a time of hardship or tribulation. Orleichwheel, a time of battle. Grúr-uchwheel, a time of terror. Preout wheel, a time of suffering, lang gung wheel, a time of longing or weariness, and siye wheel, a time of victory. Rot wheel sounds like it could be the time it takes for something to rot, but it's actually a time for refreshment. Rot means glad or cheerful. Leisure time is amet wheel, which you should take care not to confuse with amet hul, which is an anthill. The amet in amet hul derives from amte, meaning leisure, and the amet in amet hul means ant. It's a funny coincidence that the words are so similar, ants being characterized as hard-working and industrious with no am et hul to speak of. Some wheel compounds are trickier to define. Take rak wheel, for instance, the literal translation of which is exile time or misery time. It appears in a poem that describes what happens to souls after death. Then, after their time of exile, rak wheeler, the blessed will be clothed in their own works and deeds. When you die, you can't hide behind fancy garments or wealth. Your only clothes are the actions you took during your life. These actions determine your status in the afterlife. But before you die, you spend time living on earth. This is what the poet means by rak wheel. Was life in early medieval England so terrible that it was considered a time of misery? Perhaps we are meant to think of life on earth as a time of exile from God, to whom we'll return after death. It may seem strange to think of life as rak wheel, a time of exile or misery, but for people living in difficult times it might make things easier to believe that the good life is still to come. And one day, yesheop wheel will come, the time appointed by fate for dying. The primary definition of yesheop is creation, but it can also mean fate or destiny. Your yesheop is shaped, whether it's by God, by fate, or by the decisions you freely make. Although Beowulf was recorded in a Christian England, the heroes of the poem live in a pagan past, and sometimes the poet seems to be trying to reconcile this pagan past with a Christian present. A term like yesheop wheel conveniently works in both contexts. It appears near the beginning of the poem at the ship burial-style funeral of King Scyld. Then Scyld, strong and vigorous, departed at the fated time, yeshapwheeler, going into the Lord's protection. Scyld is a pagan king undergoing pagan funeral rites, but the Lord offering protection is presumably the Christian God. But is Scyld's yesheop wheel determined by God or by fate? Even the strong and vigorous must always be prepared for death. You never know when your yesheop wheel may be. Along with specific moments in time, wheel can refer to a duration of time. Bepriwan, to wink, combines with wheel to make preout wheel, the time it takes to wink, or in the blink of an eye. Another way to say this is aegon brustum, eyes twinkle, which appears in a passage about the short and fleeting nature of earthly life. Imagine you're feasting and drinking with your buddies in a nice warm mead hall. It's winter outside, but inside you're protected from the snow and wind. A sparrow flies in the door at one end of the mead hall and departs at the other. For that brief time, the sparrow is untroubled by the inclement weather outside, but that time is only aegon brustum, an eye twinkle. The same is true of life's pleasures and earthly comforts, luxuries that only last for a blink of an eye. Feoch, wealth and property, is only useful until you die, which is a very short time relative to eternity. A conventional way to begin a story in modern English is once upon a time. The phrase removes you from the present so you can enter a different life in a non-specific past or an imaginary time. Beowulf, the most famous story in Old English, begins similarly. So we Speardanes in days gone by, in Year Dagum. The phrase once upon a time didn't appear until the 14th century, when you begin to find examples in literature like one's on a timer in Chaucer's Canterbury Tales. But before once upon a time, there was Old English Year Dagas, literally translating to year days. Year Dagas are the days of one's life, the old days, former times. There is still an echo of the word in modern English in the phrase days of yore. Long ago, in a faraway land, in Year Dagum. This is how a story works its way into the reader or listener's imagination. Chapter 4. Learning and Working. From wasps' eggs to lapis lazuli. The only reason we still have stories from Year Dagum from way back in the early medieval period is because of the onerous work performed by scribes. Every letter, flourish and illustration in every book was painstakingly drawn by hand, and before you even got to writing, you needed materials and tools to write with. The word manuscript comes from Latin, manus, meaning hand, and scriptus, meaning written. It is a book written by hand. Movable type was invented around 1040 CE by the Chinese artisan Bi Sheng, but Europe didn't get its first commercial use printing machine until the Gutenberg press around 1450. The first printing press in England was set up by William Caxton at Westminster Abbey in 1476. Some scholars use this event to signify the end of the Middle Ages, so all medieval books in Europe are manuscripts. Writing a boke, or book, today may seem a laborious endeavour, but it's nothing compared to medieval bookmaking. Acquiring pages alone was incredibly time-consuming and required significant resources. Manuscript pages were made of animal skin, either vellum from a calf or parchment from a sheep or goat. In Old English, parchment and vellum were called boke-fell, literally book skin. There was no shortage of sheep in early medieval England, but there were times when even adequate sheepskin was difficult to obtain. Good quality boke-fell came from harvesting the animals, not making do with the remains of fatalities. During the periods of rampant Viking attacks, farming was frequently disrupted, meaning fewer sheep and fewer skins. Because of this, not a lot of bookmaking was happening in England during the second half of the 9th century. But assuming you do have plenty of sheep, how do you make boke-fell? The steps went something like this. 1. Peel the skin off of the animal carcass, a process called flaying, in Old English, beflayan, to flay. 2. Moisten the flayed skin and then soak it in a solution of lime. If you're short on lime, some rotting vegetable matter should do the trick. This loosens the hairs and fatty tissues so they will come off the skin easily. 3. Soak the hair-free skin a second time and then stretch it out on a frame. Make sure the skin is pulled taut or you will end up with leather, not parchment. 4. Scrape the taut skin with a half-moon-shaped knife, evening out the surface. 5. Rub the skin with a powder of pumice, bone or chalk. This process, called pouncing, makes the surface more matte, removing the grease and whitening the parchment. After these steps, you will need to cut the boke-fell to the correct size and shape. You might choose to rule the pages, making it easier to write in a straight line by lightly scoring the sheets with a fine, round-tipped tool called a stylus, or the back of a knife. If you lived during the late 10th century, you might have done your ruling with lead. The writing process itself required a feather, or reating feather, pen, literally writing feather, and ink. Writing was pronounced a little differently as reating, but its spelling hasn't changed at all. If you want to make a quill pen, the feathers of a goose or swan work quite well, especially the flight feathers on the outer edge of the wing. Those feathers have the longest, hollow sections which serve as barrels for holding ink. Feathers curve a bit differently depending on which side of the bird they're from. Left-wing feathers are best for right-handed people, while right-wing feathers are more comfortable for lefties. Cut the feather to a suitable length, 8 or 9 inches, and scrape the waxy outer layer away from the tip. Trim the tip and use a long hook to remove the membrane that supplies the bird's wing with blood. Don't forget to cut a small slit right at the tip of the pen, or the ink won't reach the boke-fel. Ink was made from many different materials, minerals like lapis lazuli, blue, and cinnabar, red, plant matter like woad, dark blue, and madder, pink, animal matter like sea mollusks, purple, and squid ink, dark brown or black. Common black ink was called black or beowulf, tree dye, reflecting its origin, an oak tree, or ark in Old English. Ark is also the name of the A rune. Modern English acorn comes from ark, since it's the tree's corn, its seed or fruit. But acorns are not the only thing that comes from an oak tree. Oak gall wasps lay their eggs on the branches, leaves, and roots of oak trees. The eggs develop inside round galls which can be harvested from the tree and used for ink making. If you smash the galls and soak them in rainwater for a few days, the water will gradually turn brown. The addition of copperous or ferrous sulfate will darken the brown until exposure to the air turns it a deep black. And there you have it. Beowulf, tree dye. To get your ink to stick to the boke-fel, you need to add an adhesive like glaire. If you beat an egg white until a froth forms on the surface, the clear liquid below the froth is glaire. Egg yolk and gum arabic also make good adhesives. Although black was the most common colour for writing, as it still is today, red-orange ink was the base pigment for illustrations. Red-orange was used to outline illustrations before adding all the other colours on top. Illustrations in medieval manuscripts are often called miniatures, which is rather confusing. After all, some are large, full-page images. But the name has nothing to do with an illustration's size. The word miniature comes from the base ink used in illustrations, because the red-orange pigment is made from a mineral called minium. Miniature isn't the only manuscript-related word that comes from a mineral name. Rubrica, an iron-based mineral, produces a red ink, a useful colour for highlighting headings and instructions in a manuscript. The word rubric initially referred to anything written in red ink, most often a direction in a liturgical book, but eventually it came to mean a set of rules or established custom, regardless of the colour it came in. Acquiring the necessary materials for luxurious illustrated books was challenging. Medieval manuscripts are well known for having bright colours and gold leaf, burnished metal that makes the book glow when reflecting candlelight, but these manuscripts are exceptional. The use of certain inks was very costly indeed. For instance, minerals like orpiment for yellow ink and mercury, red, were not available in England and had to be imported at great expense. Deep blue ink was more precious than gold, since it was made from lapis lazuli, a mineral imported from the Mediterranean, mined in modern-day Afghanistan. Woad, which could be found locally, and indigo, imported from the Mediterranean, produced cheaper blues. Even less costly pigments could be difficult to acquire. Organic matter was only available during certain seasons. Some pigments took months to produce, even when the materials could be sourced locally. White lead required a month at minimum, and some types of verdigris, green, needed as long as half a year. Although medieval scribes were probably unaware of them, there were some major downsides to using certain pigments. Vermilion, made from lead or mercury, was toxic. Inhaling it or touching it could cause nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and migraine, and long-term exposure might result in irreversible damage to the nervous system. Orpiment contains arsenic. Inhaling it irritates the mucous membranes, and touching it too frequently causes skin ulcers. In the long term, your choice of yellow ink could even poison you to death. Crafting with law servants. Until the later medieval period, only monastic houses had the resources, workforce, and demand for manuscripts. In the early Middle Ages, a scribe would most likely be a monarch, or monk, or a nunna, nun, a man or woman of the church. Monastic houses needed manuscripts because it was through the written word that faith and knowledge could be preserved and passed down over the centuries. In early medieval England, there were monastic houses for both men and women, including double monasteries, two separate communities that shared a church and facilities. Most 7th century women's houses were founded by queens and aristocratic women, or were at least established at their request. During this period, women were encouraged to form their own houses and could hold leadership positions like that of abbess. Upon entering a monastic house, both women and men could receive an education in history and grammar as well as scripture. An educated nunna, or monarch, might even travel to the continent to teach Christianity. A school in Old English has the pleasingly literal name of Leonunghus, or learning house. A leonung-man, learning person, is a student. A younger student might be called a leonung-child, or a leonung-knecht. Modern English child comes directly from Old English child, while knecht has given us knight. The two are very far apart in our understanding now, so why did Old English give a small child a great warrior's name? Today, knights are seen as highly accomplished and distinguished individuals. In the Middle Ages, a knight was a warrior of noble birth, raised to an honourable rank by the king or queen. After the Crusades, a king or queen could grant knighthood simply to recognise personal merit or to reward services rendered to the crown or country. Today, artists, scientists, athletes, and philanthropists have all been honoured with knighthoods. But in Old English, knecht was not a badge of honour. A knecht was simply a boy. There was nothing special about a knecht, who could even be a boy employed as a servant or attendant. In fact, servitude or low stature never stopped being a connotation of knight, and it is this idea that allowed the word to be elevated from its seemingly lowly origins. Noble knights of old and modern knights are all people who serve in some way. That Leonung-knecht is a word in Old English implies that even a humble, lowly child could receive some sort of education. Somewhere between a child and a knecht is a knape, of possible relation to knaver, which became knave. We might translate child, knecht, and knape as boy or youth, but the exact ages are unclear. What we do know is that children of any age can develop a reputation for being naughty. In Middle English, a knape could be a boy or male youth, a servant or attendant, a fellow or a rogue. A glossary of Yorkshire dialect, compiled in 1855, shows that nap retained the meaning of rogue well into the modern period. A nap, a person not strictly honest in dealing or appropriation. While knecht rose through the ranks almost thanks to its lowly origins, it seems like knape only became more mired in trouble. Perhaps there's a reason there was no Leonung-knape. Whether you're a Leonung-child or a Leonung-knecht, you need to have a good teacher, which is lareo in Old English. Lareo, rather unexpectedly, comes from the words la, law, teaching, instruction, knowledge, and theo, servant, enslaved person. The term law servant might sound a bit disrespectful. Were early medieval teachers actually enslaved? Probably not. They were servants of knowledge and learning, not of people. Saints, similarly, were called theo, even though they were the holiest of human beings. Much respected and venerated, saints were the servants of God. Leonung can refer to learning, study, reading or meditation, things you might gain from your lareo. Learning itself is a craft in Old English, for craft is a wonderfully versatile word. It can mean power, strength, art, skill, trade, cunning, knowledge or virtue. Leonungcraft or learning craft is thus education or erudition. Craft survives in modern English, but unfortunately we have lost some compound words like tongelcraft, meaning starcraft, so much lovelier than astronomy. Arts and crafts today includes woodworking, sewing, basket weaving and scrapbooking, but craft refers to an even more diverse collection of arts. Woth means voice, song or speech, and meter is meter or versification. So both wothcraft and metercraft are the art of poetry or song. Staff refers to a letter or written character, and so staffcraft or lettercraft is grammar. Staff also means staff or stick. A letter is called staff because runes used to be carved into sticks of wood or staves. Each of these crafts is a Wordhord craft or world craft, a secular art rather than a spiritual one. A poem known as The Gifts of Men lists the many skills bestowed by God upon human beings. The poem says that wise thoughts and worldly skills, weise jethohats und worldkraftahas, won't all go to a single person because such an individual would become overly proud and arrogant. It is God's effort to minimize the number of insufferable know-it-alls. An Old English prayer says, "May the beauty of worldcraft, worldkrafte, and every work bless you, gracious Father." The prayer continues, asking literally every aspect of God's creation to bless him, from the heavens and angels to the clear water and stars, from the sun and moon to frost and snow. Every animal, both wild and tame, is asked to praise God. In this prayer, Wordhordcraft refers not to any old secular art, but to the grandest craft of all, the art of world-making. God is the master worldsmith who literally crafted the world. Earthling, how do you do your work? When the worldsmith crafted the world, he did not craft its inhabitants equally. Free men in early medieval England broadly fell into two tiers: eorl, nobleman, warrior, and ceorl, peasant. Members of the unfree were called theor or thrall, both of which mean enslaved person. Today, when we're enthralled by something, it means we are held captive by it, captivated and, in a sense, enslaved. Given that it was mainly monks and nuns, people of the church who could write at the time, it is a challenge to learn about what secular careers would have been available to a young ceorl. We have no 10th century payslips to consult. Alfrich of Aynham's colloquy, a language exercise for students learning Latin, gives us some idea of what jobs were common in the early Middle Ages. Old English glosses or translations are supplied between the lines of Latin to assist the students. Alfrich's colloquy is one of those dialogues a language teacher might give you to practice with a partner in order to learn a new vocabulary. Just like the language exercises of today, the Latin dialogue doesn't sound like a conversation people would actually have in real life. The dialogue is an interrogation of average, everyday men about the importance of their occupations. Who, ultimately, is the most useful? Some of the possible candidates include a monk, a shepherd, a huntsman, a fisherman, a merchant, a baker, and an earthling. In the colloquy, the teacher asks, in the Old English gloss, "What do you say, earthling? How do you do your work?" So the Old English word earthling, spelled I-R-thorn L-I-N-G, sounds exactly like modern English earthling. But rather than being an extraterrestrial's name for humankind, the word refers to a ploughman or farmer, someone who works the earth. The earthling in the dialogue says that he must go out at daybreak each day, and that out of fear for his lord, he never dares to skulk at home, no matter how harsh the winter weather might be. Every day he must drive the oxen to the field and plough an acre of land or more. He also must water and feed the oxen and clean the dung out of their manger. He exclaims, he, Michel, yedei orf ushut. Oh, it is a lot of work. At one point, the teacher asks which Wordhord craft is most important. The answer given is agriculture. Everyone needs to eat, and it is the craft of the earthling that keeps everyone fed. Although it sounds like modern English earth, Old English earth actually means ploughing or tilling. The suffix ling turns the noun earth into a word meaning a person or thing belonging to or concerned with earth, making ploughing into ploughman. Earthling became obsolete after the Middle Ages, although it was used by historians in the 18th and 19th centuries to refer specifically to these early medieval farmers. It may sound the same, but modern English earthling has no connection to Old English earthling. The first recorded use of earthling was in the late 16th century, a word meaning someone who lives on earth as opposed to in heaven. "We, of all earthlings, are God's utmost subjects," wrote the playwright, poet and pamphleteer Thomas Nash in 1593. Earthling did not take on the definition of a person who lives on or comes from the earth as opposed to another planet until the mid-19th century. The Fayetteville Observer, an American newspaper, made the observation in 1858, "The last time the great comet was seen by us earthlings is said to be 300 years ago," referring to the great comet of 1556. Although they never seem to be given the label of earthling, women were actively involved in farm work in early medieval England. The historians Debbie Banham and Rosamund Faith note that although historical sources, as usual, centre the experiences of men, that is no reason to doubt the vital role played by women in the rural economy. Even though August is called Weed Month, Weod Manath, and a Weod Hoke, meaning hoe or weed hook, is listed among a farmer's tools, very little is said about weeds or weeding in Old English. Banham and Faith suggests that this is because weeding, being a tedious job that was never definitively finished, was women's work. They say that the association of a particular kind of work with women could possibly explain why weeding is absent from even those written sources that do concern themselves with farming, which were undoubtedly produced by men. If earthling was one of the most important occupations, many other secular professions are known to have been practiced by women. Cloth-making could be quite lucrative, as well as weaving and embroidery. The word seamestre is the feminine form of tailor, like modern English seamstress, and the surname Webster comes from the feminine form of the word for weaver, or webestre. A less glamorous yet essential job for women was grinding grain to make flour, along with kneading dough and baking bread. Debbie Banham suggests that while people may have considered the production of flour to be a lower status activity, the same might not have been true for the actual making of bread. Banham gives the example of a riddle in which a lord's daughter needs bread. Remember that halavdia, woman, literally bread maker, became the modern English word lady. The feminine form of the word for baker, bakestre, gives us another familiar surname, Baxter. If a lady is the bread maker, the lord is, if you remember from chapter 2, the bread guardian, hlavord, the weard of the hlof. There are a variety of weard jobs in Old English, weard being the predecessor of modern English warden, including brugweard, or bridgekeeper, dureweard, doorkeeper, and bathweard, boatkeeper, the commander of a ship. A steward is someone who controls the domestic affairs of the household, especially matters of the table. From steward we get the word steward, but sti gives us sty. How did a sty keeper end up being a steward? Old English sti is not what we normally think of when we hear the word sty. A sti was a wooden enclosure that was connected to a house like a hall, so steward really means hall keeper. It wasn't until the Middle English period in the 13th century that sty came to mean an enclosure for keeping swine, a pigsty. By the end of the 14th century, sty took on a more negative connotation. It was an abode of bestial lust, or a place frequented by the morally degraded. Hell was called a stinking sty. From around the year 1600, sty was used to describe a dwelling or sleeping place so wretched and filthy that it was no better than a pigsty. There have been many types of weard and craft jobs to consider thus far, but the historian Richard Britnell warns that medieval names for specific occupations can be misleading in the degree of rigidity and continuity they suggest. A person could have more than one skill or occupation. Throughout the Middle Ages, the most successful towns, and on a smaller scale households, would have been supported by income from a variety of industries, farming, trade, and a variety of crafts. Although the teacher in Alfrich's colloquy may consider the earthling to be the most important of occupations, all the world crafters, those of both men and women, were precious. Ale poets and laughter-smiths. Old English wörter means worker, labourer, or maker, and the word appears in modern English as write. Some wrights were named for the material with which they worked. A leather werter works with leather, and a starn werter works with stone. Other wrights are named for the things they make. Ship werter, shipmaker, or sealm werter, psalm maker, for instance. If your surname is Wainwright, perhaps one of your ancestors made carts and carriages as a Wain werter, wagon maker. But perhaps the most familiar modern wright works with something much less material, a playwright. A shop is a poet, someone who can ship pan, shape or create. In Old English texts, God is often called ship-penned, creator, since he is the shaper of the world. An eale sheon, or ale poet, is a different kind of shaper, and its definition depends on which dictionary you're using. The Toronto Dictionary of Old English says that an eale sheop is one who recites poetry in the presence of those drinking, a common enough occurrence in early medieval England, but Bosworth Toller claims that eale sheop means brewer. Personally, I love the latter explanation. Certainly craft beer connoisseurs would agree that the creation of IPAs and stouts is an art like poetry. Eale sheop, however, appears in two 11th century law codes for men of the church, which warn that a priest should not be a musician, entertainer, or eala sheop, and the definition of someone who recites poetry at drinking parties does fit this context better. Besides, monks brewed beer throughout the Middle Ages, so it seems unlikely that an ecclesiastical law code would forbid a priest to make ale. One common profession has a name that has never changed, now one of the more familiar English surnames, smith. Smithcraft is the art of working in metals or wood. An ironsmith works with iron, a goldsmith with gold, and a mastling smith with brass. But not all smiths are so easily explained. What, for example, is a heleator smith or laughter smith? According to the medieval literature scholar Eric Stanley, the laughter found in Old English texts is generally not indicative of pleasure or mirth. On the contrary, laughter often appears in negative contexts. The lamentations of the damned, the torments of hell, these are accompanied by devils' peals of laughter. Upon falling from God's grace, the angels need not laugh loudly. When Satan's messenger visits the Garden of Eden to deceive Adam and Eve, he laughs at his triumph. Examples of this kind of negative laughter are far from uncommon in Old English, particularly in religious texts. Stanley highlights the potential for wordplay, since the words heleator, meaning laughter, and leahater, meaning sin, are very similar. Perhaps that makes it seem more natural to align mirth and malice. The hapax heleator smith certainly appears in a mirthless context. A poem that tells the story of Passover, a Jewish holiday commemorating the time when God sent a deadly spirit that passed over the homes of the Israelites. According to the book of Exodus, the Israelites were told to smear lamb's blood on their doors so the deadly spirit would know to pass over their homes. Since the Egyptians were not warned to do this, the deadly spirit killed the firstborn son in each of their households. It is at this point in the Old English narrative that the poet says, "A destroyer went far and wide, a hateful tyrant. The land choked on the corpses of the dead. The people set out. There was weeping far and wide, little worldly joy. The hands of the laughter-smiths, heleator smithum, were restrained." Though you might not guess it from the solemn context, according to the Toronto Dictionary of Old English, heleator smith is in fact a minstrel or entertainer, someone who causes laughter or mirth. This detail about silent minstrels is an addition of the Old English poet, for, as Stanley says, Old English poetry excels at depicting misery in rich variation. The phrase, weeping far and wide, was not enough on its own to describe the Egyptians' great sorrow. Bench-sitters, backbiters, and gold-givers. Hopefully such sorrow does not apply to your place of work. What qualities might you desire in a boss or co-worker? No matter what line of work you're in, it's nice to be around people who are wise or wise, blither, happy or kind, and sibsome, friendly and peaceable. But chances are you'll have to work with someone who is just too doozy. Doozy sounds somewhat like, and is in fact related to, modern English dizzy, but a doozy colleague is not one who suffers from vertigo. Doozy means foolish or stupid. According to a timeless Old English adage, hit booth doozy that man speka thonu hathein shu. It is foolish for a man to speak before he thinks. By the end of the 13th century, this word had pretty much lost its association with stupidity, having acquired the more familiar definition of giddy or having a sensation of whirling or vertigo. Maybe your co-workers aren't doozy, but there may be one or two who refuse to pull their own weight. Should you call such a person a bench-sit-end or bench-sitter? Bench-sit-end sounds like a person who sits around idly. You're such a bench-sitter. Why don't you do something useful? In modern English, when someone is on the bench, they are either presiding over a courtroom or waiting on the sidelines during a sports match. Bench-sit-end appears only twice in extant Old English literature, so we don't have a lot of context to go by, but the word seems to describe a guest or hall retainer, literally, one who sits on a bench. In both instances, the bench-sitters are in the process of consuming alcohol, but that could be a mere coincidence. Bench-sit-end appears in a 10th century poem called The Fortunes of Men, which lists numerous potential outcomes for a person's life. It's not the most uplifting inventory, with such options as going blind, dying in battle, or being consumed by birds of prey while hanging from a gallows. About halfway through the poem, the tone changes. Not everyone will live a life of misery. A person might become a clever craftsman, a talented musician, or a popular drinking companion. One shall please a company of men, gladden the bench-sitters, bench-sittendum, at their beers. There will be great mirth among the drinkers. There's something heartwarming about the belief that God ordains certain individuals to be skillful at gladdening the mead-hall bench-sitters. The work of a laughter-smith or ale poet is truly a worthy calling. So, a bench-sit-end is simply someone who sits happily on a bench, drinking, perhaps being entertained, without any negative connotations. If you want a word to describe your lazy co-workers, the adjective bavtan-sittender or back-sitting is a better choice. Even in Old English, there's a word that literally means sitting on one's arse. Far worse than an office back-sitter, however, is a backbiter. The word backbiting has been around since at least the 12th century. As one Middle English text says, bokbitra, backbiters, are those who biteth behinden bakothre, bite behind the backs of others. People who slander others behind their backs. A backbiter is no better than a serpent, which stingeth all stiller, strikes in secret. The Old English word that preceded backbiter was back-slitol. This hapax appears in an 11th century homily by Wulfstan, Archbishop of York, about how to live a Christian life. Wulfstan warns, Sethe waro back-slitol, we ortha se wair sagol. He who is a backbiter, let him be wary of what he says. Slitol comes from the verb slitan, to bite or tear, which usually describes the way a wild animal rips apart prey with its teeth. Somewhere along the way, the malicious traitors of the English-speaking world moved from teeth to knives as their weapon of choice. A more common word these days is backstabber. Backstabber has only been around since 1906, when it appeared in the Westminster Gazette right before a general election. Perhaps it's not a surprise that the word's debut describes a politician who failed to keep his promises. But hopefully there are no backbiters in your office, only blither and sibsome colleagues. When it comes to bosses, though, you should always hope for a gold giver. Both gold-giver for gold-giver and beya-giver for ring-giver are words for a generous leader who distributes wealth among his followers in return for their service. The word yiva, spelt G-I-F-A, looks similar to modern English giver. In Old English, when G is followed by the vowels I, E or Y, it usually has a Y consonant sound like yes and yellow. This pronunciation was maintained in Middle English, though the spelling changed to Y-E-V-E-R-E. Beowulf is an exemplary gold-giver, equipping his men with helms and strong swords and rewarding them with treasure. But his men do not hold up their side of the bargain when Beowulf engages a dragon in mortal combat. The one faithful warrior of the lot, Wyrlaf, reminds his cowardly colleagues of their obligation to their king. He says, "I remember that time when we drank mead, when we made promises in the beer hall to our lord. Now the day has come when our lord needs the strength of brave warriors. Let's go help the war chief against the fierce fire terror." Wyrlaf proclaims his desire to fight alongside Beowulf, immersing himself in the dragon's fiery breath rather than leaving his gold-giver to perish alone. Ideally, your boss won't ask you to join them on any dragon quests, but if they do, keep in mind that if you want your legacy to be remembered in a 1,000-year-old poem, you should probably go with your gold-giver. Taxfish. The very existence of a word can tell you something about the people who use it. In the UK, a cuppa almost always refers to tea, but there's no particular reason why the colloquial shortening of cup of couldn't mean coffee. Would Americans have started using the baseball term touch base in business and politics if the sport were not a national pastime? Modern English lacks a word that means taxfish, but gafol-fisc is a word and thus a concept in Old English. Old English gavol is not the modern English gavel of courthouses. It means tax or rent. Gavel, originally an American word for a hammer or mallet, has only been around since the 19th century and is etymologically unrelated. Gafol-fisc, meaning taxfish, is not a common word in surviving Old English texts. In fact, it appears in only one text, albeit one that was copied into more than 30 different extant manuscripts. So gafol-fisc is a hapax, but one that is relatively well disseminated. Gafol-fisc appears in an 11th century charter in which King Canute grants, among other things, a large quantity of fish to the Abbey of Bury St. Edmunds. The abbey was established in the 10th century to guard the relics of St. Edmund. King Canute was concerned about his soul going to the right place in the afterlife, so he made generous donations to churches and monastic houses to obtain prayers for his soul. These gifts could come in the form of land, protection, relics, food, and tax exemptions. According to the charter, King Canute gave the Abbey of Bury St. Edmunds my taxfish that comes to me from the maritime district. Min gafol-fisc the ma eirist be selonde. By giving to the Abbey, the king was giving to St. Edmund himself, who could intercede with God in his favour. We don't know the precise quantity of gafol-fisc, but the charter does note that Canute's wife, Queen Alfhiva, threw in 4,000 eels for good measure. In early medieval England, anyone who owned land was entitled to a portion of the goods produced on it. For the most part, taxes and rent were collected in goods and services rather than coins. Old English feorm refers specifically to food rents, like King Canute's gafol-fisc. During the late 7th and early 8th centuries, the law code of King Ine of Wessex states that the following should be paid for every 10 hides of land, supposedly the amount of land needed to support 10 families. 10 vats of honey, 300 loaves of bread, 42 measures of ale, 2 cows, 10 geese, 20 hens, 10 cheeses, a measure of butter, 5 salmon, 100 eels, and 20 pounds of fodder. Monetary taxation became more common in later centuries, but the system of feorm seems to have lasted beyond the Norman conquest. In these later centuries, a manor might have to support the king and his retinue for up to 24 hours, and that's a lot of eating. Depending on what was grown or produced in a certain region, farmers paid their taxes in different kinds of goods, some of which are identified by Old English words. Eala gavol, ale tax, gavol beire, tax barley, gavol wooda, tax wood or tax lumber, meta gavol, food tax, gavol huitel, tax blankets, whittle being an obsolete word for a cloak or blanket, and gafol-tuning, tax fencing, the material needed for building fences. A gafol-swan was someone who rented a herd of swine from a lord and paid him back with a specified number of butchered swine. A gafol-haord was a swarm of bees that could be rented from one's lord with the rental fee paid in honey. This tax paid in honey was called honey gafol, honey tax. Gafol-haord is another hapax, appearing only in rectitudines, a manual for managing an estate. The manual was probably compiled at Bath Abbey or implemented somewhere in that area. It states that a beekeeper who keeps a gafol-haord, rental swarm, should pay at least 5 cestas of honey in rent. It's uncertain exactly how much a cesta is, but it could be a liquid measure of around 700 to 950 millilitres, 24 to 32 ounces. If that's accurate, the beekeeper could be expected to pay as much as 4.5 litres of honey. If you think about it, all human-tended honeycombs are rental swarms. The beekeeper is the landlord of the bees, who pay their rent in honey. Chapter 5. Playing and more drinking. Welcomers and hall joy. Today, a person can be welcome, welcomed, or welcoming. A welcomer makes guests feel welcome, but there are no welcomers, people who come well. Old English willcomer or welcomer is a welcome visitor or a good guest, a person or thing whose arrival is pleasing. The Geatish warrior Beowulf and his companions are welcomers in 2 locations, the land of the Danes when they begin their mission, and the land of the Geats when they return home. When Beowulf goes to King Hrothgar of the Danes to offer his services, his reputation precedes him. Beowulf is renowned in battle, and his hand grip has the strength of 30 men, so as long as he's on your side, what's not to welcome? Hrothgar is thrilled to have a foreign warrior offer to take on Grendel, the murderous creature who plagues his people. The king commands one of his men to greet the Geats and assure them that they are Wilcoman, the plural of Wilcomar. After slaying not 1 but 2 monsters, Beowulf is heading home, and the coast guard who sees him off declares that he and the other Geats will be Wilcoman in their homeland. It's hard to have your strongest and bravest warrior abroad slaying other people's monsters, but the inconvenience is sweetened by the reward he brings back with him, a ship full of treasure. Beowulf visits Hrothgar's mead hall for only 3 nights, just enough time to slay Grendel and Grendel's mother and receive his reward. Perhaps it seems strange that he would depart so soon after his victories, but a Wilcomar must take care not to overstay their welcome. There's an old Danish saying that a fish and a guest begin to stink on the 3rd day. The historian Alban Gautier explains how, in the context of early medieval hospitality, a guest is always ambiguous and a potential danger. A stay of longer than 3 nights starts to threaten the existing social hierarchy of the hall. A guest has the potential to create expectations of allegiance inadvertently in the host's mind. A limit of 3 nights for a host receiving a guest is actually specified in the law codes of 2 7th century Kentish kings. As with all law codes of this period, it's impossible to know to what extent the rules were actually followed or enforced, but a law's existence can still tell us something about contemporary attitudes and ideals. During the 12th century, in the Middle English period, a similar rule appears in the law code attributed to Edward the Confessor, but with more detail. A guest is only a guest for the first 3 days. After that, the host can be held responsible for the guest's actions. It's possible that a similar logic informed the 7th century law codes. Perhaps a guest simply should not be viewed as trustworthy. A guest is someone who takes advantage of a host's resources without making a formal alliance. Gautier notes that the Latin words hospes, meaning guest, and hostis, meaning enemy, share a common root, and in Old English, wordplay on uest, meaning guest or stranger, and ghast, meaning ghost or demon, was common. But sometimes the demons are inside to begin with, not visitors from afar. In the Old English poem Descent into Hell, Christ goes down to the underworld to save its lost souls, an event known as the harrowing. The first person to witness Christ's arrival is his old friend John the Baptist, who is understandably overjoyed to see him. The poem says of John, "Then the leader of the city dwellers, brave before the multitude, boldly proclaimed, spoke to his kinsman, greeted the welcome guest, Wilcoman, with words." In this case, describing Christ as a welcome guest seems like a bit of an understatement. After all, the guy who is going to save John from an eternity of hellish torments has just arrived. But you don't have to be a Beowulf or a Christ to be a Wilcomer. A welcomer might be your spouse, a seafarer returning home from a long journey, or maybe it's a friend, the person who brings you a snack while you work in the fields. A welcomer could be your child coming home after fighting a battle. And all of us are welcomers to God himself if we make it into heaven on Judgment Day. In a poem on the subject of Judgment Day, God says to the fortunate souls on their way to heaven, "Ye sinned Wilcoman, you are welcomers." Ideally, you will be a Wilcomer, not to hell or to a monster fight, but to Celadream, hall joy. Celadream refers to the mirth and festivities of a mead hall. Although dream looks like the modern English spelling of dream, it is in fact a false friend. The etymology of modern English dream is disputed, and it is unknown whether dream and dream are related in any way, but what is known is that the Old English word for dream is actually matting. Not very dreamy. In Old English literature, some people long for Celadream, but others wish to leave it behind. Take, for instance, St. Andrew. As soon as he finished converting the heathen cannibals of Myrmidonia in the Old English poem Andreas, he was ready to move on to other projects. What's the point of hanging around in a place where everyone loves you for your teachings? The poem says, "He was ready to set out. He wished to depart from that gold city, the hall joy, Celadream, of men and treasure, the radiant ring hall. He wished to seek a ship at the sea's edge." The saint knows that the ultimate hall joy is in heaven, so you shouldn't waste time on mere earthly delights. The poem Beowulf tells a different story. The last survivor of a soon-to-be defunct clan laments that his comrades who once knew Celadream are all dead now. "Death in battle, cruel mortality, snatched every soul of my people, those who lost their lives, who had once seen the joy of the hall, Celadream. I have no one to bear a sword or to serve a gilded cup, a precious drinking vessel. The old troops have gone elsewhere." In another poem, The Wanderer, a wandering exile mournfully contemplates the companionship and hall joy he has left behind. "Where has gone the horse? Where has gone the man? Where has gone the treasure-giver? Where has gone the house of feasts? Where are the joys of the hall? Celadreamas." If you've read The Lord of the Rings, these lines might sound familiar. J.R.R. Tolkien, a philologist and a professor of English literature at the University of Oxford, used these lines as inspiration for his own Lament for the Rohirrim, which begins, "Where now are the horse and the rider? Where is the horn that was blowing? Where is the helm and the hauberk and the bright hair flowing?" The Rohirrim seem to be longing for battle joys more than hall joys, but the sense of loss is the same. How tragic that Celadream is either elusive or oppressive, either something long gone or the very thing keeping us from true joy beyond the hall. A swim in ringing phrases. There were no castles in early medieval England. The first were constructed in the 11th century after the Old English period. The closest you came to a royal residence prior to the Norman invasion was a great hall. But what was it like, this home of Sailor-Dream? Great halls are in fact rare in the archaeological record. The handful of these large rectangular buildings that have been excavated date mostly from the 7th century. They are typically surrounded by various smaller buildings, so sometimes they are described as great hall complexes, a term which does not assume royal status, since this cannot necessarily be known. Halls like these were once common across northern Europe. The largest known great hall in England is around 100 feet in length, 3 London double-decker buses, and around 30 feet in width. The largest on the continent, a Viking hall at Lejre in Denmark, is twice that size. Halls were made mostly of wood, with wattle and daub walls and thatched roofs. There might be an entrance in the centre of a long side wall, or that of a shorter end wall. Curtains or drapes may have been used to further subdivide the hall's interior, as is illustrated in contemporary manuscripts, but the archaeological record leaves little to indicate how common these internal partitions might have been. A central hearth, or hearth, would have provided a hall with warmth and light, but also smoke. The hearth's importance is reflected in a word in King Canute's law code for someone who owns their own property, hearth fast, or secure at a hearth. The Great Hall was a place for sharing news, telling stories, playing games and making music, perhaps enjoying the sound of a hearpe, harp, or garmenwoode, mirth wood. Old English garmen, meaning mirth, joy, amusement, would eventually become modern English game. Garmenwoode appears only twice in Old English, both times in Beowulf, describing the music and entertainment of King Hrothgar's mead hall. In each instance, the garmenwoode is plucked while a poem is recited, and the second example calls the mirthwood a joyful harp. Hearpan wune. Joy, happiness, one might also call it glee. Modern English glee comes from Old English gliu, which has a number of possible definitions: joy, merriment, mirth, entertainment, music. The music definition became obsolete after the 16th century, but the meaning of mirth or joy endured. The first recorded use of glee club is from 1814. This London glee club met 10 times a year for dining and singing, when any glee is called for. Although we still have glee clubs, we no longer have glee wood. Old English gliu beam, glee wood, was some sort of musical instrument, possibly a harp, drum, or tambourine. Music in Old English is practically synonymous with joy, because dreamcraft, or joycraft, is music. Yet the music, song, and poetry of the hall is what ultimately drives the lake-dweller Grendel to attack and murder the Danes. In Beowulf, Grendel suffered wretchedly, because, while waiting in darkness, he could hear joy, dream, loud in King Hrothgar's hall each day. There was the sound of the harp, hearpan, the sweet song of the poet, or shop. Grendel, unable to endure the joy-craft of men, eventually begins his nightly murder spree. John Gardner narrates this story from the antagonist's point of view in his novel Grendel, 1971, while the Old English poem portrays Grendel's furious response to the music as senseless contempt for human happiness. Gardner provides a reason for it. In the novel, Grendel's mind is a swim in ringing phrases, magnificent, golden, and all of them, incredibly, lies. He is angry because the poet's words have created a world in which there are heroes and villains, one race that is saved and another that is cursed. Grendel fumes. It was a cold-blooded lie that a god had lovingly made the world, a lie which the poet makes true by the sweetness of his harp, his cunning trickery. Grendel despises the storyteller who can make people believe anything as long as his songs can make it beautiful. Don't get drink-eager. If the music that reaches Grendel's ears is insufferably joyous, neither do the Danes' noisy parties endear them at all to their neighbour. Heorot, King Hrothgar's hall, is a place for feasting, making speeches and even sleeping. But it's not called a food hall, speech hall, or bed hall. Heorot is first and foremost a meadow-hall, a mead hall. Although inebriation was not its raison d'être, the mead hall in medieval England was a place of entertainment, and as the historian Martha Baylis observes, a habit of drinking substantial quantities of alcohol may have sufficed to make everything that much more entertaining. The focus on drinking in the hall was not due to pervasive alcoholism. It's just that one way to belong to a group is to drink with that group. The same reason we have wine receptions at conferences or after-work drinks at the pub. Another word for a drinking hall is Beor cellar or Beor hall. Beor wasn't beer exactly, nothing like the beer we drink today anyway. Beor had different ingredients. Honey, plus the juice of a fruit other than grapes, as well as a different process of manufacture. Beor was both sweet and inebriating, with an alcohol content as high as 18%. It was stronger than wine, and possibly the strongest alcohol available to drink in early medieval England, most likely imbibed from tiny drinking cups. Mead, was less alcoholic than both Beor and wine, around 10% alcohol, about twice as strong as ale, or ale. While Beor is sometimes used interchangeably with meadow in Old English poetry, it is never equated with ale, which is a malt-based alcohol. It wasn't until the 16th century that beer became a common word for hopped, malted liquor. A feast or big social gathering could also be called a Beor thegr or Beor taking, or a Beor shipper. The Old English suffix shipper became ship in modern English, appearing in words like friendship and fellowship. Unfortunately, we don't have a useful word like beer ship, although beer ship isn't right anyway, since Beor is different from beer. And one does not necessarily serve Beor at a Beor shipper. The Latin word convivium, a meal eaten in company, is used in the Old Testament to describe Pharaoh's birthday feast. The poet translating the narrative into Old English uses Beor shipper in place of convivium. Beor shipper also appears as a translation for Latin convivia, company, in the Old English Gospel of Luke. When Christ has to feed 5,000 men with only 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish, he tells his apostles to have the people sit in companies, Beor shuppars, of 50. Alcohol is not mentioned in either the Old English or Latin versions of this story, so the word Beor shipper here simply means a formal shared meal. And as merry as it sounds, a Beor shipper is not necessarily a festive occasion. The Last Supper is called a Beor shipper in the Gospel of John. The word can also be a religious metaphor, referring either to God's eternal feast in heaven or to the spiritual feast of holy doctrine. Another word for a feast is sumbel, a word of unknown origin. Old Saxon sumbal and Old Icelandic sumbul, both of which mean feast, are sumbel's cognates, words that share a linguistic derivation, the same original word or root with another word. Think of a cognate as a cousin. You and your cousin descend from common grandparents. Old English sumbel became modern English symbol. which was used until the 19th century to mean a contribution to a feast or picnic. And this obsolete symbol that means feast has nothing to do with the word symbol that means a thing that stands for, represents, or denotes something else. A soom bell itself is a pleasant thing, but from it derives some rather unsavoury Old English adjectives. Soom bell gall, feast lustful, is when you are so overwhelmed by the pleasures of food and drink that you are unable to focus on what's important. The word is a hapax in a Judgment Day poem which tells about a man who spends too much time thinking about the pleasures of worldly life. The man forgets to pay attention to the fate of his soul. Little does he think about that, he who enjoys pleasures, cheerful with wine, sitting, feast lustful, soom bell gall. The soom bell gall man doesn't care about how it will be for him in the afterlife when his actions in life will be judged by God. Another soom bell compound is soom bell wallank, feast proud, a word for the obnoxious, unwarranted arrogance of a person who has had too much to drink. A soom bell wallank person is weighed down by wine and makes cutting remarks and foolish boasts, inciting quarrels with their treacherous words. Soom bell weary, feast weary, sounds like it could simply mean tired from eating, but contextually it is aligned with drunkenness. When the Old English poem Genesis A, and yes, there's also a Genesis B, has God visit King Abimelech in a dream, it includes details that are absent from its Latin source text. In the Old English poem, the king is drunk with wine, wiener drunken, and feast weary, soom bell weary. Earlier in the same poem, Noah, of ark-building fame, is rudely introduced to the ill effects of alcohol. He too becomes drunk with wine and sleeps feast weary. It seems pretty clear from these contexts that soom bell weary has less to do with overeating and more to do with passing out in a drunken stupor. Drunken yawn, drink eager, sounds like it has to do with the beginning of the night when you're eager for a drink, but it actually has more to do with the end when you're already intoxicated. The word drunken yawn appears in an abbot's letter that explains proper behaviour for priests. Among other things, says the letter, a priest shouldn't be a merchant, be proud, make boasts, wear fancy clothes or adorn himself in gold. He must not be quarrelsome or argumentative, and he must not make a habit of frequenting wine-houses and becoming intoxicated, drunken yawn. Another word describing intoxication is the wonderfully evocative heavod swima, drunkenness, which literally means head swimming. A drunk person is drunken lewa, drink weakened. Lewa means weakened or mutilated and can be found in other compounds like hungor lewa, famished, hunger weakened, and limle wea, injured, limb weakened. Drunken lewa appears in an Old English psalm in which the speaker discovers that they are drink weakened by the contents of God's chalice. God's cup overflows with goodness, an intoxicant far stronger than beor or meda that inebriates the faithful soul. For the woon. Woon, the name of the W rune, means joy, pleasure, or delight. The rune poem says that woon is enjoyed by a person who knows little of woe, suffering and sorrow, and who has prosperity and bliss, as well as a sufficient stronghold. The thing about joy in Old English literature is that it's almost always followed by sorrow. With every feast, there is famine ahead. For every time of peace, there is a battle in the future. If an Old English poet ever describes present sorrow and future joy, it is the joy that is to be found in heaven after you're dead. Still, there is plenty of woon to discover in Old English. Soom bell woon is the joy you experience at a feast, Whether because of food, companionship, or entertainment, the term is not that specific. When King Hrothgar congratulates Beowulf on his victory, he orders him to partake in the feast joy at Heorot. Go now to your seat and experience feast joy, Sumbel Wunna. Of course, Hrothgar's amiable command is preceded by a speech of 70-ish lines of doom and gloom. After admitting he never thought he would spend 12 years of his life at Grendel's mercy like a prisoner in his own hall, Hrothgar proceeds to list all the ways in which he can imagine that Beowulf might die. These predicted deaths include sickness or sword, the grip of fire or surge of water, the blade's bite or the spear's flight, or wretched old age. The king warns ominously, "The brightness of your eyes will diminish and darken. Suddenly, warrior, death will overcome you. But please go, dear Beowulf, and enjoy the feast." Such is the way of Old English woon. Leod woon, meaning people joy, is what you feel when you're with your people. A joy that comes from a sense of community. The hapax appears in a prayer for patience and humility in the poem Resignation. A solitary being, says the poem, cannot live long without people joy, leod wunna, without friends. Perhaps it's no surprise that the one appearance of this Old English joy word is in a passage about its absence. Although we don't have a word for people joy in modern English, the concept is both universal and timeless. Another joy, liv woon, life joy, appears in one of Cynewulf's runic signatures in a poem about Judgment Day. Cynewulf warns that life's pleasures are fleeting. The joy, woon, of earth's ornaments will flee. Formerly, the share of life joys, liv woonna, was long enclosed by the waters of the sea, lager. Wealth, feoch, on earth. Then the treasures shall burn in fire. This is rather confusing. Why is liv woon, life joy, enclosed by the waters of the sea? Probably because Cynewulf needed to work the L rune into his poem. Lager means sea or lake. Runic signatures are clever in theory, but not easy to write. If it were me, for instance, I'd have to end everything I write with the words hail, heyel, oak, ark, need, nude, and then oak again. Heyel, ark, nude, ark spells Hana. There are only so many things to say using the words of a runic signature, so it ends up sounding rather awkward and contrived. In another runic signature, Cynewulf again writes of transient life joys in the sea. Life joys, liv woon, are gone as the sea, lager, withdraws. It's not entirely clear what liv woon is meant to be. Perhaps the joy we experience while living, the happiness of being alive. This joy is notable in its absence, often the case in Old English. Or if joy is still around in Old English, it won't be for long, as we see in the poem Beowulf. When Beowulf describes how he mortally wounded Grendel, he says, "He got away, enjoyed life joys, liv woonna, for a little while." It was in fact a very little while, since he died upon his return home after the fight. Grendel probably had few life joys to enjoy anyway. Near the end of the poem, a dragon experiences luftwoon, air joy, the pleasantness of the air or the joy experienced when flying. At times during the night, it possessed air joys, luftwoonna. The joy of soaring unimpeded through the night sky sounds nice enough, but the description is quickly followed by the dragon's violent death. If luftwoon is a particular joy reserved for dragons, and maybe birds, then there is also joy for us earthbound creatures. Mandream, human joy. But this promise of happiness is, of course, short-lived. By this point, it's barely worth saying that mandream appears in negative contexts to describe instances where it used to exist. In a poetic retelling of the book of Daniel, God punishes King Nebuchadnezzar for his pride, and Daniel tells him, "He will cut you off from your kingdom and send you friendless into exile, where he will change your heart so that you will not remember human joy, mandreama, nor will you have the power of reason beyond that of wild beasts." Mandream seems here to be more than the pleasure of being among humans, but also the joy of being human. Like a wild beast, the king must live without intellectual stimulation, conversation with friends, appreciation of art, a relationship with God. Mandream also appears in a poem known as The Ruin. The manuscript is a bit of a ruin itself, the result of time and physical damage. The poem describes the ultimate downfall of human accomplishment and might be referencing the crumbling ruins of the Romans who inhabited Britain centuries earlier. There were bright city buildings, many bathhouses, high gables, the great clamour of an army, many mead halls full of human joy, dreama, until mighty fate changed that. Here, mandream is spelled with a rune, the M rune, man. Although our word man derives from man, many scholars argue that the word is gender non-specific, human. The poet imagines mandream in mead halls of bygone years, perhaps overlooking the human joys of their own present. Can we never truly see or understand joy until it has passed? But to counter that pessimism is the wonderful word woundream, which literally means joy or pleasure joy. It's so abundantly joyful that one joy is not enough. In Old English, such happiness can only be found in religious texts like the Psalms. Sing to him a new song, and sing well to him in joy, woundreame, and in love, Psalm 32. And blessed are the people who know joys, woundreamus, and exultation, Psalm 88. These instances of woundream gloss the Latin word jubilatio, meaning rejoicing, shouting, cry of joy, from which we get modern English jubilation. Double joy in Old English is a lot of happy noise. The joyful sound of woundream contrasts with the sound of hail, H, pelting down on an oak tree, A. Without a hall at which to be a will cummer, I must take shelter out of necessity, N, under the branches of this oak, A again. Such is my attempt to end this chapter with a runic signature. I told you it would sound awkward and contrived. Chapter 6. Making Friends and Enemies. Friendship and fiend-ship. There were no enemies in early medieval England. Enemy didn't enter the English language until the 14th century via Old French, ultimately deriving from Latin inimicus, the negative prefix in amicus, friend. Instead of a friend or enemy, in Old English, you might have a freyond or feyond. Given what happens to joy in Old English poetry, how often ruin is outweighed by sorrow, perhaps it won't surprise you to learn that the word feyond appears nearly 3 times as often as freyond. For whatever reason, fiends are easier to come by. Another word for friend in Old English is winner. Both winner and freyond had a broader range of meanings than friend does today, their definitions encompassing kinsman, close ally, and even lover. Winner does not appear often in prose, according to the medieval literature scholar David Clarke. This is presumably to avoid confusion with the beverage. By the end of the Middle Ages, friendly winner became obsolete, with alcoholic wine winning the linguistic battle. In Old English, winner appears mainly in poetry, and it is also a popular ending for given names. The male names Alf-winner, meaning elf friend, God-winner, meaning God friend, and Ed-winner, meaning happiness friend or wealth friend, for instance, which would eventually become the names Alvin, Godwin, and Edwin. Old English also has unwinner, meaning unfriend, a noun that means enemy or adversary. The earliest appearance of unwinner is in an 11th century will. A man named Kettle was planning a pilgrimage from England to Rome. As this was not a journey without dangers in the 1050s, he took the sensible step of creating a will before his departure. The will requests that in the event of Kettle's failure to return to England, would the reader please not allow his enemies, or unwinnen, to take hold of his estate and property. Such an unjust action, the will warns, would forever vex and injure him. Despite its usefulness, unwinner did not last beyond the 13th century and ended its short career as a surname. There are records from the 13th century for a Gilbert unwinner and a William unwinner. Early alternate versions of the name are Hunwinner or Hunwin, which would support the theory that the name comes from Hoon. Hoon appears in Old English names like Hoonbold and Alfhoon, most likely related to Old Norse Hrun, meaning young bear. That would make unwinner a young bear friend, a much nicer name than unfriend. Middle English dropped unwinner and used unfriend instead. For a while, modern English had the familiar-looking unfriend, a noun, not a verb, but the noun went out of fashion in the 19th century. The verb unfriend may strike you as modern, given its recent rise to prominence on social media platforms like Facebook, but its usage goes back at least as far as the 1650s. It's funny how a word that becomes obsolete can regain popularity, finding a niche in a new context. Perhaps the noun unfriend will return one day as well. Friend-shipper, or friendship, is one of the Old English shippers that sailed happily into our modern language, while others foundered on the way. Along with the obsolete Beowulf, we no longer find ourselves in a state of fiend-ship. Nowadays we're more likely to use the word enmity to describe being enemies or unfriends with someone, but there is something about Old English friend-shipper that captures the malice and viciousness that can characterize such a relationship. Unfortunately, friend-shipper became obsolete after the 13th century, and although fiend-ship did reappear briefly in the Victorian period, it was unrelated to the Old English word. Just as one might refer to the king as his worship, Victorian novelists chose to call the devil his fiend-ship, the perfect honorific for the person who is the thorn in your side. Since the world of Old English has more phaons than freyons, you should take care to be freyond-spady, rich in friends. A word that literally means friend speedy, freyond-spady might sound as if it describes a person who goes through their friends quickly, perhaps a serial unfriender, but that is far from the truth. Although speedy acquires the meaning of swift or quick by the end of the Middle Ages, in Old English, spady means prosperous, wealthy, or abundant. The opposite of being freyon-spady is being winaleas, or friendless, which, aside from being lonely, is a serious health and safety concern. Remember trials like Corsnad in Chapter 2. Old English wisdom poems impart such adages as, "It is good for one to have a friend, winner, on each journey. It's often that someone will go far around a town where it is not certain that he will have a friend, freyond. The friendless, winaleas, unhappy man has wolves for companions, very treacherous animals. Quite often such a companion will rip him apart." Another maxim says, "Wretched is he who must dwell alone, whom fate has decreed must live friendless, winaleas. It would be better for him if he had a brother. Such warriors will always be together, carrying equipment or sleeping. May no one ever break their peace before death divides them." The simple truth is, hatred will be everywhere for the friendless, Winaleas, man, because of his misfortune. Just as being Freon Spady is a sure sign that you are doing something right, being Winaleas indicates a serious character flaw. What does it say about you if no one will fight beside you and protect you from the wolves? As these adages show, the people who need a friend most of all are those who bear arms. A friend, or better yet, a shoulder companion. Eaxul Yesteala, a poetic compound of Eaxulye, meaning shoulder, and Yesteala, meaning companion, is someone whose shoulder you can literally or metaphorically lean upon. A friend who is always at your side in a battle or adventure. The compound shoulder companion refers to the way in which early medieval warriors would fight shoulder to shoulder to form an impenetrable line against any unwinner. An Eaxul Yesteala is trustworthy and dependable in the most dire life or death situations. An Eaxul Yesteala might also be your Beod Yeneacht, table companion, or Heorth Yeneat, hearth companion, a friend with whom you share food and drink while socializing at the dining table or near the warm hearth. One of Beowulf's heroic qualities, according to the poem, is that he would never drunkenly slay hearth companions, herth Yeneatus. Don't get drunk and kill your friends. The bar for heroism is lower than you think. One should give gold. A gift, no matter how artlessly or thoughtfully given, inspires a sense of obligation. What happens if you forget to give your friend a birthday present, but they give one to you? You know they don't expect to be paid back, per se, but the friendship scales become unbalanced. And gift-giving among unequals can get even more complicated. Suppose your boss gives you and all your co-workers Christmas gifts. The gift isn't something you necessarily want, nor does it directly compensate you for the work you've done. Such a gift might make you feel obligated to be friendly with your boss or loyal to the company. If it's a particularly expensive gift, it may make it awkward for you to voice complaints at next week's meeting. A gift from a superior is not meant to be reciprocated in kind, but in loyalty. It creates social alliances in a world that normally demands immediate remuneration. The only thing that's changed about gift over a millennium is how you say it. In Old English it was pronounced yift, but it's spelt G-I-F-T in both Old and Modern English. The importance of such gifts is that they have never gone out of style. In early medieval England, gifts were necessary to the success of a leader. In poetry, the king's throne is even called a yif-stole, meaning gift seat, possibly deriving from the tradition of the ruler distributing gifts from their seat of power. One should not accept a king's gift lightly. In so doing, you place yourself in a position of obligation to the king. Gifts were given publicly before witnesses, representing the giver's hopes and expectations, the receiver's honor, and the giver's power and generosity. One Old English maxim states, "The hand must work for the head, the hoard must await the treasure, and the gift seat, yif-stole, stand ready for the treasure's distribution." He who receives gold is greedy. The man on the high seat has enough. There must be a reward, if we do not want to deceive, for the one who has shown us favours. Another says simply, one treasure turns into another. One should give gold. When Beowulf receives gifts from King Hrothgar, they don't stay in his possession for long. Upon returning home, Beowulf immediately presents the gifts to King Hrethul, who will distribute them as rewards to his men in exchange for their service and loyalty. Improper gift exchange has the potential to inflict great damage on friendships and alliances. When a gift is removed from circulation, hoarded rather than reciprocated or passed on, that is when the trouble begins. A gift hidden away in a dragon's hoard or locked in a greedy king's coffers will turn into poison. In fact, in some Germanic and Scandinavian languages, the word gift means both gift and poison. In Old English, gift does not mean poison, but it does have a less common secondary definition of marriage. Old English giftleach, literally marriage-like, refers to all things nuptial or wedding-related. Curiously, the word gift still means married in modern Norwegian, Swedish, and Danish, languages in which it also means poison. Marriages in early medieval England required a morgengiver, mourning gift, a substantial sum of money and land paid to the wife on the morning after the marriage's consummation. It is worth noting that the morgengiver was paid to the wife, not to her father or any of her other family members. This gift was hers to sell, give away, or bequeath as she saw fit. The morgengiver was by no means the only property of a married woman. Old English law codes, charters, and wills make it clear that while both the man and the woman had control over money and property within a marriage, the morgengiver belonged solely to the wife. Women in early medieval England were better off than their later medieval counterparts. A woman could not be forced to wed a man whom she disliked. In the case of a divorce, laws protected her custody of the children and her share of the property. If a woman took custody of her children, she was entitled to half the shared property outside of any that was already hers alone, like the morgengiver. In a law code from the late 10th century, the responsibilities of the bridegroom and the bride's own family are outlined, and, as the historian Christine Fell says, virtually every clause of the agreement is concerned with protecting and safeguarding the woman's interests. Beyond their rights in marriage, early medieval women had other advantages over women of later historical periods. A woman could rule, either jointly with her husband or on her own after his death. Women could own, inherit, and sell land, and they could decide who would inherit it. They could be litigants and oath-givers. They were responsible for their own crimes and not those of their husbands. A woman's life was equal to a man's in terms of compensation paid upon injury or death. According to the historian Doris Stenton, women in early medieval England were more nearly the equal companions of their husbands and brothers than at any other period before the modern age. Equality would, in fact, be the greatest gift of all. Truth love was hot in their hearts. From Old English love to modern English love, this word, like gift, has not changed very much. Although it is spelled L-U-F-U, lover sounds like our modern pronunciation, only with an extra syllable. Old English, however, has a variety of compound words that have vanished over time, making it seem as though today's love is somewhat diminished. Lover can be named for the parts of the body that experience it, which is made all the more complicated by the ambiguity of certain Old English body parts. While heort lover is pretty clearly heart love, mode lover could be mind heart love, gust lover, soul spirit love, and firth lover, heart soul spirit mind love. This terminology is not in more prosaic texts, and the variety is partly due to the need for alliteration, the building block of Old English poetry. Yet arguably, each of these loves means something slightly different. Gust lover, for instance, is a spiritual love that better fits a context of worship than romance. Some lover words indicate the person for whom you feel love, or perhaps the person who feels love for you. A mother might feel beam lover, son love, for her child, and you might feel sib lover, kin love, for your uncle. Although modern English sibling comes directly from sibling, with the same root as sib lover, the Old English word means kin in general, not brothers and sisters specifically. Sib lover describes God's love for the angels who are his children and therefore kin, but few siblings today are likely to describe each other as angels. Freyond lover, friend love, is something like platonic love, although there's never really an assumption that lover is romantic. In any case, It appears in a context neither romantic nor friendly. In the book of Genesis, Abraham and his wife Sarah travel to Egypt to start their new life there. Abraham worries that the Egyptian men will covet his beautiful wife and kill him, so he tells Sarah to pretend they are siblings, in the modern sense, not spouses. It's difficult to say what positive, long-term outcome he imagined could come from this cunning plan. In an Old English poetic version of the story, he says, "Sarah, say that you are my sister, a blood kinswoman, when strange men of the nation ask what the friendship, freyond lover, might be between us two foreigners who come from afar." Here, freyond lover is a non-sexual kind of intimacy, a love that won't make Abraham a target of deadly jealousy. Thus, a man tells lies for the sake of his own safety, putting his wife in danger. Not a story about lover, freyond or otherwise, if you ask me. In contrast to the mendacious freyond lover of Abraham is treo lover, truth love. Today, when we talk about true love, we typically mean the kind of love found in romance novels and Disney movies, but Old English truth love is quite different. The passionate romance of later medieval texts does not often appear in Old English literature. Instead, we find truth love, passionate, faithful love in relationships with God, Christ, or one's hearth companions. For example, when Christ ascends to heaven, leaving his disciples behind, there was a ring of weeping, surrounded by grief. Truth love, treo lover, was hot in their hearts, welled within their breasts, in the men's innermost thoughts. The disciples' love of Christ is still full of passion, with the kind of desperation and turmoil we might expect from a Mills and Boon, but it is inspired by faith, spiritual rather than romantic. One Old English poem actually does refer to a man's unrequited love of a woman, and here we find another kind of love, sorglover, meaning sorrow love. The man's love is boundless, so that sorglover deprived him of sleep. His ardour only brings him frustration and sorrow because the woman doesn't return his affections. The word is so perfect for the kind of heartache connected to unrequited love, or the bittersweet feelings of lovers separated, that it's almost surprising it didn't last into our modern language. If sorrow love sounds like what you feel when your beloved spurns your affection, then over-lover, or over-love, might be the way you feel about it a few years later. So over it. Over-lover may sound like a word for a steamy romance novel, but it is better suited for a staid, Rogation-tide homily. In the medieval period, Rogation-tide consisted of the 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, before Ascension Day. Ascension Day should not be confused with Easter, when Jesus ascends to heaven. It is actually the 40th day after Easter, a Thursday. This is when Jesus leads his disciples to the Mount of Olives, blesses them, and ascends to heaven to take his place at the right hand of God, the official end to his stint on earth. Rogation comes from Latin rogare, meaning to ask, since Rogation-tide was a time to ask God to bless and nurture the newly sprouting crops, a time to celebrate spring's arrival, and to pray for the earth's abundant gifts was also a time to remember the transience of such things. One Rogation-tide homily says, "What happened to the treasure of Middle Earth? What happened to the wealth in the world? What happened to the beauty of the land? What happened to the people who strived most eagerly for possessions, and the others who were left in poverty? So transient is excessive love, over-lover, of earth's treasures." Lover should be focused on things of permanence, like God and faith, not fleeting things like rain showers, bright sun, or earthly riches, like other humans. Whether you are finding it hard to let go of your ex, or simply can't resist splurging on a new pair of shoes, remember this: over-lover is to be avoided. The modern saying, "If you love something, set it free," feels delightfully close to the spirit of Old English, where love and freedom are closely linked. Freogan primarily means to free, liberate, but its secondary definition is to love. In the poem Precepts, a father instructs his son, "Love, Freo, with your heart, your father and mother and each of your kindred, as long as they love God." Why is to free and to love the same word in Old English? It has cognates in other Germanic languages, Old Saxon, friön, and Old Icelandic, frau, both of which mean to love. The name of the Norse goddess of love is Frigg, whose name derives from the same root. It seems as though the love meaning developed first, and the word acquired the definition free later on. Although both definitions still applied to Old English freogan, by the Middle English period the loving definition had ceded to freedom. But if freedom linguistically pushing out love makes you sad, take heart in knowing this is not the case everywhere. Modern cognates of free are German freien, meaning to woo or court, and Dutch vrijen, meaning to woo, caress, or have sex with. The Indo-European base from which all these words derive may have meant something like one's own. You love something because it is your own, and when you're free, you are your own person. Lone flyers and one-steppers. The phrase alone time has appeared with steadily increasing frequency since the 1960s and 1970s. Its usage had a particularly sharp increase in the late 1990s, a time when the internet and social media were making society increasingly connected. The concept of alone time is appearing in more self-help books and lifestyle blogs. Alone time gives us a chance to know ourselves, to better understand who we are, and even improve our relationships with other people. A positive view of solitude is very modern. In his article, The Virtues of Isolation, 2017, Brent Crane notes that although researchers have recently begun studying the productive, healthy nature of solitude in certain situations, solitude has long been stigmatized as an inconvenience, something to avoid, a punishment, a realm of loners. In medieval literature, exiles face solitude as a punishment for their crimes. If you are alone, you have no friends or family to protect you from harm. Sometimes, holy men and women willingly lived a life of solitude in order to test their spiritual strength against the devil, but this was a trial, not a therapy. Mostly, solitude is portrayed as involuntary, painful, and wretched. Like the Arnyenga, solitary walker, a Sundor Yenga is someone who goes alone. Sundor, from which we get modern English asunder, means apart, by oneself, or in a manner different or separate from others, while Arn is simply one. The poem Beowulf comments on the antagonist Grendel's solitary ways on several occasions, and his solitude seems linked to his evil nature. For instance, the poem says, "The enemy of mankind, the terrible solitary walker, Arnyenga, often performed many wicked deeds." Is Grendel an Arnyenga because he's the enemy of mankind, or is he the enemy of mankind because he walks alone? A more positive example of an Arnyenga, albeit one that still lacks the power to speak, appears in a homily for Epiphany. The homilist tells how the three wise men learned about Christ's birth in Bethlehem. The Eastern astrologers saw a bright new star, not in heaven between the other stars, but a solitary walker, Arnyenga, between heaven and earth. Then they understood that the strange star indicated the birth of the true king in the land over which it glided. The solitude of this star does not mark it as evil or exiled, but rather singled out for the important task of bringing heaven's message to earth. Arnyenga is used to describe another non-human entity in an Old English homily. This time, the entity is not a star, but a proud, antisocial bull. The story concerns the Church of St. Michael, a grotto chapel founded on Mount Garganus in southern Italy. The legend of the chapel most likely reached England via Ireland in the 9th century, and the chapel itself would have been a destination for English pilgrims travelling to Rome. We know this because of graffiti on the walls, medieval English names written in Futhark. The homily tells the chapel's story. There lived a very wealthy man called Garganus, and the mountain was named for him on account of his accident. It happened when his great herd of cattle was grazing on the mountain. There came a high-spirited bull, a solitary walker, unyenga, and it scorned the herd. So Lord Garganus gathered a great many of his household servants and sought the bull everywhere in the wilderness. At last he found it standing upon a knoll of the high mountain at the entrance to a cave. He was moved with fury because the bull, the solitary walker, unyenga, had scorned his herd, so he bent his bow, wishing to shoot him with a poisoned arrow. But the poisoned arrow turned back as if thrown by a blast of wind and straightway killed the one who had shot it. What does it mean that the bull scorns Lord Garganus's herd? Another version of this story claims that the bull was too proud to keep company with the rest of the herd. The arrogant bull became an unyenga, a lone wanderer. Apparently the bull was doing the bidding of St. Michael, who used him to show the world where he wanted his church to be built. Unfortunately, Garganus was unaware of this, and when he tried to kill the bull, it backfired fatally. Personally, I think St. Michael could have been a bit clearer with his hint, and I would pity Garganus but for the fact that he wanted to kill a bull whose only crime was the dislike of the man's herd. Let an unyenga be an unyenga, if that's what they desire. A saintly bull, a holy star, and a man-eating lake-dweller, all of them are quite exceptional, unnatural beings, and not just because they walk alone. Each Sundur Yenga inevitably has a Sundur Yakund, a one-of-a-kind nature. The word Sundur Yakund itself is one of a kind, a hapax. It appears in a poem about the panther who represents Christ in bestiary lore. The Old English poem known as The Panther is derived from the Physiologus, a book that was originally composed in Greek and later translated into Latin. Bestiaries are books of animal lore that were popular throughout the Middle Ages, and the Physiologus is thought to be the first. These books describe an animal's appearance and behaviour, often linking these qualities to a moralizing tale or allegory. The Old English poem details the remarkable panther's Sundur Yakund. He is called an unstarpa, meaning one-stepper, a hapax for someone who walks on their own. The poem begins, "We have heard tell of the wondrous nature of a certain wild beast who rules a region famous to people in faraway lands. He enjoys his home amidst mountain caves. The animal is known by the name of panther, which the wise ones, children of men, make known in writings about the lone wanderer, Arnstoppan. He has a one-of-a-kind nature, Sundur Yakund, mild and modest. He is gentle, amiable and loving, and will do no harm to anything aside from the serpent, that venomous killer, his old nemesis." The panther, shining and iridescent, is affectionate towards all but the devil in his reptilian form. After his meal, he retreats into his secret hideaway in a mountain cave for a 3-day snooze. On the 3rd day, he arises, stronger than ever, at which point he draws animals to him with his lovely voice and pleasant-smelling breath. In the older classical tradition, the panther used his breath and voice to lure unsuspecting animals to their doom, but in the Middle Ages, the panther was reinterpreted as one of the good guys. The panther arises from a deep sleep, the way Christ arises from the dead. Only the serpent fears him, as only the devil fears Christ. And both the panther's breath and Christ's word are good and sweet, more wholesome than honey and beowulf, royal jelly or honeycomb from chapter 2. The panther and Christ are both alone in a sense, even though they are friends with nearly everyone. So it is for anyone with a Sundur Yakund. But the panther is an exception, not the rule, for loners in medieval literature, in that his solitude is a positive circumstance, a mark of greatness, rather than one of exile. This is not the case for poor Arnfloga, or One Flyer, a lonely creature who flies alone through a poem known as The Seafarer. This poem describes the loneliness of a spiritual journey, a self-imposed exile from the world. My spirit, my mind, now journeys beyond my breast's locker with the sea tide, journeys far across the whale's home, the regions of the earth, and returns to me voracious and greedy. The lone flyer, Arnfloga, cries, inciting the heart irresistibly on the whale's path across the expanse of oceans. Is the Arnfloga a solitary seabird, screeching as it soars above the whale's path? Whale's path is a kenning or metaphor for the ocean, more on kennings in chapter 7. Or is the Arnfloga the soul of the seafarer taking flight, attempting to leave behind worldly concerns and seek the heavenly kingdom? The Arnfloga's solitude may be self-imposed, but that is not the case for the unfortunate Arnhaga, solitary being. The Arnhaga appears in the same passage of resignation as Leodwun from chapter 5, in which the very real troubles of a political or social exile describe metaphorical exile from God. A solitary being, Arnhaga, a friendless exile, cannot live long without the joy of being with his own people, Leodwun. God is angry with him. He mourns his youth, and whenever men aid him, it adds to his misery. He endures it all, the bitter words of men, and his mind is always sad, his heart sick in the morning. Morgan Seok. The Arnhaga's existence is lonely and wretched. In Old English poetry, one becomes Morgan Seok, morning sick, from abandonment, not pregnancy. Perhaps the loneliest exile of all is death itself. Ever since Adam and Eve disobeyed God in the Garden of Eden, says the poem known as Guthlach Bi, humanity has had to pay a tax for their disobedience, partaking of that wretched drink, the deep cup of death. No mortal can escape the greedy clutches of death. The cruel, solitary one, and Hogger, the warrior greedy for slaughter. Death takes many, yet is always alone. Chapter 7. Caring for Body and Mind. Health and Unhealth. To avoid the greedy clutches of death, you must take good care of your body and mind. Wes Hall. You may recall from chapter 1 that this standard grating word means be well or be healthy. But what counted as healthy in early medieval England? Old English health is another of those words so central to our everyday lives that it has barely changed over the centuries. From it we get health, and like our current word, it can refer to either the condition of good health or the act of healing. Health, security, well-being, and salvation, all of these are different kinds of halle, physical, mental, or spiritual health. From Old English halle, we also get modern English heal, hail, and whole. Today, whole more often means undivided or complete, but its original definition had to do with being in good health and free from injury. Although English speakers today can be unhealthy, they rarely discuss their unhealth, even though that is, of course, what is actually concerning. In Old English, however, this highly practical term exists. Unhaler, meaning unhealth. Unhaler appears in poetry, religion, law, and medicine, referring to what we might call bad health, or simply illness. Like health, seokness, meaning sickness, has changed little over the past millennium. Less familiar are terms like water seokness, water sickness, fuller seokness, falling sickness, and monath seokness, month sickness. While the simplicity of their names might suggest an easy interpretation, these illnesses' definitions are far from straightforward. Water seokness is the accumulation of excessive fluid in tissues or body cavities, what's known as edema today. Fuller seokness describes the symptom of the sufferer falling and may refer to epilepsy. Monath seokness is defined simply as lunacy. Today, lunacy is synonymous with insanity, and although it's used in popular and sometimes even legal language, it's never a medical term. The original meaning of lunacy was intermittent insanity, believed to be caused by changes of the moon. Latin luna means moon, hence lunacy for moon sickness. You might remember from chapter 3 that the monath or month of monath seoknus is related to the word mona, meaning moon. This lunacy, incidentally, had nothing to do with the condition that today we call premenstrual syndrome, and menstruating women in early medieval England weren't any more insane than they are now. Both men and women could suffer from monath seoknus. The Old English Herbarium, an 11th century book of herbal medicine, suggests 3 remedies for monath seoknus. 1. Using a red thread, tie clovewort, a kind of buttercup, to the patient's neck. This must be done during a waning moon in either April or early October. 2. Apply peony to the patient's neck, either a topical ointment of its juice mixed with vinegar or its leaves and roots bound with a clean cloth. 3. The easiest remedy. Have the patient lie down. Place a peony on top of them. As soon as they get up, they'll be cured. It seems as though best practice is to keep a peony on you at all times, so you'll always have a remedy for lunacy to hand. The herbarium gets its name from being a book of herbal remedies, but in general the medical texts of medieval England are called leech books. Old English Latcheboke, or leech book, comes from latcher, meaning doctor. Leech continued to be a word for doctor through the 19th century, but in Old English, latcher also means leech, the aquatic, blood-sucking worm. This kind of leech was used to remove, for better or worse, a supposed excess of blood. Leeches were a common remedy for many ailments well into the 19th century, which raises the question, which leech came first, the physician or the worm? Despite their reputation for being a bizarre medieval remedy, leeches are still used in medicine today, and medical leeches go back much further in time than the Middle Ages. The earliest written reference to medical leeches is from the 2nd century BCE, so the association of physicians with blood-sucking worms predates Old English latcher by at least a millennium. The concept of balancing the humours, the 4 elements believed to make up the body, blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, goes back to ancient Greece, when bloodletting was the most common method. An imbalance in the humours was believed to be toxic, even deadly, so a physician might let blood to relieve an unhealthy excess. Other methods for balancing the humours included pricking the skin with a sharp object, vomiting, taking laxatives, and even spitting. In the 8th to 11th centuries, bloodletting actually appears less frequently in England than in the rest of Europe. While medical leeches, the worms, not the physicians, are usually associated with the medieval period, they actually reached peak use in the 19th century. In his book on medicine in early medieval England, the biologist and historian M. L. Cameron says that lip service was paid to humoral theory, but bloodletting was by no means practiced as a cure-all. Old English leech books never actually mention leeches, the worms, in the sections on bloodletting. Presumably a physician already knew how to practice bloodletting, whether by leech or knife or some other means. It seems obvious that Old English speakers would call doctors after leeches or vice versa, but surprisingly, latcher, meaning doctor, and latcher, meaning leech, are 2 different words with distinct etymologies. Old English latcher, meaning leech, the worm, cognate of Middle Dutch, leeker, appeared sometime before 900 CE. Its earlier origins are unknown. Latcher, meaning doctor, was first used around the year 900, a cognate of Germanic words for healer, Old Frisian letzer, Old Saxon lackey, Old High German lack-key. In their article for the World Journal of Surgery, the researchers Robert N. Morey, David Mindel, and David A. Bloom argue that because leech had 2 forms with distinct meanings early on, The joining or relating of the two meanings was a later development and an artificial one. It's even possible that the words used to be distinct in Old English, but assimilated to latcher by popular etymology. In Old English, latcher applied to all types of medical practitioners, but in Middle English there came more specialized terminology. Doctor of physic, physician, chirurgian, or surgeon, apothecary, barber surgeon, and midwife. By the end of the Middle Ages, people weren't using leech very often because its meaning had become too vague. In his vast corpus of writing, Shakespeare uses the word leech for a medical practitioner only once in Timon of Athens. A leech used to be someone respected for their skills in healing and desire to help people, but nowadays a leech is someone who parasitically attaches to another person to get some gain or benefit from them. Completely unrelated to both latcher meaning doctor and latcher meaning leech, the Old English word for body is, coincidentally, pronounced leech. It must have got rather confusing in the sick room. Bone lockers, earth hoards, and their many parts. Like body in modern English, Old English leech, spelt L-I-C, can refer to a live body or a corpse, though it is more often the latter. By the end of the Middle Ages, lich referred exclusively to a dead body. Lichgate is an archaic word for the roofed gateway to a churchyard where a corpse would await the clergyman's arrival. A funeral would process down a lich path, preceded by someone ringing a lich bell. The lich owl, more commonly known as a screech owl, would supposedly cry out to portend a death. Today, liches appear in fantasy games, books, and movies as undead corpses and zombie-like creatures. So over the centuries, leech has changed from a body that's dead or alive to one that's only dead to one that's undead. The early medieval body can also be described using a variety of kennings. A kenning is a metaphorical compound noun used frequently in Old English poetry. To create a kenning, combine two ordinary nouns to create a compound that is itself a sort of riddle. A day candle is the sun, whale road, the ocean. Although kennings are common in Old English poetry, with some appearing in a number of different contexts, the exact meaning of a kenning is not always clear, particularly if it's a pesky hapax. Barn locker, meaning bone locker, appears 5 times in Old English, but while it is clearly anatomical, it could refer to a muscle, the skin, or the body as a whole. When Grendel comes to Hrothgar's mead hall to kill a sleeping warrior, he bites the poor man's barn-locken. In this instance, barn-locken could be either singular or plural. If it's plural, then perhaps Grendel is biting through muscles. If it's singular, he could be munching on the whole body. Later, during his battle with Beowulf, Grendel receives a mortal wound on his shoulder. His sinews spring apart. His barn-lockon, plural, burst. Here, barn-lockon is the subject and, as such, must be plural. The singular form would be barn-lockar. Grendel is one person with only one body to burst, so barn-lockon can't be bodies here. It makes more sense if barn-lockon is plural in both contexts and means muscles. Simple, right? But what about a different Old English poem that describes the death of Saint Guthloc? Guthloc's strength was spent at that dire time, but his thinking was very resolute. He was single-minded in courage. The illness was severe, feverish, and deadly fierce. His heart welled within. His bone-locker, barn-locker, burned. In the context of St. Guthloc's death, barn-locker must be singular, and the definition of muscle does not make sense. The heart may be a muscle, but it has no bones inside it. Here, barn-locker must mean body. Perhaps kennings, like metaphors, can mean different things to different people. A bone-locker might be a muscle for one poet, a body for another. Other kennings for body include barn-hoos, meaning bone house. Flash hammer, meaning flesh covering. Barn vat, meaning bone vessel. Flash hoard, meaning flesh hoard. And feor hus, meaning life house. Greot hoard is a particularly evocative kenning that literally means earth hoard, a repository for earth. St. Guthloc describes his own body on his deathbed, saying, "This bone vessel, barn vat, weakens. This earth hoard, greot hoard, grieves. The soul hastens to its eternal home, eager to depart for better dwellings. The weakened body grieves for the soul who leaves it behind. The soul's place is in heaven with God, while the earth hoard must return to the earth." All in all, the body doesn't have a great image in Old English poetry. A receptacle for dirt, it is constantly rebuked by the soul, who knows it deserves a better partner. I particularly feel for the body when the self-centered soul berates it in the poem Soul and Body Too. "Hey, you withered wretch, why have you troubled me? Foul earth, likeness of clay, you'll decay completely. How little you considered your soul's fate after it would be taken from the body." The soul goes on to complain about all the time it was forced to spend imprisoned by the body's flesh. "I couldn't escape from you, surrounded by flesh, and your wicked desires oppressed me. It frequently seemed to me like 30,000 winters till your death day. Oh, how I awaited our separation with difficulty." The worst part is that throughout the soul's diatribe, the body is unable to respond. It must listen mutely because its tongue has been torn into 10 pieces. The poet describes the fate of the body in greater detail, in case its situation is still in doubt. The head is split open, hands disjointed, jaws gaping, throat torn apart, sinews consumed, neck chewed through. Fierce worms plunder the ribs, partake of the corpse in swarms, thirsty for gore. A poem like this one is meant to encourage its audience to consider the great hereafter, when the luxuries and foolish desires of earthly life will cease to have value or meaning. If the body doesn't do right by the soul during life, the soul must go to hell, and apparently the soul's only consolation is being able to mock the body as worms tear it apart. But before the body is relegated to the earth, all its parts are pretty valuable. The penalty for gouging out someone's eye in 7th century Kent, for instance, was 50 shillings, the same as the penalty for killing a free man. So sight, it seems, was as precious as life itself. It's no surprise, then, that another word for eaya, or eye, is heavodyim, meaning head gem, jewel of the head. Eyes in Old English have apples. An appel, pronounced the same in Old English as in modern English, was an apple or fruit, but it could also just be something round. Here the appel appears in the eaya. He may see with the apple of his eye, appel thas eagon, if the albugo does not reach it. But if the albugo spreads over it entirely, then he cannot see anything. Albugo is an eye disease in which a white opacity forms on the cornea. The quotation sounds like it comes from a Leech book, but it is actually from an Old English translation of Pope Gregory's Pastoral Care, originally written in Latin. This albugo is a metaphor for blindness to God's truth. The applum on his eogum, or apple of the eye, refers to the pupil. Perhaps people once thought the round pupil was a solid sphere within the eye. The pupil does look round, like an apple. Today, the expression apple of your eye refers to someone you love and cherish over all others. The phrase appears in Psalm 16, "Preserve me, Lord, and protect me, as one protects the apples of his eyes, applum on his eogum, with his eyelids." Applum on his eogum is the Old English translation of Latin pupillum oculi, or pupils of the eyes. The Hebrew version, of which the Latin is a translation, says ash shon ein, meaning dark part of the eye, although one theory suggests that ash shown is a diminutive of ash, meaning man, making the phrase little man of the eye. Is this because you can see your reflection, a little person, in a friend's pupil? Apple or little man, it's an old idiom indeed. Another part of the face, the mouth or mouth, hasn't changed much over the millennium. Today, you can mouth words, speak without vocalizing, mouth off, express your opinion in an offensive manner, mouth against or at someone, argue, and bad-mouth, slander or verbally abuse. In the time of Shakespeare, mouthing was kissing, and an insult from Measure for Measure is, he would mouth with a beggar, though she smelt brown bread and garlic. Brown bread apparently smelled musty. Old English has its own unique set of mouth-related words. Mu thetan means to chatter or to let out a secret. The et tan part doesn't mean anything. It's just one of several suffixes that turn nouns into verbs. Someone who is mouth freo, or mouth free, is at liberty to speak. Mouth freo appears in Psalm 11, following a warning against boasting for the sake of your social status. The would-be braggarts counter with the Latin labia nostru a nobis sunt, meaning our lips are our own, which is glossed in Old English, huine suntve mouth freo. Why aren't we mouth-free? Grendel's epithet mouth-bana, meaning mouth-killer or mouth-bane, serves to further dehumanize him. Men kill with their hands, after all, not with their mouths. In a description of Grendel murdering one of King Hrothgar's men, Beowulf says, Grendel came to be his mouth-killer, mouth-bonon. He swallowed the body of that dear man whole. If you are the hapless victim of a mouth-bana, your life both begins and ends in a wamb. Womb today, of course, means uterus, but it was once a far less specific word, meaning some sort of body cavity, be it the stomach, uterus, chest, abdomen, or bowel. The primary definition of Old English wamb was stomach, making it both a starting and, very unfortunate, end point. Modern English belly comes from Old English, but perhaps not in the way you think. An Old English belg was a bag, sack, pouch, or even a pair of bellows. Middle English belly had all those meanings, but its primary definition had become stomach, what we call a belly today. In addition to mouth and wamb, a number of other Old English body parts may sound familiar. Fot, meaning foot, hand, meaning hand, and finger, meaning finger. You can probably guess that thumma is the thumb, middelfinger is the middle finger, ringfinger is the ring finger, and the schutterfinger is the... The first time I saw that last word, I have to admit that I thought of something rather unpleasant, but schutterfinger, or index finger, literally means shooting finger, or arrow finger. Perhaps it's because of the position of that finger when you shoot, or maybe it's because that finger can point like an arrow. According to King Alfred's law code, you must pay 15 schatus for injuring someone's schutterfinger. A scheat was a small, thick silver coin minted in Northern Europe during the early medieval period. But to what extent must the schutterfinger be injured in such a scenario? Are we talking jammed in a door injured or chopped off injured? The law code doesn't specify. The little finger is called the earfinger, or ear finger, because it's, apparently, the finger you use to clean out your ear. Sometimes it's even called the earklansiend, meaning ear cleaner. A word for what we would call a ring finger is latcherfinger, meaning leech finger or doctor finger, both because a latcher often used this finger to mix and apply medicines, and because of a belief that its veins flowed directly to the heart, which could be useful to a latcher. Perhaps this association of the finger with the heart is why it's the finger for a wedding ring. Old English words for this finger, ringfinger, ring finger, and goldfinger, gold finger, point, no pun intended, to this wedding ring tradition. But how did the ring finger become associated with wedding rings? One theory says that long before the circulatory system was fully understood, the ancient Romans and Egyptians believed, as before, that a vein ran directly from the ring finger on the left hand to the heart. The 19th century lawyer Charles Edwards calls this theory a vulgar error, i.e. too pagan, arguing that instead it has to do with the Holy Trinity. In the ancient ritual of English marriages, the ring was placed by the husband on the top of the thumb of the left hand with the words, "In the name of the Father." He then removed it to the forefinger saying, "In the name of the Son," then to the middle finger adding, "and of the Holy Ghost." Finally, he left it as now on the fourth finger with the closing word, "Amen." An early Saxon burial site was uncovered at Harnham Hill near Salisbury in the 1850s, and one of the finds was a gold ring on the finger bone of a left hand. John Young Akerman, the lead archaeologist, frustratingly doesn't specify which finger of the hand it was on. Maybe the skeleton's hand had suffered too much damage for Akerman to tell, but in any case his report only says that there was a ring exactly resembling our modern wedding ring. It's impossible to tell whether this particular ring was actually symbolic of marriage, but ring exchanges were a part of medieval wedding ceremonies, and Old English ring finger indicates that a specific finger was associated with ring-wearing in early medieval England. If Old English words tell us something about life in the medieval period, 19th century dictionaries tell us something about the Victorians. The Bosworth-Toller Anglo-Saxon Dictionary, published between 1882 and 1898, self-censors when it comes to certain words. For instance, Bosworth-Toller defines the words teos or pintel, synonyms for penis, with the Latin words membrum virile. A membrum virile, or virile member, was a safer choice than penis, because only people educated in Latin, in 1898, mostly men, would know what it was. We wouldn't want women to learn Old English words for penis, now would we? This prudishness also comes across in 19th century translations of Leech books. The only complete translated edition of the Old English medical texts was written by the Reverend Thomas Oswald Cockayne in the 1860s, with the enviable title Leechdom's Wart Cunning and Starcraft of Early England. The edition has the helpful feature of a facing page translation, the Old English text on the left side, a modern English translation on the right. But you'll occasionally encounter Latin on the modern English side. The Latin was not in the original text, but the Reverend uses it to obscure his translations of certain passages, particularly those discussing gynecological concerns. Victorian philologists were bothered by references to genitalia far more than medieval scribes. The 10th century Exeter book contains an assortment of riddles, some of which are indubitably suggestive. In one riddle, a wondrous creature, erect and tall, brings joyful expectation to women standing up in a bed. Sometimes a girl assaults it, and a tear comes to her eye. Another riddle tells of a curious thing that hangs at a man's theo, or thigh. It is stiff, and the man lifts his cloak to put the head of the hanging thing into a familiar hull, or hole. Although the Exeter book provides no solutions to these riddles, the answer to the first is clearly onion, and the second, key in a lock. The words teos and pintel don't actually appear much in Old English, and there's no word that shows up for a woman's privates. It seems at first that we have a candidate when looking up sheoth, sheath, given as a translation of Latin vagina. But Latin vagina simply means sheath, scabbard. The word vagina is not used in English to describe the female reproductive tract until the 17th century. Middle English kunte has cognates in Germanic languages like Old Frisian and Old Icelandic, so chances are a form of the word existed in Old English. Still, the Oxford English Dictionary says that in Old English, such a word is not securely attested. The lack of evidence for women's reproductive organs does not necessarily denote a complete lack of interest in their sexual needs. At least one medical text gives instructions for vivus villon, woman's pleasure. Take the bile of a male goat, mix it with incense and nettle seeds, and smear it on the teors before intercourse. Don't try this at home. The remedy that follows for epilepsy advises consuming a goat's brain after putting it through a golden ring, a cure definitely not recommended by today's health professionals. Heart, mind, and soul blood. What part of the body is the most important for the circulation of blood? The heart, perhaps. The arteries and veins. Bald's Leech Book, a 10th century Old English medical text, describes the liver, or liver, as the primary organ of the circulatory system. It collects the clean blood, which it sends through the 4 greatest veins to the aorta, heart, and all throughout the body, all the way to the extremities. The aorta's role in the circulatory system is thus secondary to the liver. Our modern-day association of the heart and the blood is absent from early medieval England. It's hard to come up with enough modern English equivalents to translate all the Old English blood words. Blode, meaning blood, is the closest to the word we use today, and it is the most prosaic of the Old English options, the only one that appears in medical texts. Swat means blood in poetic contexts, but in Leech books it refers to sweat, perspiration, or sometimes juice, as in plant juice for a herbal remedy. Dreor also means blood and only appears in poetry. Sometimes an Old English poem uses multiple words for blood within a few lines, and when you attempt a modern English translation, you find yourself lacking in synonyms. Take, for instance, this apocalyptic vision of Judgment Day. Uses dritnesrod, on wared stondeth, beakne beartnast, bloda bistem ed. Heoven kuningus, chlutron dreora, biseon mitswate, fat uversia yesheaft, sheer shinath. There the rood of our Lord will stand, the brightest of beacons, soaked with blood, blode, the pure blood, dreor, of heaven's king, sprinkled with blood, swat, which will shine clearly across the vast creation. When you examine the Old English, you can see how a variety of blood words allows the poet more freedom to create the right sounds. Blode alliterates with the other 3 words in its line, and swat alliterates with the strong syllable se in biseon and with cedar. Dreora doesn't add to the alliteration, but echoes with the ao in heovon kuningus, bookending the line with assonance. And with 3 different words, you can make the passage truly soaked in blood without repeating yourself. The medievalist Caroline Walker Bynum describes the literature and art of the later Middle Ages as awash in blood. Christ's blood became a hugely important symbol during the 13th century when the Feast of Corpus Christi was established. This feast celebrated the Eucharist, bread and wine transformed by the power of God into Christ's own body and blood. But there is no evidence that the Feast of Corpus Christi was celebrated in England prior to the 14th century. While Old English literature has its fair share of blood, it's not there for the same reason. Blood's significance in Old English lies in its ability to interact with and affect the surrounding world, transferring qualities of sanctity and sin, health and illness, humanness and divinity. Blood communicates vocally. When the earth swallows Abel's spilled blood in an Old English poem, the blood actually cries and calls out. In poems and homilies, blood flows from strange sources like the trees and the clouds to remind sinners to think about Judgment Day. In medical remedies, blood transfers a person's illness from their body to a stick of wood or a stream of flowing water. In one story, a saint's blood mixed with earth cures a king's blindness when it's applied to his eyes. In the poem Andreas, St. Andrew's blood falls to the ground, germinating beautiful, blossoming trees, for the blood transfers his sanctity to the earth. Old English literature is not always awash in blood, but when it is, the blood transforms the world, affecting everyone who touches, sees, hears, or consumes it. Despite our modern association of blood with violence, this does not necessarily hold true for Old English blode. There is, however, another Old English word that does. Heolvor, meaning blood or gore. Heolvor is not a common word, appearing only 12 times in extant Old English literature. It is used in descriptions of torture, decapitation, and death in battle. While blode, swat, and dreor are not always present in scenes of battle and physical combat, the word heolvor is only associated with violence. Thus the usual translation for heolvor is gore, which is itself defined as blood in the thickened state that follows effusion. Modern English gore appears often in poetry, referring specifically to bloodshed in violence. But if heolvor is gore, then what is Old English gore? In early medieval England, gore had a different meaning than it does now. Dung, feces, filth, dirt, slime. So, etymologically speaking, it seems that, over time, blood spilled in violence became conceptually dirty or unclean. The most intriguing of the Old English blood words is sawel dreor, which is often translated lifeblood, but literally means soul blood. But what exactly is the relationship between the soul and the blood? In a dialogue between the wise King Solomon and the Chaldean prince Saturn, Saturn asks Solomon to tell him where a man's soul rests when the body sleeps. Solomon replies, "It is in 3 places, in the brain, in the heart, and in the blood. Whether corporeal or not, the soul is very much enmeshed in the flesh of the body." Like the soul, which is linked to a unique body, blood corresponds with a specific individual, at least according to the Leech books. Because blood not only came from, but represented a particular body, remedies involving blood taken from a person's body could, by extension, treat that body. Some Old English medical remedies call for blood, saliva, an article of clothing, or even a footprint to represent the individual receiving treatment. For example, a remedy for swelling instructs the leech to do the following. 1. Write the patient's name on a stick of hazel or elder. Make 3 cuts in it. 2. Put some of the patient's blood in the carved-out parts of the stick. 3. Throw the stick over your shoulder or between your thighs into flowing water. Performing this ritual on the patient's blood is meant to affect the well-being of the patient, even though the blood is no longer in the body. In Old English literature, blood, intrinsic to one's identity, is not unlike the soul. Even more challenging than translating the numerous Old English blood words is making sense of the many words for heart, mind, and soul. Mode, from which we get mood, huya, and seva, can all be translated as mind or heart. Additionally, mode can refer to the spirit, huya to the soul, and seva to one's understanding. Old English poetry also refers to the thoughts of the heart, heotan yethotas, on a couple of occasions. To further complicate things, mode and seva combine to make mode seva, a compound that can mean mind, spirit, soul, or heart. On top of that, there are also feirth, soul, spirit, mind, life, and hreirthe, breast, heart, mind. And then there are the mind's many kennings. The mind is a hoard locker, hoardlocker, a chest in which thoughts are locked away, and a feorhord, life hoard, a treasure trove of life itself. Another kenning for the mind, breostlocker, breast locker, seems to indicate that intellect resides in the heart, the organ located in your breast, not the brain. In addition to all these poetic and metaphorical words for the mind, there's breyen, from which we get brain, a word that only appears in medical texts. Despite considerable overlap of heart and mind in Old English, a description of how a baby forms in the mother's womb clearly distinguishes between the two. The breyen forms in the first month of pregnancy, but the heorta doesn't show up until the 8th. Today, mental illness is associated with the brain, but the word for insanity in Old English is wodheortness, literally mad heartness. The physiological cause of wodheortness is never explained, at least not in any of the early medieval English texts that survive, and the concept of heart madness does not only appear in medical contexts. The poem Andreas tells of a potion that drives people mad, specifically targeting the huya and heorta. Hearts and minds are often vulnerable to outside influences, so perhaps there's good reason to keep them locked away. A hoard is good for safekeeping, as is a locker. So, as a hoard locker, the mind is doubly secure. From devil sickness to ancient biotics. Wherever the mind is located, in the heart or in the brain, it is vulnerable to insanity or deofol-seokness, or devil sickness, an illness that shows up in leech books as well as in homilies and scripture. In the Old English Gospel of Matthew, Christ comes upon 2 men who suffer from deofol-seokness. He convinces the devils to leave the men's bodies and move into the bodies of a nearby herd of pigs. The herd then runs off into the sea and drowns, getting rid of the devils more permanently. One leech book uses the word deofol-seokness interchangeably with ye-wit-least, meaning witlessness, while another associates it with sheenlark, necromancy, causing apparitions and delusions. Wolf-meat and mandrake root are effective remedies for deofol-seokness, as well as a number of different herbs. Mugwort not only drives away deofol-seokness, it protects against evil medicine, poison, sorcery, when kept in the house by turning away the eyes of evil men. Mugwort, a medicinal herb used by many cultures over the centuries, is recommended in Ayurvedic medicine to treat feelings of unease, unwellness and general malaise, mental and emotional complaints that might equate to whatever deofol-seokness was in early medieval England. Smearwort, Aristolochia, is another deofol-seokness remedy, also useful against fevers, poisonings, and sore nostrils. Today, Aristolochia has been identified as a potent carcinogen and kidney toxin, so don't always take 1,000-year-old medical advice to heart. The devil is often called feond, as we heard in chapter 6, so feond-seokness, fiend sickness, is presumably quite similar to deofol-seokness. One way to cure feond-seokness is with magic soil. Where do you find magic soil, you might ask? Well, according to Bede, the pagan-obsessed historian of chapter 3, you can find it at Bardney Monastery, where the bones of St. Oswald were translated around the year 679 CE. In a religious context, translation is the moving of saints' bodies from one location to another. A saint's body might need to be translated due to war, or Vikings, or even because the saint appeared in someone's vision demanding a change in their final resting place. St. Oswald, King of Northumbria, died in 642. Where his bones resided for the 30-odd years following his death is unknown, but around the year 679, St. Oswald's bones were translated to Bardney Monastery. The bones were washed before their burial, and the water used for washing them fell upon a particular patch of soil at one end of the church. Later it was discovered that this soil from Bardney had the power to cure fiend-ship. Abbess Athelhild used some of Bardney's miracle soil on a guest who suffered from fiend-ship, afflicted at night by an unclean spirit. According to Bede, the guest's symptoms were as follows. All of a sudden, he was seized by the devil and began to call out and chatter and gnash his teeth, and then foam came out of his mouth, and he began to twist his limbs with various motions. It sounds very much like a scene from The Exorcist, except the priest's incantations accomplish nothing. It is only when the man receives Bardney's miracle soil that his attack of fiend-ship ceases. Defies and fiend-ship appear to be terms used for illnesses that affect the patient's mind in a way that makes them lose control of their own body. It's possible these illnesses would be diagnosed today as epilepsy and the demonic attacks called seizures. During a seizure, a person may cry out repeatedly, stiffen their body, and then make rhythmic motions with their arms and legs. Excess saliva and foam may come from the mouth, and blood may appear if the person inadvertently bites their tongue or cheek. After a seizure, the person may remain confused for minutes or hours. Peter Dendel, who has written peer-reviewed articles on cryptozoology and demonic possession, as well as a 2-volume encyclopedia on zombie movies, published an article on devil sickness in the Johns Hopkins Bulletin of the History of Medicine in 2001. Dendel observes that in the primary Old English medical texts, every condition that refers to a demonic or supernatural element, defies-ship or fiend-ship, for instance, has at least one remedy containing electra, lupine, a flowering plant. Dendel notes that Lupinus albus, a species of lupine likely cultivated in early medieval England, is particularly rich in manganese. The brain requires manganese to function properly, and medical studies have shown that a lack of manganese may be both a cause and result of repeated seizures. In modern medicine, the ingestion of manganese is not recommended for treating seizures. It's considered clumsy and potentially dangerous. But in early medieval England, the options for an epileptic would have been limited, and although increasing manganese in an epileptic's diet wouldn't have cured the seizures, it may have helped a little. Dendel says that the general seizure threshold might have been raised, resulting in fewer and less intense seizures. Lupine extracts have been found to have a slight sedative effect on the central nervous system. Manganese's absorption through digestion isn't great, but it does increase when combined with alcohol, and some leechbook remedies say to mix the electra in ale of chapter 5, for drinking. It's strange how medical science and medieval literature cross paths. M. L. Cameron, well known among Old English scholars for his work on medicine in early medieval England, was in fact a professor of biology for most of his career. In his book Anglo-Saxon Medicine, 1993, Cameron argues for the logic behind many leechbook remedies, explaining that things that seem superstitious to us may have had practical therapeutic effects. For instance, boiling a potion in an arvat, meaning brass or copper vessel, might actually allow salts to form that may kill some bacteria. A recipe that calls for galdor, or incantation, to be sung while stirring may serve as a timer in a world before stopwatches. In fact, in early medieval England, there wasn't a smaller unit of measurement than an hour. Drutenlich je bed, the Lord's Prayer, something that anyone reading a leechbook would know, was not a bad way to measure time. An instruction to stir while reciting the Lord's Prayer 3 times could be like a recipe saying, stir for X minutes. As the challenge of antibiotic resistance continues to increase, Some scientists are turning to the humble Lacherbok for new, old, ideas on medical treatments. Researchers are looking for what they call ancient biotics. In 2015, a team of medievalists from the University of Nottingham and scientists from the Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center published a paper on an Old English remedy for an eye infection or stye from Bald's Leech Book. The 1,000-year-old recipe was for an ear-salve, eye salve, that combined garlic and other herbs from the genus allium, like leek or onion, with wine and ox bile in an vat. The individual ingredients were already known to have beneficial effects, although none of them particularly robust. Garlic, leeks, and onions produce a range of antimicrobial compounds, and bile may also be antibacterial. Wine may be another source of antimicrobials, or simply a solvent for the other ingredients. The copper of the vat can prevent the growth of bacteria. But the researchers learned through experimentation that the ear-salve was highly effective when the ingredients were combined according to the Leech Book's precise instructions, which allowed the various ingredients to interact within a brass vessel for a period of 9 days. The ancient biotics researcher Erin Connolly says, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, or MRSA, is resistant to many current antibiotics. Staph and MRSA infections are responsible for a variety of severe and chronic infections, including wound infections, sepsis, and pneumonia. The ear-salve from Bald's Leech Book not only prevented further growth of MRSA bacteria, it killed those already present in artificial wounds. Who would have thought that knowing Old English would assist us in medical research? Well, Bald probably did. Chapter 8. The World Outside. Weather and Unweather. If health and unhealth are popular topics of conversation, the weather is even more so. In 2018, Bristol Airport commissioned a study polling 2,000 adults on their conversations about weather. According to the study, a British person spends around 4.5 months of their life discussing the weather, an average of 3 weather-related exchanges a day. The weather is probably the first thing you notice when you go outside. It affects the quality of your day and what you're able to accomplish, even more so if you're a farmer. This has not changed over the past millennium. If anything, the weather was more significant in a time when most people did work on farms. Another thing that has barely changed is the word itself, weather. Old English weather became modern English weather, which, aside from a change from D to TH, is pronounced the same. The negation of weather, unweather, is less common in Old English, but it was a word that referred specifically to bad weather. This raises the question, if there is a word for bad weather that essentially means not weather, is weather itself inherently good? You might think weather taken, or weather token, would be a sign of rain or a storm, perhaps a dark cloud or rough winds, but it means just the opposite. Weather taken, a hapax that appears in a poem about St. Guthlac, refers unambiguously to a sign of good weather. The poet describes the heavenly light of dawn on the morning of the saint's death. Glory's brightness, noble around the noble one, shone clearly throughout the night. The shadows withdrew, dissipating under the heavens. The bright light, a heavenly candle, was around the holy house from twilight until daybreak. Coming from the east across the deep ocean, the warm weather token, weather taken. The sunrise is a weather taken, a sign of beautiful weather, but also a sign of Guthlac's saintliness. The weather taken lights his way to heaven. For saints, death is seen as a joyous time when they leave behind their fleshly prisons for eternal life in heaven. The definition of weather that was inherently favourable became obsolete after the Middle Ages. Nowadays, if someone warns you to keep an eye on the weather, that weather is assumed to be bad. If you're looking out for weather, you aren't thinking of sunshine and clear skies, certainly not in Britain. Although the good weather stuck around for a while longer, the bad weather appears as early as the 12th century. A chronicle entry for the year 1097 reports that King William had planned to hold his court at Winchester, but was delayed in Normandy due to weather. This late Old English weather has an unfavourable implication. It is dangerous and destructive, referring to storms and not heavenly weather tokens. Although contemporary historians, like this chronicler, rarely describe good weather, what would the interest in that be? The English may have enjoyed what's now called the medieval warm period. It's misleading to call this period an improvement, as some historians do, because it came with both positive and negative consequences. While warmer weather meant that most regions of early medieval England could grow grapes and make wine, it also meant that diseases were introduced that were normally limited to warmer parts of the world. The marshland in eastern England became an ideal breeding ground for the mosquito, says the historian Christina Lee, who theorizes that Old English Lengton Ardel, or spring disease, may have referred to malaria. The term medieval warm period is itself misleading. The climate of Europe during the Middle Ages is thought to have been warmer and drier than what preceded or followed, but temperatures during this period did not indicate a steady trend in one direction or the other. Sometimes they reversed for several years, and there were good and bad seasons alike. And unlike climate change today, an indisputable global phenomenon caused by human industry, not merely a change in wind patterns, the medieval warm period affected a limited geographical area, not the whole world. The glacial geologist Nicholas Young says, "The medieval warm period was certainly not a global event and probably didn't even span the entire North Atlantic region, while the climate historian Astrid Ogilvie notes that the concept of such a period is itself greatly exaggerated." Whatever the weather was like in the Middle Ages, warm or otherwise, you can be sure English people enjoyed talking about it. Welkin Faring and Slaughter Mist. In 1596, William Barlow, Bishop of Lincoln, wrote about writers of almanacs who made astrological predictions. He called these individuals Welkin Wizards, a truly magical name compared to today's boring old meteorologist or even weatherman. Welkin comes from Old English walcun, meaning cloud or clouds. Today we have seafaring, but in Old English there was also welkin faring. Walcun fara is the movement or journey of clouds across the sky. An Old English prayer calls upon all the elements to praise God, with an alliteration that is difficult to capture in modern English. Mighty Lord, the frosts and snows, winter bitter weather and moving clouds, winter bitter weather and walcun fara. May they praise you in the air, and the lightning shining and flashing, may it bless you. The prayer goes on to call upon the praise of the ground, the hills, the plains, the mountains, the sea waves, and even the whales. Chwalus fetcherigos. The whales praise you. Now that is a useful phrase. Clouds move and sometimes they collide. Both walcun fara, cloud movement, and walcun yechnasta, or cloud collision, appear in an Old English riddle. I cause the beginning of that strife, then go pressing through the collision of clouds, walcun yechnasta, the tumult with great force over the stream's embrace. The press of troops on high bursts loudly, then sinks beneath the air's helm near land, and on my back I must carry a burden, strengthened by my lord's might. A powerful servant I thus strive at times. Sometimes I must descend low under the earth or beneath the waves. Sometimes I stir the currents over the ocean. Sometimes I ascend, rousing the passing clouds, walcun fara, travelling widely, swift and violent. The riddle describes an epic battle, with clouds colliding like opposing forces. The 10th century manuscript in which this riddle is preserved offers no answers. One popular potential solution is the wind. The language of battle is used for the weather, so is it any surprise that weather words appear in descriptions of actual warfare? Take, for instance, the hapax hildejichel, meaning battle icicle, which appears in Beowulf. Then that sword, the war-blade, began to diminish from the war sweat in battle icicles, hildejichellum. It was wondrous when it completely melted, just like ice. The war sweat here is Grendel's blood. Beowulf has just decapitated his corpse. Hildejichel could be a metaphor for a number of things: the sword, the blood on the sword, the molten metal corroded by Grendel's supernaturally hot corpse blood. Another martial meteorological phenomenon is wile mist, slaughter mist. The word, which appears only twice in extant Old English literature, is thought to be a mist that enshrouds those killed in battle. In an Old English poetic version of the Book of Exodus, the Egyptians chase the Israelites through the divinely parted waters of the Red Sea. Once the Israelites are safely across, God releases the waters. The Egyptians are all drowned, and, according to the poem, a whale mist rises over bloody waves. Really, it's quite a lot of blood and gore for a drowning scene, as if the poet couldn't resist adding in some more conventional Old English battle imagery. The other occurrence of wile mist is in the poem The Fortunes of Men. One possible fortune is, of course, being hanged as a convict. One must ride on the gallows extended. He hangs there at death until his soul hoard breaks, his bloody bone chamber. The dark-cloaked raven takes his eyes, tearing into the man without a soul. He cannot ward off the loathsome, treacherous sky-robber with his hands. His life is gone, pale on the beam, enveloped in slaughter mist, wile mister. He awaits his fate without feeling, with no hope for life. Neither the convict nor the Egyptians receive an honourable or peaceful death. Whatever it might be, wile mist appears in only the most dire and dreadful of scenarios. If bloody slaughter mists seem like miserable weather, don't worry. Sunny skies are ahead. Heaven's candle. England has a reputation for clouds and rain, but Old English has plenty of words for sunny weather. If the sunshine is particularly radiant, the weather is sunbeot, sun bright. When the sun comes out after days of gloom, you may be pleased at how sun-bliti, sun-beautiful, it is outside. If you get overly sun-hot, you might seek the cool shadows of a leov sheod, place shaded by trees and foliage. Modern English sun hasn't changed much from sunna, but Old English has another, less familiar word, siel. Not only does siel mean sun, it's the name of the lightning bolt-shaped S rune. Here it appears in the rune poem. Seiel semanum, sumbluth bith on hitte, thon hichin uferius, aver fishisbeth, oth hi brimhingest, bringus to lande. The sun, siel, is always a joy to seafarers when they journey across the fish's bath until their sea steed brings them to land. Fish's bath, fishespeth, is a kenning for the ocean and sea steed, brimhengest for a ship. Most kennings for the sun are candles of some sort: dai candel, day candle, heaven candle, heaven candle, weder candle, weather candle, swayel candle, sky candle, and the rather odd mere candle, sea candle. The sun might be called a mere candle because it rises from and sets into the sea. Or maybe the poet just needed a sun word to alliterate with midnadai, midday, in their Old English translation of Boethius. Over midnadai, mere condel shuth. Past midday, the sea candle advances. Another less obvious kenning is frith candel, peace candle. The sun might be a frith candel because its light protects one from harm. There was a belief that evil spirits ceased to operate at sunrise. The compound frith-condel is a hapax, with its single occurrence in the poem Genesis A. The Latin Vulgate Bible simply has Sol egressus super terram. The sun was risen upon the earth. But the Old English says, Tha sunna up, folke frith candle, furthem erde. The sun was up, the peace candle of peoples went forth. This so-called peace candle rather inappropriately precedes God sending heavenly brimstone, welling fire, and dark flame down to earth for the punishment of men. The scene upon which the peace candle shines is hardly peaceful. Winter weeds. Today, weeds are plants that are considered neither useful nor pretty, nuisances of the wild that hinder the growth of the cultivated. These weeds should not be confused with the ones worn by widows. The words are homonyms, sharing the same spelling and pronunciation, but having nothing to do with each other in terms of meaning and origin. In Old English, the words were easily distinguishable. The item of clothing you wore was a wad, and the undesirable plant was a weod. For example, Martinus mebewavde evna mithu serwad. Martin even clothed me with this garment. Versus, Quam feond his ond of usea, weod in midler thas. His enemy came and oversowed weeds amidst the wheat. Wad could describe any sort of garment. Herowad, or warweed, was armour. A person's wad could indicate their occupation, status, or gender, depending on the context. It wasn't until Middle English that widwe wedays was used to describe the clothing worn by a widow during her period of mourning, usually a black or dark-coloured dress and veil. The earliest cited use of widow's weeds is in what's known as the Middle English metrical paraphrase of the Old Testament from the early 15th century. In the book of Genesis, a woman named Tamar is married to the sons of Judah. Firstly to but God kills him. Secondly to Onan, but God kills him. And thirdly, well, it is supposed to be Judah's third son, Shelah, but by then Judah is a bit concerned about the emerging pattern. Judah tells Tamar to go and live with her father in widow's clothing until Shelah is older. But after many days have passed, Tamar decides to do a peculiar thing. According to the Latin, Tamar takes off her viduetotus vestibus, garments of widowhood. The Middle English says, Here wedau wedays shore laid away. Tamar removes her widow's weeds, puts on a veil to disguise herself, and waits for Judah to walk by, who of course mistakes her for a harlot and ends up sleeping with her. Later she gives birth to twins, the sons of her own father-in-law, and Judah, ashamed, realizes he should have given her Shelah as he'd promised. Widow's weeds are so essential to the way her father-in-law sees her that Tamar might as well be a complete stranger to him without them. There may not have been widow's weeds in Old English, but there were winter weeds. The hapax winter yawada, winter weeds, appears in a 10th century poem describing the arrival of winter, when frost and snow with great force cover the earth with winter weeds, winter yawadum. Winter weed appears in the Oxford English Dictionary as a rare, archaic, primarily literary term, defined as clothes worn, or suitable to be worn, in winter. The earliest cited use is from a 15th century poem. A tree without leaves or fruit on its branches is dressed in winter's weed. But winter yawada is in fact nearly 500 years older. In these early and late medieval texts, winter yawadum and winter's weed are metaphorical, referring to the frost and snow, or a lack of leaves, as the clothing of winter. An April 1918 ad from the Charleston Daily Mail uses the term more literally. Back go the hands of the clock, away go our winter weeds, 1 more hour a day to wear our new spring clothes. These 20th century winter weeds are the clothing worn by people during the winter, not the metaphorical clothing worn by winter itself. Winter weeds, winter yawada. We continue to be captivated by alliteration, whether in advertising or in poetry. In leek towns and wart yards. The word toon grew from its humble beginnings as one house and its surrounding land to a collection of homes, what we'd call a town today. The word can simply mean enclosure, a house, land or buildings encompassed by walls, fences or hedges. In early medieval England, toon was often used to refer to the old towns of Roman Britain, which is why ton appears in many British place names: Luton, Tonbridge, Southampton, etc. A wort is a plant. Wort becomes wart, found in modern plant names like St. John's wort and mugwort. Put wort and toon together and you have a plant town, or wort toon, an Old English word for garden. And what might grow in a plant town? Modern English leek comes from Old English laoc, a garden herb or plant. But laoc could be any herb, not only the specific vegetable we call a leek today. This is an example of semantic narrowing, when a general word becomes more specific over time, like bread or meta in Chapter 2. Perhaps in another millennium the word vegetable will refer specifically to a carrot. Just as a wort grows in a wort toon, a laoc grows in a laoc toon, a herb or kitchen garden. The warden of the laoc is a laoc weard, the gardener, who keeps watch over their veggie wards. A laoc toon might contain such leeks as enna laoc, onion, and gar laoc, garlic. The word gar means spear or arrow, so a gar laoc is really a spear herb, a name that makes sense when you see the plant's pointy leaves. Another word for a garden is wort yard. Like a toon, a yard is an enclosure, anything from a small garden to an entire household to a land or region. In modern English, the British call a house's grassy area a garden, while Americans call it a yard. Both garden and yard come from yard. An ort yard is an orchard, although I personally prefer appeltoon, a word that could be translated Appletown. A garden can have many a woon wort, not just fruits and vegetables. Woon wort means pleasant plant. One might call it a winsome wort. A woon wort is most lovely when it's blowing, which it does even when the air is perfectly still. The Old English verb blow one means to bloom, as well as to blow. A common woon wort is the dies aya, day's eye, or eye of the day, the petals of which supposedly close at night and open in the morning. Today, the dies aya is known as a daisy. The most winsome worts of the wort yard have a lovely wort stink. Wort stench is used in positive contexts, so a better translation might be plant scent, although it eventually becomes modern English stink. Old English stench is not necessarily bad and can even be pleasing, a sweet perfume of flower blossoms. Even paradise has a stench. The plain is all beautiful, blessed with joys, with the sweetest scents, stenchum, of the earth. Paradise is called neorxnawang in Old English. The wang element means plain or field, but no one knows what neorxna means, although there is no shortage of theories. Gudbrand Vigfusson, one of the foremost Scandinavian scholars of the 19th century, thought neorxnawang meant Garden of the Norns, the three goddesses of fate or destiny in Norse mythology. Other scholars, like Jacob Grimm of fairy tale fame, dismissed this theory, which, although appealing, made no sense linguistically or contextually. In 1913, the American philologist James Bright suggested that neorxna came from neorxnawang, Old English for no work, an explanation that sounds more pleasing than probable. Other translations for neorxnawang include pagan Asgard, home of the gods in Norse mythology, and garden of perpetual change, particularly strange for the Christian paradise, which in every description is characterized by a lack of change. In 1973, the Old English professor Alan K. Brown theorized that the word was coined deliberately to be mysterious and obscure, combining a rune with a word spelled backwards. Brown explains that the X could actually be the X-shaped rune Uva, which makes a G sound. If you change the X for a G and reverse the letters, you get grawen. Grawen is a potential 8th century spelling of green, so it would be a way of saying green plain or green field. But then shouldn't it be E-N-E-O-R, the X rune Uva, W-H-A-N-G? Well, says Brown, neorxnawang is hard to pronounce, so how about neorxnawang? More recently, in 2015, the English professor Sandra M. Hordis has taken neorxnawang as a compound word. Neor, meaning near, plus na, meaning not, plus wang, meaning garden or field. That would make neorxnawang either garden not near or near not garden. And the X, a letter found relatively infrequently in Old English? Well, says Hordis, a certain mystery lies in the intrusive X. It sure does. Although scholars will never stop trying to solve the puzzle, it may be that Old English paradise will always remain a mystery. Neorxnawang, as well as gardens in general, produces many a lovely wort stench. But if you suffer from allergies, a wound wort might be less winsome. If this is the case, you can at least take comfort in the wonderfully onomatopoeic word for sneeze in Old English, fneozung. Or perhaps you can treat those allergies with a wort drench, a potion made of plants or herbs. Acquiring a wort drench, however, means trusting your health to a wort-galstra, a woman who uses herbs for magic charms. Wort-galstra appears only once in extant Old English in a prognostics text. Whether folklore or pseudoscience, medieval prognostics make predictions about the future based on astronomy, numerology, the days of the week, dreams, and the human body. They address many uncertainties: birth, health, weather, harvest, and the course of one's life. They also specify which dates are best for activities such as bloodletting and giving birth. The Old English prognostics that survive are from the 11th century. By that time, England was fully Christian and had been so for quite some time. Some people of the church, like Abbot Alfrich of Aynsham, condemned the use of divination, far too pagan, although some Christians clearly believed in it, since the prognostics were recorded in manuscripts created in monasteries. One Old English prognostic text, known as the Birth Lunarium, makes predictions based on the age of the moon at one's birth. For instance, if you were born when the moon was 1 night old, you will be long-lived and prosperous. A lunar month is 30 days, the time between 2 new moons. According to the Birth Lunarium, a birthday on the 5th of a lunar month was unlucky. A boy would be unlikely to survive beyond age 5, and a girl would die the worst death. The girl's age of death is not specified, but she must have lived significantly longer than the boy, long enough to have the occupation wort-galstra, because it is through the making of herbal charms that the girl's unlucky early demise would supposedly come about. If you were born a boy on the 5th of a lunar month and are listening to this book, you have presumably proven that first prediction wrong, unless you are an extraordinarily precocious 5-year-old. Even if you were born a girl on this unlucky date and are herbologically inclined, I wouldn't be too concerned, since bad luck is predicted for many different birthdays and predictions often contradict each other. For instance, I was born on a 3-night-old moon. According to one lunarium, I will neither live to be an old woman, nor will I die a good death. But according to a second lunarium, I will live a long time indeed. Whether you are a knowledgeable Wort-galster or simply admire a woon-wort as much as the next person, the most beautiful wort tune of all is the Garden of Paradise, neorxnawang. Yet this pleasant place is where humankind discovered death. Every evil began to sprout. In the book of Genesis, Adam and Eve eat fruit from a forbidden tree in the Garden of Eden. That tree is known as the tree of knowledge of good and evil, or simply the tree of knowledge. In Old English, it has a more sinister name, death-beam, meaning death tree. The word death-beam appears in the poem Genesis B. The Latin Vulgate Bible describes the tree as a tree of life, in the same verse in which God brings forth from the ground all manner of trees, fair to behold and pleasant to eat of. When Eve observes it later, the tree is fair to the eyes and delightful to behold. But the Old English description of this tree is quite different. It was completely black, dim and dark. That was the tree of death, death-beam, which bore much that was bitter. Every person who tasted what grew on that tree must know the turn of evil and good in this world, and live ever after in pain with sweat and sorrow. Adam eats from the tree and lives to be 930 years old, so the death-beam's death is far from instantaneous. 930 years sounds like a long time to us with our fleeting lifespans, but it was short for a man who, if he hadn't failed to obey God's command, could have been immortal. The death-beam brought death into the world. The Genesis poems are truly a botanist's experiment gone horribly wrong. In Genesis A, there is yet another unholy plant, one that grows from the blood of the world's first murder. Cain kills his brother Abel out of jealousy and malice, an act that brings God's curse upon himself and his descendants. The Latin Vulgate Bible says only that Abel's blood soaks into the earth and then cries out to God, but the Old English poem adds a unique detail: a tree that grows from Abel's spilled blood. Then Cain carried out an unwise deed with his hands, slew his kinsman, his brother, and spilled Abel's blood. This earth swallowed up the slaughter blood, the man's blood after the deadly blow. Woe reared up the progeny of sorrow. For a very long time since then, cruel fruit has grown from this branch with hostility. The branches of strife have reached widely among the nations of men. The harm branches, or hearm tanus, have touched the sons of multitudes severely and sorely, as they still do. From those broad leaves every evil began to sprout. These hearm tanas, meaning harm branches or sorrow twigs, extend across all humanity, spreading murder, jealousy, and every evil across the world. This is often read as metaphorical, but the 11th century Old English hexateuch actually depicts a tree-like growth watered by Abel's gushing red blood. But the most mysterious of Old English trees is the wolf-heavod treo, or wolf head tree. A wolf head is associated with outlawry in early medieval England. The 11th century law code of King Edward the Confessor states that an outlaw wears the head of a wolf from the day of his outlawry, which is called wolves-heved in Old English. Like a wolf, an outlaw could be killed without fear of penalty. Wolves got a pretty bad rap in the Middle Ages. Thus, a wolf-head tree might be a way to describe a gallows, a tree from which an outlaw is hanged. As a hapax, wolf-heavod treo is already difficult to interpret, and the challenge is made even greater since the one text in which it appears is a 10th century riddle with no solution. I saw in the hall where warriors drank 4 of a kind carried across the floor, an adorned tree, twisted gold, treasure artfully bound, some silver, and the sign of the cross of he who raised a ladder to the heavens for us before destroying the city of hell-dwellers. I can easily tell men of the tree's noble nature. There were maple, oak, hard yew, and yellow, fealwa, holly. Altogether they are useful to the Lord and have one name, wolf-head tree, wolf-heavod treo. It often received, repelled, proffered, prayed for, obad, a weapon for its lord, a treasure in the hall, a gold-hilted sword. Now reveal to me the answer of this riddle, he who presumes to say with words what the wood is called. Proposed solutions for this riddle include a scabbard, sword rack, sword carrying box, though there is no evidence for such an item's existence, harp, cross, gallows, reliquary, or mead barrel with drinking bowl. Of these solutions, I find the latter two, though far from perfect, the most compelling. The medievalist Claire Fanger proposed the reliquary solution in 1986. A reliquary is a container for sacred relics, which could be anything from a saint's finger bone to a shred of cloth from a saint's garment to a sliver of the cross on which Christ was crucified. A reliquary could be made of wood, elaborately decorated and marked with the sign of the cross. The four kinds of wood are ones that would have been available in early medieval England, but more significantly, they could symbolically point to the four more exotic types of wood that were supposedly used to make Christ's cross. The hall, across which the reliquary is carried, could be the hall of a church during a liturgical ritual, and where warriors drank could refer to Christians receiving the wine of the Eucharist. Fanger translates the troublesome word abad as asked or prayed for, reasoning that the cross might have prayed for a weapon its Lord, Christ, could use to smite his enemies. In 1995, the medievalist Keith P. Taylor proposed the mead barrel and drinking bowl, or mazer, solution. Although Taylor uses the term mazer, which historians use now to refer to the wooden drinking bowls common during this period, a drinking bowl was not called a mazer until around 1200, the Middle English period. Mead barrels in early medieval England were often made of yew and oak, and the word mazer itself has cognates in Old Norse, mosur, and Middle High German, mazer, that mean maple. In Old English literature, mazers are often decorated with silver, and it's possible this cup was especially fancy, decorated with gold and a cross-shaped design. A warrior who has overindulged from the barrel and mazer might try to fight, but fumble as though their own weapons were repelling them, Taylor taking abad as repelled. Taylor points out that Old English poetry has plenty of drunk warriors doing stupid things. An especially drunk and unlucky warrior might even commit crimes severe enough to merit outlawry. If a wolf head represents an outlaw, the wolf-heavod treo, as a booze barrel and bowl, could be a tree that produces outlaws, or drunk warriors, in the way that the metaphorical death beam produces evil and sorrow. Perhaps the riddle serves as a warning not to overindulge. The biggest stretch in Taylor's solution is his explanation for the yellow holly. Yellow holly doesn't make sense. A holly tree's wood is white, so Taylor suggests that the tree is yellow from a swarm of bees, which would pollinate the hollies when they're in bloom. Bees make you think of honey, which makes you think of mead, hence a barrel and mazer. This logic is far from straightforward, and then there's the fact that bees in medieval England weren't yellow. Until 1850, the dark European honeybee was exclusively used in beekeeping in all of Europe north of the Alps. A swarm of these bees would appear dark brown or black, not yellow. Although the yellow holly explanation is faulty, Taylor does address all aspects of this puzzling riddle. Fanger does not include the holly's colour in her explanation, although she translates the colour word fealwa as fallow. Today, the word fallow can mean a pale brown or reddish-yellow colour, which doesn't accurately describe holly wood either. For its definition of feala, the Toronto Dictionary of Old English says, a colour term of varied meaning. The corpus yields the most evidence for a colour basically yellow, but variously tinted with shades of red, brown or grey, often pale, but always unsaturated, i.e. not vivid. The white-coloured wood of holly is not vivid, so the definition could work in this context. It would not work, however, for Taylor's swarm of bees, which would have been dark-coloured. The scribe who copied down the puzzling riddle left no solutions, so we will probably never know exactly what a wolf-heavod treo is. The truth behind the wolf-head tree remains obscured. Truth, however, is intrinsically linked to trees, because in Old English the words are homonyms. Treo, meaning truth, and treo, meaning tree. The truth treo makes sense if you're familiar with trow, an obsolete word for belief, faith, trust, pledge, or covenant, and it's from the word treo that we get true. The Oxford English Dictionary suggests that a distant Indo-European base may have connected the words tree and truth semantically, pointing to classical Latin robustus, which means made of oak, as well as strong, firm. Whether or not the words are semantically related, the fact that tree and truth are both treo is perfect for Old English wordplay and religious symbolism. Not only is the cross on which Christ was crucified often referred to as a tree, treo, it is a symbol of faith and truth, treo, among Christians. Chapter 9. Wildlife. What is nature? There is no word for nature in Old English. Yekund can be translated as nature, but really it refers to one's condition or kind. Human nature, for example. Nature didn't appear in English until the 13th century, with Middle English Natur, and it wasn't until the end of the 14th that nature referred to plants and animals as opposed to humans and human-made objects. Instead of nature, Old English had sheoft, meaning creation. Sheoft could refer to the entire created world, or a single creature. Not only did sheoft encompass the things we think of as nature today, animals, plants, the rain, the soil, the sea, etc., it included human beings and even supernatural entities. All these things were the creation of God. It didn't matter if the created thing or creature was evil or good, threatening or salutary. A dragon was still a part of God's creation, no matter how many mead halls it burned down. In the 19th century, Romantic poets and artists saw nature as an escape from the overdevelopment of the industrial age, a haven to be found among hills, meadows, and forests. In early medieval England, however, beauty and splendor were found in humans and human-made things, if not in God. The Old English poem, The Dream of the Rood, tells of a tree's journey from the forest to its transformation into the cross on which Christ was crucified. Its beauty comes from its proximity and intimacy with Christ, not from its leaves and branches. The narrator of the poem, who is having a dream vision of the cross, says that he saw it changing garments and colours. Sometimes it was drenched, soaked by the flowing of blood, and sometimes it was adorned with treasure. There is nothing natural about this tree or its beauty. The medieval literature scholar Jennifer Neville explains that in Old English, the value of a horse or a piece of land comes from its human adornment and cultivation, not in spite of human intervention. A poet might admire the beauty of plants and animals after their transformation to fit into the civilized world. Humans made the wilderness beautiful by cultivating it with fruitful gardens and farmland. A horse was made beautiful with human adornments, gold, gems, an intricately wrought saddle. When left untouched by humans, sheoft was wild, often incomprehensible, inspiring fear and awe rather than joy and admiration. Animals were beautiful as expressions of God's wisdom. Bestiaries, books of animal lore, were medieval bestsellers for wealthy patrons, filled with impressively time-consuming and expensive illustrations. Although bestiaries point to a fascination with the creatures of different lands, the animals' significance lay in the lessons they offered from God. There are animals that still carry the bestiary symbolism today. The leo, or lion, is still called king of beasts. And the fantastical phoenix, or phoenix, still represents resurrection and rebirth. Other animal symbolism has not survived into modernity. Take the bever, or beaver, for instance, who was a gentle animal, hunted not for its pelt, but for its testicles, which contained, it was thought, a medicine of great value. According to medieval bestiaries, the beaver would bite off its own testicles when fleeing hunters. It would then stand on its hind legs, exposing itself so the hunters would know that capture would be fruitless, no balls here. The manuscript curator, Anne Payne, says that the beaver represented a right-minded man who must sever himself from sins of all kinds and throw them in the face of the devil. As one bestiary says, "The devil will see that that man has nothing belonging to him and will leave him ashamed." For some reason, the ball-biting beaver doesn't live on in modern fiction like Aslan the lion or Fawkes the phoenix. Bestiary animals that are similar in appearance can be quite different symbolically. In medieval England, the wooder bucker, or wild goat, lived up in the highlands, while the gart bucker, domestic goat, was raised on farms. Even though the wooder bucker and the gart bucker look pretty much the same in medieval illustrations, they represent opposing concepts. The domesticated gart bucker was considered overly lustful, symbolic of lechery and licentiousness. A common guise used by the devil was a male goat with horn, tail, and cloven hooves, and this did nothing for the gart bucker's reputation. Domestic goats were associated not only with the devil, but with paganism, due to their resemblance to the satyrs and the Greek fertility god Pan, who had a man's head and torso, but a goat's hindquarters, legs, and horns. It was a different story for the wild wooder bucker. Wild goats dwelt in the high hills, in the manner of Christ. Behold, he cometh leaping upon the mountains, skipping over the hills. Song of Songs, chapter 2, verse 8. The wild goat had very keen eyesight, allowing it to see great distances, the way God was all-seeing and all-knowing. Wild goats could tell from a long way off if a man was a hunter or a harmless traveller, the way Christ could see through the wiles of his betrayers. Behold, he is at hand that will betray me. Matthew chapter 26, verse 46. Their ability to identify which plants were edible was compared to a wise preacher's ability to identify which ideas were worthy. It was believed that a wild goat would seek dittany if wounded, a plant that would supposedly expel the metal of a weapon from a wound. Bestiaries likened dittany's ability to cast out harmful metals to Christ's ability to cast devils out of sinners, if only those sinners confessed and sought forgiveness for their sins. From the keen-sighted wooder bucker to the ball-biting bever, such marvellous creatures as all these must be the creation of God, part of his great Sheoft. Worms big and small. Many Old English animal names have endured for over 1,000 years. Cat is still cat. Bera became bear, and sheop, sheep. In Old English, hund for hound was far more common than the antecedent of dog, dodger, a hapax. The word fowl isn't used quite as often as bird these days, but fuyel was the word used in Old English. Brid, from which we get bird, referred specifically to a young bird or chick. We don't get the word pigger until Middle English. In Old English, the word sween was used, which became modern English swine. After all these examples, you might guess that the word deor means deer, but it is a false friend. In modern English, only a particular kind of animal is called a deer. Although Old English deor became modern English deer, deor was a far more inclusive term. A deor could be what we call a deer, but it could, in fact, be any animal. Several words that mean animal ultimately derive from Old Germanic deotsum, Old English deor, Old Saxon dier, Old High German tior, and Gothic dius, as well as modern Icelandic diar, Swedish dior, and Danish dir. The root of deotsum is dus, which means to breathe. Animal, a word that has only been around since Middle English, is also related to breathing, derived as it is from Latin animalis, having the breath of life, from anima, air, breath, life. Anima also gives us modern English animate. An animal is a creature that is animated with anima, a creature that lives and breathes. Like modern English deer, the word worm used to have a far broader definition. A worm could be a snake, earthworm, insect, parasite, or essentially anything reptilian. Old English worm has a number of cognates in other Germanic languages. Old Frisian virm, Old Saxon wurm, Old Icelandic ormur, all of which can refer to a worm, snake, dragon, or any creepy-crawly. The Latin cognate, however, is vermis, and specifically means worm, not dragon. Vermicelli pasta looks like little worms after all, not little dragons. So if you read about a hero fighting a worm in an epic poem, it's probably not a giant killer earthworm. Beowulf's final battle is against a 50-foot-long worm, grim and dreadful, that has been wreaking havoc, killing people, destroying villages, and burning down mead halls with his fiery breath. The poet calls this fearsome opponent both a worm and a lidraka, meaning flame dragon. Draka, a less ambiguous word for a dragon, comes from Latin Draco, a word you might recognise from the Harry Potter series. Hogwarts student Draco Malfoy shares his name with the dragon constellation Draco, and, appropriately, he belongs to Slytherin, the house with a serpent mascot. Technically, Latin Draco can mean devil as well as dragon, but either way, it is a threatening and dangerous creature. In Old English, the Latin-derived draka is joined with the Germanic li, meaning flame or lightning, to create lidraka, a flame dragon, or fire-breathing dragon. Another name for Beowulf's dragon is Luftflugger, which literally means air flyer. Technically, a Luftflugger could be anything that flies in the air, be it bird or bumblebee, but the word is a hapax and its only context describes a fearsome, fire-breathing dragon. Definitely not one to confuse with a bee. A smaller garden variety worm is the leav worm. But this worm is equally destructive. In Psalm 77, Asaph, a great singer and musician from around 1000 BCE, reminds the Israelites of God's power and warns them not to repeat the errors of past generations. Asaph lists many of God's miracles, including the plagues on Egypt that allowed the Israelites to escape Pharaoh. The plagues were meant to oppose each of the principal Egyptian deities, demonstrating how God's powers surpassed those of the idols. For instance, with the plague of the locusts, God shows that his power exceeds that of the Egyptian god Set, protector of crops. In the Latin Vulgate Bible, the psalm reads, "And he gave up their fruits to the blast," Latin irugini, "and their labours to the locust," Latin locustae. A blast, also called a brucus, is a lentil-loving member of the leaf beetle family that wreaks havoc on crops. The Old English translations of this psalm use leav worm or leafworm to gloss Latin irugini. Bosworth Toller defines leav worm as caterpillar, but really, if it's a brucus or blast from the Egyptian plagues, it's more accurately a beetle. Latin locustae is translated with Old English garstapa, meaning grass stepper, or garshopper, meaning grasshopper. Modern English still has the grasshopper, but it's very different from a locust, and its pleasingly descriptive name is highlighted when paired with the lovely but obsolete grass stepper. The classification of Leaveworm within the broader category of worm came not from England but from 7th century Spain. The scholar Isidore of Seville designed a classification system that influenced bestiaries throughout the Middle Ages. Isidore's worm list included earthworms, scorpions, beetles, millipedes, snails, airworms, spiders, waterworms, leeches, clothing worms, moths, woodworms, termites, leafworms, silkworms, caterpillars, and fleshworms. Refer to Smega worm from chapter 2, or don't if you have a weak stomach. In addition to being a scholar, Isidore was a saint, and because of his obsession with recording and sharing all information in the known world, today some people call him the patron saint of the internet. Walking weavers and bee gangs. When I taught Old English in undergraduate seminars, I always introduced the language with kennings, for no better reason than they are one of my favourite things in the world. Kennings, introduced in Chapter 7, are a language of riddles and metaphors. What kind of creature do you suppose a gongel-wavra, or walking weaver, is? A common guess among my students was a snake. A snake moves with a weaving motion, but it doesn't really walk. A gongel-wavra, or a waver-ganga, weaver-walker, is in fact a spider. Gongel and ganga are forms of the noun gang, which means going or moving, particularly by foot. It lives on in modern English gangplank. Gang is still used in Scots today. If someone has a ganging fit, they've got wanderlust. And if two people gang together, they're getting married. And in the wise but cynical words of the Scottish poet Robert Burns, the best laid schemes of mice and men gang aft ugly, or often go, gang, wrong. From To a Mouse, 1785. Gang could also refer to a journey, a stream bed, or a step of a flight of stairs. It wasn't until Middle English that gang began to refer to a set of objects that were produced, sold, or used together, such as gangers de spindeles et cogges, sets of spindles and cogs. By Shakespeare's time, the definitions of gang had expanded to sets of people who go around together, associate with one another regularly, or are joined together by a shared interest or common cause. This gang was often associated with violence and disrepute, and later especially applied to groups of youths. Its earliest usage to denote an organised group of criminals was in 1652. In the latter half of the 19th century, gang began to refer to organised groups of young, urban people who went by a particular name and claimed control over a specific territory. In 1920s America, gang recovered a bit of respectability as an informal way to address a group of people. Hey, gang. One bee in Old English is a beyo. A swarm is a beyo-gang, a word that evokes a group of winged outlaws, drones trading in black market pollen. But if gang means going or moving, then a beyo-gang is not a gang or even a group of bees, but a movement of bees. In modern English, we call a group of bees a swarm, a word which, like Old English gang, refers to a type of motion. Swarms don't sit around in their hives. Swarms swarm, flying about in a mass, constantly moving in a purposeful cloud of kinetic energy. A gang these days might have a godfather, particularly in Hollywood, but in Old English, a beyo-gang had a beyo-mother, or bee-mother. This beyo-mother, the female bee who rules the hive, has only been called a queen bee since the 17th century. Beyo-mother evokes a caring, benevolent leader, and perhaps people came to prefer less sentimental terminology. It's true, after all, that a newly hatched Beowulf will immediately slaughter all the unhatched queens and the less murderous hatched ones in the hive, a behaviour more queenly than motherly. While bees went from being mothers to queens, hens did just the opposite. Granted, we usually call a hen, and one hen doesn't direct the actions of all the other chickens, except in Animal Farm. Mother hen began to be used in the 19th century for someone who takes care of others, especially in an overprotective, motherly manner. But in early medieval England, any female bird was a quain fugol, queen bird. Although it eventually became modern English queen, Old English quain more often meant woman or wife. In contrast, Old English cooning, which became modern English king, is never used to refer to simply a man or husband. Once upon a time, every woman was a quain. The unexpected scorpion. The word throwend, meaning scorpion, appears in an Old English version of a parable in which Jesus asks his disciples, "What father will give his child a stone if he asks for bread, or a serpent if he asks for fish, or a creepy-crawly worm, a scorpion, throwend, if he asks for an egg?" The ubiquitous worm. This time, worm refers to a predatory arachnid, which I have translated very scientifically as creepy-crawly. Snakes, dragons, predatory arachnids, they're all different kinds of creepy-crawlies, aren't they? In this parable, Jesus tells his disciples that they should never expect bad things from God, their heavenly Father, when they've prayed for good. Each good thing represents a more abstract benefit. Bread, the foremost of foods, signifies true love, the foremost of virtues. A fish symbolizes faith, since a fish grows stronger fighting the current, the way faith grows stronger fighting persecution. The egg represents hope because it holds the promise of a baby bird in the future. What then about the stone, serpent, and scorpion? In opposition to true love, the stone represents hard-heartedness because it's hard. The serpent tricked Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, so it symbolizes deceit. Finally, the scorpion signifies despair because it looks back at hope and attacks, killing it with its venomous stinger. Thus, what first appears to be a series of questions about irresponsible parenting is actually a parable on how to pray. If throwend is scorpion, is throwend hard scorpion hood? In an Old English translation of his dialogues, Pope Gregory the Great says, "Truly, even when there is a lack of external persecution, throwend hard is earned in secret when a man's might burns eager and quick in the mind for suffering." Why would internal angst, secret suffering, make you more like a scorpion? And why would anyone aim to achieve this? Old English throwend didn't only mean scorpion, it also meant martyr. If you're throwend lich, you're like a martyr, or passive. Pope Gregory is explaining how it is possible to become a martyr even if no one is actively persecuting you. Throwend horde, or martyrdom, can be earned in secret if you are eager for suffering in your mind. But is scorpion throwend actually related to martyr throwend? The verb throwian means to suffer, and a martyr throwend does suffer. A scorpion throwend can cause suffering with its venomous stinger. In the heavenly parenting parable, the scorpion represents despair, and despair is itself suffering. At first glance, the words appear to be related, but they in fact have different roots. Martyr throwend comes from Old English throwian, to suffer, a verb with Germanic origins. The word throw was used throughout the Middle Ages to mean suffer, and we still refer to throes of pain or despair when describing extreme suffering. The scorpion throwend is not Germanic in origin. Scorpions are not native to England, although some make their home there today. These arachnids may have hitched a ride to England on Italian merchant ships back in the 18th century, but there weren't any around in the Middle Ages. Unless an English person travelled south to the Mediterranean, the only place they would encounter a scorpion was in the Bible. So the fact that scorpion, throwend, derives not from a Northern European language, but a biblical one, Greek, makes sense. The version of the Bible familiar to Christians in medieval England was Jerome's Latin Vulgate, or an Old English translation of it. The Latin Vulgate was translated from Greek in the 4th century. Scorpion, throwend, actually derives from Greek true, which means injury or harm. Throwend has yet another meaning in the Old English poem Widsith. In this text, a poet unlocks his Wordhord, listing off the names of famous rulers with whom he has allegedly spent time, as well as the nations in which he has lived. He says, "I've been with the Saxons and the Suges and the Swaord Weus. I've been with the Hronus and the Danes and the Haetheramus. I've been with the Thuringians and the Throwendum and the Burgundians." Has the poet been with scorpions? With martyrs? No. Old English throwend may also refer to a person from northern Norway, one of the Thronder or Throns. The Throns gave their name to Throndheimer, a county in northern Norway, now called Trondheim. The Throns were not martyrs, and medieval scorpions never made it to the Arctic North. Adorned mice and grey cloaks. In early medieval England, animals wore clothes, sort of. In Old English, animals were clothed linguistically, if not literally. For instance, there's the hreathu mus, the adorned mouse. Something that is hrodden is decorated, adorned, or ornamented, like ale cups, war banners, the Virgin Mary, or even a mouse. If I asked you to envision an adorned mouse, would you picture the dressmaking rodents in Disney's Cinderella, or perhaps the housewifely hunker-munker of Beatrix Potter? The ornaments in which the hreathumus is adorned are actually its wings. A hreathumus is a bat. Another word for bat in Old English is hereramus. The archaic name rear mouse can still be heard in some regions of England. The name comes from Old English hereran, to shake, move, stir, agitate. So technically, a rear mouse is an agitated or shaking mouse. The first time the bat was classified in English was in 1667 in a description written by the physician Christopher Merritt, who compiled the first lists of British birds and butterflies. He was a bit off the mark when he put bats on his bird list, but we can forgive him this error because of the marvellous word he recorded for posterity. Merritt called the bat a rear mouse, or a flittermouse. While flittermouse tragically slipped out of English use, it does live on in German. The Austrian composer Johann Strauss II wrote the well-known operetta Die Fledermaus, the flittermouse, i.e. the bat. This operatic flittermouse premiered in 1874 and continues to be performed to this day. Whether flittering, agitated, or adorned, bats lose some of their whimsical charm in a story from Alexander the Great's travels in Central Asia. Alexander, king of Macedon and conqueror of the Persian Empire, made observations about the local wildlife while travelling to Bactria, a flat region straddling modern-day Afghanistan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. In a purported letter written in Greek, Alexander described his adventures to Aristotle, his old tutor. The Greek letter did not survive, but a medieval Latin translation of it did. The Latin version, written no later than the 7th century, was translated into Old English, the text of which appears in the same 10th century manuscript as Beowulf. The Old English letter describes many awe-inspiring and threatening creatures that Alexander encountered while sleeping rough. As Alexander says, such hardships and animal-related challenges befell us in the black night and darkness. First, Alexander and his men were rushed by white lions, as big as bulls, roaring loudly. Next came boars of immense size, tigers and other wild animals. Then came the adorned mice. Bats, hreathamus, as big as doves, also came, striking our faces and plucking out our hair. The bats had human-like teeth which they used to wound and tear apart my men. Of all these creatures, bats with human teeth are by far the most disturbing. A hreathamus can come in handy when you are unwell. According to Bald's Leech Book, there is a remedy that uses bat blood for a dangerous disease that makes a man vomit feces from his mouth. Apparently, you should smear the blood of a bat on your stomach. Consuming dill soaked in oil or water with some hot bread may also do the trick. Bat's blood has been used in medicine in various cultures throughout history, but the only other topical bat blood treatments I've found are for combating baldness, or paradoxically, for making your skin smooth and hairless. The adorned mouse is not the only clothed critter in Old English. There is the grey hammer, which translates literally as grey covering or grey cloak. Scholars disagree on what creature precisely wears this grey cloak, and there are even divided opinions on whether grey hammer is an adjective or noun, grey-cloaked versus grey-cloaked one. Either way, grey hammer is an evocative word that Tolkien borrowed for the name of a wizard in The Lord of the Rings, Gandalf Greyham. Because grey hammer is a hapax, there is only one context on which to base a definition. The word appears in the poem The Battle of Finnsburg, in the rousing speech of young King Hanaf. Before the battle, Hanaf says to his men, "This is not the day dawning in the east. No dragon, Draka, flies here, nor do the gables of this hall burn here. But here our foes carry forth weapons. Birds sing, foila singath. The grey-cloaked one cries out, Yrleth Greyhammer. The wood spear resounds, the shield echoes back to the shaft. Now the moon shines, wandering under the clouds. Now deeds of woe arise, which will advance the hatred of that people. Rouse yourselves now, my warriors. Take your shields, turn your minds to courage, toil on the line of battle, and be bold." Epic fights in Old English poetry are often accompanied by the beasts of battle triad. These three animals are a literary trope for battle scenes, traditionally a hravun, raven, eam, eagle, and wolf, wolf, who follow warriors to the fight. These creatures wait patiently beside the battlefield, prepared to feed upon the inevitable corpses. The ean and hravun are already represented in the passage by the word foilus, meaning birds, who sing before their supper. Technically, a word like greyhammer could refer to either a bird of some sort or a wolf. Greyhammer is paired with the verb yule-lan, from which we get modern English yell. Yule-lan can refer to a drunk man's shout, a wolf's howl, or a bird's screech, so the verb itself doesn't do much to narrow down Greyhammer's possible definitions. Yule-lan can even refer to the strident, grating, or crashing noise of an inanimate object, such as the clang of spear against shield. Some scholars have suggested that Greyhammer is actually a spear, or even chainmail, which would take hammer, covering, more literally. But it would be strange to omit the wolf from the famous battle scene triad, so it seems most likely that the wolf is represented by the poetic word greyhammer. Some Old English animal names are beautifully evocative, riddling words like greyhammer, hreathamus, gongel wavre, greycloak, adorned mouse, walker weaver. Others' names aren't far from the words we use today: cut, bever, wolf, horse. From the small garden worm to the larger fire-breathing variety, the creatures of God's sheoft surprise, and delight. Chapter 10. Travel. Through the wide ways. To see the full extent of Sheoft, God's creation, one needs to travel. In a 10th century poem, Christ bids his apostles, "Travel now through all the great earth, through the wide ways, Weedwegas." This is not for their own education, but rather to help the people in distant lands who need the bright faith of Christ's teachings, as well as the opportunity to be baptized. Weedwegas, literally wide ways, are distant regions, places far and wide, we might say today. Like the standard beginning of a fairy tale, once upon a time in a faraway land, Weedwegas, which appears only in poetry, evokes an impressively distant, non-specific locale. Instead of going everywhere, Christ's apostles are asked to visit the wide ways. Where might one have travelled in early medieval England? As early as the 7th century, Christians were travelling from Britain to spread their faith to and trade with Frisia and Saxony, modern-day Netherlands and northwest Germany. One of the earliest and most influential of these was the wayfarend, traveller or wayfarer, Willibrord of Northumbria. Shortly after his death in 739, Willibrord was deemed a saint. Supposedly, holy wells sprang up wherever he went, and his miraculous generation of wine must have made this traveller especially popular. One time, when visiting the now German archipelago of Heligoland, he shocked and offended the local pagans by baptizing 3 people in their holy well. To push the point further, Willibrord had a few of the pagans' cattle slaughtered to eat, cattle reserved for their god, Fasite. Much to the astonishment of the locals, Fasite didn't strike Willibrord down for his offences, and luckily for Willibrord, the pagan king was so impressed by the man's sheer audacity that he released him with full honours. Still, the king refused to convert. Even if you weren't going around slaughtering cattle without permission as a new vara, meaning stranger, new farer, or new traveller, you couldn't count on a warm-hearted welcome. The 7th century law code of King Huitred of Kent says, "If a stranger or a man who has come from afar strays off the track and neither calls out nor blows a horn, he should be taken for a thief, either to be killed or to be redeemed." The Old English scholar Lisi Oliver observes, "Any foreigner straying from the public way without giving notification of his presence thus may be assumed to be up to no good." King Huitrid is certainly not alone in history as a leader who shoots first and asks questions later. If one was not travelling to trade or evangelize, a wayfarend might have been travelling to work. An artist, for example, who wasn't tied to a monastery might move between England and Francia whenever fine manuscripts were in need of illumination. Nor was it uncommon for English people to be seen journeying to Rome on pilgrimage. During the 9th century, they were travelling all throughout the Baltic, with evidence for contacts as distant as Greece. Even English travellers to Weedwegas like the Baltic would have been supplied with precise and detailed information. Which routes were safest or quickest, what goods you could buy in different places, which ports were the most convenient, and so on. As for travel within England, the system of roads hadn't been improved upon or even properly maintained since the Romans left in the 5th century. There wasn't a lot of heavy traffic, so roads weren't relied upon as much and fell into disrepair. Settlements that were too far away from a Roman road made do with lesser paths that would eventually connect to the main roads. The wealthy would travel on horseback, while the poor would have simply walked. Moving heavy loads would have required a wooden wagon, or cart, perhaps with open sides, which could be pulled by a pair of oxen. Old English wheol, meaning wheel, reveals why the modern English word is spelled as it is with a silent H. Modern English words that begin with WH, whale, witch, wine, etc., were spelled with HW in Old English. During the early Middle English period, the spellings HW, WH, and W were all used, without any single spelling taking precedence. By the end of the 13th century, most of the words we now spell with WH were spelled with W, and the use of HW had begun to decline. Eventually, the H and W of Old English whale swapped positions, producing the Middle English spelling WHEL. This phonological change is called the wine-whine merger, because it's when the pronunciations of wine and whine become identical. People in most of England, Wales, the West Indies, South Africa and Australia pronounce W and WH the same. In other places, like in Scotland and most of Ireland, the wine-whine merger is absent. Words spelled WH are still pronounced HW. In New Zealand, the older population still distinguishes between W and WH, but younger people do not. And while most English speakers in North America have the merger, some regions of the United States retain the HW pronunciation. Americans living in the Southeast are most likely to differentiate their wines from their whines. The word strat, meaning street, has hardly changed over the past 1,000 years. What then is a rank strat? A street that smells rank? Rank is a curious word with numerous Germanic cognates in Dutch, German, Swedish, Icelandic, etc. that mean everything from thin or slender to straight or upright to proud or bold. But the English rank went on a different etymological journey from all these cognates. The Old English adjective rank meant proud, arrogant, showy in dress, bold, or valiant. The Middle English noun rank could mean pride, but also a festering sore or wound. Both pride and a festering sore will poison one from the inside, after all. In the 1300s, rank referred to vegetation that grew too rampantly, its fruits becoming distended or overripe. From festering wounds or overripe fruit, we move to another iteration in the 1400s, when the Middle English adjective rank meant having a strong or unpleasant smell, from which we get modern English rancid. The word rank has not been used to mean pride or arrogance since the 1600s, although in some regions of England it still means brave or strong. Rank strat is a hapax and thus tricky to define. One dictionary goes with splendid street, while another has the very specific definition of road in which bravery is displayed. The latter definition is followed by a bracketed question mark, so it's certainly not a definition in which confidence is displayed. The one occurrence of rank strat is in the poem Genesis A. In the book of Genesis, King Melchizedek of Sodom and his allies are at war, and Lot, one of the king's men, is captured. This is the same Lot whose daughters seduced him and whose wife turned into salt. Lot's uncle, Abraham, comes to his rescue and wins victory in battle. After an exciting sequence with his enemies perishing in slime pits, King Melchizedek is obviously very pleased with Abraham. Abraham receives God's blessing for saving the day. The story told in the Old English poem is far more concerned with depicting acts of epic heroism as well as the king's praise for his victorious warrior. You can really see the influence of Germanic heroic poetry in which the king praises his men's glorious performance in battle. Melchizedek says, "Be honoured to be of the count of men in sight of the one who granted you spear glory in battle. That is God himself, who broke the armies of enemy warriors in his power, allowing you to clear a bold road, rank strata, forward with weapons, recovering plunder and slaying men. The dead were left behind. The army on expedition could not succeed in battle, but were put to flight by God, who with his hands, alongside princes, shielded you from the terror of a force superior in battle, and by the holy covenant which you kept correctly with the guardian of the heavens." Sometimes we can determine the meaning of an Old English word because it is a direct translation from a Bible verse, but in Genesis 14, all King Melchizedek says is, "Blessed be Abraham by the Most High God, who created heaven and earth, and blessed be the Most High God, by whose protection the enemies are in thy hands." No battle spears, no plundering or slaying, no rank strat, which I've translated as bold road. The Old English poet adds their own details to the fight. God doesn't just protect Abraham from his enemies, he breaks through armies of warriors, giving Abraham spear glory in battle. Those who sat in the track are the corpses of warriors slain on the warpath. Rank strat isn't a translation of anything in the book of Genesis, but it adds to the scene of heroism and bravery, with Abraham and his warriors clearing a bold road before them. So a rank strat is a road for the bold. But if there is as much slaying going on as the Genesis A poet indicates, then it can't smell all that great either. I'd rather make my journey on a gamenwath, or joyful path. Gamenwath, another hapax, appears in Beowulf. Like rank strat, it's a road for victorious warriors, but at least this one is clear of corpses. Beowulf and his warriors ride back to King Hrothgar's mead hall after Beowulf successfully kills Grendel's mother in her own underwater abode. They went back on a joyful path, Gamenwatha, high-spirited, riding horses from the mere, warriors on shining steeds. The word gamen, from chapter 5, means amusement or joy, while wath means roving or wandering. Yes, the men are on their way back to Heorot, but they are enjoying the ride, a journey on high-spirited horses. When travelling itself is joyful, your concern is not the destination, but the gamenwath. House of wisdom, house of woe. Old English hus, from which we get modern English house, is a home, building, or temporary shelter. Modern English husband comes from Old English husbonda, which means householder or master of a house. From the 13th century, husband took on the meaning of a male partner in a marriage, and by the end of the Middle Ages, the householder meaning was obsolete, although husbandry is still used today to describe the work of a farmer. Some of the houses in Old English will sound familiar. You can probably guess the meaning of the following houses: Appel hus, Bath hus, Bell hus, Boke hus, Fish hus, Drench hus. If you are stumped, these are Apple House, a storehouse for fruit, Bath House, Bell House or belfry, Book House or library, Fish House, a building for storing and possibly selling fish, and Drink House or tavern. These words may sound familiar, but it's important not to get carried away with guessing. Old English is full of false friends. A bedehus, spelt B-E-D, may look like a dormitory or mattress store, but it's actually a place of worship. Old English bade means prayer, so a bedehus is an oratory, a house for prayer. Modern English bedehouse, spelt either B-E-A-D or B-E-D-E, is an old-fashioned word for an almshouse, a private charity for the poor and elderly. The inmates of a bedehus would pray for the soul of the charity's founder or patron, helping them get to heaven. Halavhus, literally loaf house or bread house, sounds like the name of a bakery, and it is indeed a place name. It is the Old English name for the town of Bethlehem. An explanation of the name appears in Alfrich of Aensham's homily for Christmas. Bethlehem, Betlehem, should be interpreted as bread house, Halavhus. It was there that Christ, the true bread, Halof, was born. He who said of himself, "I am the living bread, descended from heaven, and he who eats this bread will never die." This reasoning from the 10th century English abbot is lovely, metaphorical, and appropriately Christian, but the name of the town existed long before Christ's birth. over 1,000 years earlier, the polytheistic Canaanites settled in the region and dedicated their town to Lokhuma, a fertility god of the Chaldeans, who called him Lokhmo. The town's name, Beit Lokhoma, meant House of Lokhoma. When the Hebrews, faithful monotheists, arrived a millennium or so later, they decided a town named for a Chaldean fertility god would never do. They altered the name ever so slightly to Beit Lechem, which was Hebrew for house of bread. There was plenty of grain in this fertile region, so even before Christ, the living bread, came along, the name made sense. Really, it isn't surprising that Hebrew and Chaldean, both Semitic languages, share a common root for bread and fertility. A far less appealing hus is a morthorhus, a murder house or torment house. The word morthor, from which we get modern English murder, inspired Tolkien when he came up with the name Mordor for the black, volcanic plain of doom in The Lord of the Rings. In modern English, we just say hell, but Old English has far more evocative terms. Here, an Old English poem describes the scene on Judgment Day when the Holy Spirit imprisons the wicked souls in hell. Wretched is he who does wicked deeds, for he, marked, will be severed from his Creator on Judgment Day. Down to death he must go, among hell's creatures, into hot fire in a locker of flame. There they will stretch out his limbs, binding, burning, flogging, as punishment for his sins. Then the Holy Spirit will lock up hell, full of fire and the devil's army, the greatest of murder houses, Morthahusa must, by the might of God and the word of the King. Not only is hell a Morthahus, it is a Morthahus must, the greatest of murder houses, which should give you pause. After all, the poet clearly has other murder houses in mind. A similar name for hell is Morthahof, murder house, but Old English also has Suzelhof, torment house, Hailstorhof, darkness house, and Graunhof, woe house. Hof is another word for house, hall, or dwelling. In modern German, the word Hof can mean court, courtyard, yard, farm, or farmyard. If you've ever been to Munich's Oktoberfest, chances are high that you visited Hofbraufestzelt, one of the largest beer tents. The Munich brewery Hofbrau, also known as Staatliches Hofbrauhaus, was founded in 1589 by the Duke of Bavaria. It was the royal brewery of the court, Hof, of the Bavarian kingdom. If you've ever been out for a drink in Seoul, you'll find that the word Hof is ubiquitous. Signs on windows advertise Hof and beer. In Korea, Hof is draft beer, so a bar advertising Hof and beer sells draft in addition to bottled. Beer was only introduced to Korea in the early 19th century, and up until 2011, strict laws greatly limited the success of microbreweries. Over the past decade, the market for craft beer in Korea has exploded, and German-style brewpubs have opened their doors for business in Seoul. Even the bars that didn't go the route of schnitzel and goulash use the word Hof in their trade names or advertising, possibly to add an exotic German flavour. So the Korean Hof actually goes back to German and, by extension, to medieval Germanic languages like Old High German and Old English. Hof became obsolete as a house in English centuries ago, but it took on a boozy new life in the bars of Gangnam and Hongdae. These merry drinking houses are, hopefully, quite far from the hell compounds where we first encountered the Hof, Graunhof, etc. Hof appears in some other rather unpleasant dwelling places. Take a Sandhof, for instance. This hapax, literally sand house or sand dwelling, may sound like a beach hut, but that is not the case. In early medieval England, sand was associated not with beaches, but with graves. On his deathbed, St. Guthlac asks his disciple to pass on a message to his sister. The holy man says, tell her to entrust this bone vessel, barnvat, a kenning for body, to the hill, enclose it in clay, a soulless body in a dark chamber, where it must dwell a while in a sand house, Sandhofer. Less poetically, Guthlac is saying, when I am dead, please bury me in this hill. His body will dwell in a house made of clay, soil, gravel, and grit. A Mearkhof, mark dwelling, is not particularly nice either. Mark is a word for the countryside, the borderlands, the edges of civilization. The hapax Mearkhof appears in the Old English poem Exodus. In the Latin Vulgate Bible, the book of Exodus tells how Moses leads the Israelites out of Egypt by way of the desert. They make camp in Etham, in the utmost coasts of the wilderness, in extremus finibus solitudinus. An Old English direct translation of this from the 11th or 12th century is on thom utemeston ende thas wastenes, meaning at the utmost end of the wilderness. But the Exodus poem, copied down in the latter part of the 10th century, evokes a more haunting setting. The poet says that Moses and his people passed through a great number of strongholds, travelling narrow, lonely paths, an unknown way. Enge on pathus uncouth yelad, to mark dwellings of the mountain fastness, Mearkhove morheald. The Israelites must battle the hostile dwellers of the borderlands, the Egyptians perhaps, in a cloud-enveloped wasteland. This passage resembles Beowulf's approach to Grendel's Mere. The same eerie language is used. Enge on pathus uncouth yelad. The word on path, single file path, appears only twice in extant Old English literature, in these two instances. Was this particular phrasing common, or is its repetition in these two poems merely a coincidence? The mark dwellings of the Exodus poem sound as though they are temporary structures, an encampment on the way through the desert. A more general word for a temporary structure is yeteld, meaning tent. Old English yeteld is used as a translation for Latin tabernaculum, meaning tabernacle, in bilingual psalters, where you may also find alternative forms like yeteldung and teldung, as well as eardung, meaning habitation or dwelling. A tabernacle is a tent or portable dwelling place. Following the divine instructions of God, Moses builds a tabernacle in the wilderness so God could live among men. When the Israelites settled in the land of Canaan, the tabernacle became a more permanent fixture at the ancient Sumerian city of Shiloh, modern-day West Bank. Supposedly, God abandoned the tabernacle when its most precious treasure, the Ark of the Covenant, was taken. Along with Yeteld and Eardung, the tabernacle at Shiloh has another name, one that appears only once in Old English, Snútrohús, or Wisdom House. Snútrohús appears in a poetic translation of the Psalms in a manuscript that's known, somewhat confusingly, as the Paris Psalter. The Paris Psalter was made in 11th century England and is written in Latin and Old English. There is nothing Parisian about it, but manuscripts are often named for their present home, not their provenance, and the Paris Psalter currently resides at the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. The Psalter may have been made for a pious layperson, possibly a woman, whose primary language was Old English, not Latin. The first 50 psalms are written in prose, with the Latin on the left, the Old English on the right, and the remainder are written as Old English poetry. Psalm 77 tells how God rejected the wisdom house, Withsock Snútrohúsa. It was his own house where he had taken a home among men and had power. Why did the poet use the compound Snútrohús? Were they inspired by the etymology of the biblical city name Shiloh, which derives from the Hebrew for peace place or tranquility town? A wisdom house is certainly more poetic than a mere tent. Hof, hus, jeteld, and eardung are all words for dwellings, built structures. A more general word is stow, place, and it appears in numerous place names across Britain. It can stand alone, S-T-O-W or S-T-O-W-E, or in combination with other words, Walthamstow, Stow on the Wold, Padstow. The Welsh town of Chepstow takes its name from Old English Cheopstow, meaning marketplace. Old English Cheop, from which we get modern English cheap, means purchase, sale, price, or payment. I've yet to come across a kostnungstow, although I can think of places that fit that description. The verb kostnian means to tempt, so kostnungstow is a temptation place. This hapax appears in an Old English translation of Deuteronomy. You shall not tempt your God as you did in the place of temptation, kostnungstower. Kostnungstow is a translation of the Latin loco tentationis, place of temptation. More modern translations of the Bible call this place Massa, which means test or proving in Hebrew. The kostnungstow is where the Israelites tested God to see if he would provide for them in the desert. The test was passed in flying colours when Moses struck a rock and drinking water sprang out. I'd like to think that although kostnungstow is a hapax for a specific place in biblical history, we could repurpose the word for our own places of temptation, wherever those may be. Beware the false island. How many English words can you think of for the vast expanses of salt water that cover 71% of the Earth's surface? There's ocean, sea, and open water, the deep, perhaps. When translating Old English into modern English, one of the greatest difficulties you face is coming up with a sufficient variety of sea words. In Old English, there's say, of course, from which we get sea, but there are also the words holm, brim, sedge, mirror, water shipper, like friendship, but with water, and lagu, the L rune from chapter 5. Faroth refers specifically to the shallow water along the coast, the edge of the sea. Holm is now an old-fashioned word for a small island in a lake or estuary or near the mainland. In Swedish and Danish, it's a dockyard or shipyard, like Stockholm. Brim became obsolete in Middle English. A modern English water ship used to be a ferry or tugboat, and now it's a boat that carries fresh water. While Old English mera referred to any body of water, most often the sea, modern English mere is merely a pool or marshy area. We still have mermaid, though, a compound formed in the 14th century from the Middle English words for sea and woman, mera meida. Compound words for the sea include youth lord, wave path, brim lord, sea path, mera strat, sea street, and lagu fathom, sea embrace. And we haven't even begun to consider all the sea kennings, Chwal way, whale way, Chwal uzeethel, whale's home, and sail road, sail road. There's the mysterious but fairly common compound gar sedge, which means ocean, although no one has been able to suitably explain its etymology. Gar means spear, as in gar leok from chapter 8, while sedge can mean a number of different things, including sedge, a kind of plant, man, warrior, sea, and sword. Spear sedge and spear sword make little sense. If it's meant to be a spear warrior or spear man, gar sedge could perhaps be identified with Triton, also known as Poseidon or Neptune, the vengeful god of the sea. Maybe spear sea refers to the violence of the tossing waves. Clearly there was a far richer vocabulary for the ocean in Old English, but then travel by boat was much more significant in early medieval England than it is now. The English then, as now, lived on an island, but unlike today, boats were the fastest way to get around. The historian John Blair says that the 11th century was England's first canal age, and ships were key for maintaining connections both with local villages and towns as well as with the rest of the North Sea world. The sea coast was more of a highway than a barrier, and rivers allowed for travel far inland. Although trade and politics necessitated ocean voyages on larger ships, most people, even those living on the coasts, would have been most familiar with the smaller vessels used for inland travel. A vessel, either large or small, for travel at sea or by river, could be called a bort or boat. Most boats were made from timber, usually wood from the strong, curvy oak tree, although ash wood made for a lighter and faster vessel. An ash, in addition to an ash tree and the AE rune discussed in Chapter 1, was a light, swift ship made of ash wood, a Scandinavian design. In addition to bort and ash, the English travelled the ocean expanses by ship, spelled S-C-I-P, and seabart, meaning seaboat. Cheol, also meaning ship, narka, meaning boat, and youthlida, meaning wave traverser, are more poetic words. A snork is not something light to eat, but a type of swift-sailing boat, a small warship. A one-den stevna is a ship with a curved prow such as the Vikings had, and then there are the ship kennings, of course. Flode wudder, floodwood, and faroth hengest, seahorse, the latter being quite different from what we call a seahorse today. Either ship or seafarer could be a sayenga, seagoer. Another word for seafarer is the hapax brimjust, sea guest, which emphasizes the fact that sailors can only ever be guests of the sea. They don't belong there. A guest of the sea must remember that their host can turn inhospitable at any moment. There are plenty of dangers for a brimjust to face, the deadliest of which is fastithakarlen. This creature appears in an Old English poem and is described as a kind of fish, a great whale. But fastithakarlen is far more menacing than a whale. The poem says, "Seafarers often meet him by accident. Everyone gives him the name fastithakarlen, he who floats in the ancient streams. His appearance is like a rough stone, the greatest sea bank that crumbles near the water's edge. He is clothed in sand dunes, so sailors think they are seeing an island. Men moor their tall ships with anchoring ropes to the false land, settling their sea steeds at the water's end. Boldly they go upon that isle. Encircled by the current, the ships stay secure near the shore. The weary seafarers, with no thought of danger, make camp on the island. They light a flame and kindle a great fire. They are tired but happy, ready for bed. When the wily, deceitful one senses that the travellers are secure upon him, keeping camp and hoping for fair weather, he plunges down all of a sudden beneath the salty waves. The demon of the ocean seeks the sea floor, delivering his plunder to death's hall, ships with drowned men." Fastithakarlen has another name in medieval bestiaries, Aspedokalona. This name comes from Greek aspis, asp or viper, plus chelona, turtle. So he's also known as the asp turtle. But this creature resembles neither an asp nor a turtle. Medieval manuscripts generally portray him as a giant fish with a ship perched on his back, although in one illustration he has legs and feet. No matter what form his body takes, Fastithakarlen always appears as a false island to sailors, and anyone who makes camp on his back will soon be at the bottom of the sea. When did this legend come to be? In the 1st century CE, the Roman author and philosopher Pliny the Elder writes about fish and whales of monstrous proportions, but these do not kill seafarers by pretending to be islands. In the 7th century, the scholar Isidore of Seville writes that whales can be as big as mountains, After all, in the Bible, Jonah is swallowed by a whale with a belly so immense it resembles hell. The Old English poem that features Fastithacarlan, known as The Whale, is recorded in the 10th century Exeter book and is probably derived from the Latin physiologus, introduced in chapter 6. Allegorically, the creature represents Satan, who deceives you with the promise of security before dragging you down to hell. It seems that false island creatures have long plagued sailors around the world. Through all the weedwaggars, Jasconius, Irish, Lingbacker, and Halfguffer, Icelandic, Zar Atan, Middle Eastern, Quero, Chilean, Imap Umasursa, Inuit, and many others. Quero, a flat, aquatic creature resembling a cowhide, stretches out upon the surface of the water, engulfing and sucking the blood of anything that comes too close. Imap Umasursa actually does the opposite of Fastithacarlan. Rather than dragging a ship to the ocean floor, it lurks just out of sight below the water's surface and, when it senses a boat above it, rises to capsize the vessel. The mythology of these creatures lives on in modern fiction, film, and games. Tolkien wrote a poem about Fastithacarlan, based on the Old English poem, that appears in his collection The Adventures of Tom Bombadil, 1962. In the 1984 film The Never-Ending Story, Morla, a giant swamp-dwelling turtle, is mistaken for a mountain. The collectible card game Magic: The Gathering features a card in its 1995 4th edition set called Island Fish Jasconius, with an illustration of a craggy-looking, partially submerged fish with trees growing on its back. The video game Final Fantasy VIII, 1999, includes an enemy called Fastithacarlan, a fish that swims in the earth. A twist on the idea of a fish disguising itself as land, this creature appears as a fin sticking out of the ground. Another mysterious creature of the Old English deep is the nichor, defined by Bosworth Toller as either a hippopotamus or water monster. Possible cognates include Icelandic nikr, sea goblin, hippopotamus, and Old High German nikus, crocodile. The nichor appears in Alexander the Great's letter to Aristotle, when Alexander's men attempt to cross a river in India. When they try to swim, they are attacked by a great number of nichoras, greater and more savage in appearance than elephants. The creatures pull the men beneath the waves, tear them apart with their mouths, and leave behind only blood and gore. A homily that describes St. Paul's vision of hell says that beneath the dark mists and under stone is the dwelling place of nichoras. The souls of the damned hang above this place, a dark lake beneath a cliff, and devils with the appearance of nichoras seize them when the branches break. Beowulf has to fight off 9 nichoras during his famed swimming contest, and Grendel and his mother dwell in the Meire of Nichoras, a place greatly resembling St. Paul's hell. Modern English nicker is now archaic, but these creatures have certainly not disappeared from Northern European lore. Icelandic has the nikur, or water horse, and Germany the nickel, an underground-dwelling mine goblin. The Cornish knocker also lives in mines, but is a friendlier sort than the nickel. There is a Knucker Hole near Lyminster in Sussex, allegedly the home of a water dragon. While some say that bottomless knucker holes are entrances to hell, they are probably etymologically unrelated to Old Nick, a name for the devil dating back to the 17th century. It has been suggested that this Nick is a shortened form of iniquity, a term used for vice in early modern English morality plays. The Knuckleavee, a sea monster of Scotland, may also be related to the nichor. The Knuckleavee can travel on land by horse, and some people mistook him on his horse for a single creature. W. Trail Denison, a 19th century Scottish farmer and folklorist, collected local tales from around his native Orkney. In his 1891 article for the Scottish Antiquary, Denison included a witness description from an old man called Tamas. Tamas, or Tammy, encountered the Nuckalevee one moonless night. The lower part of this terrible monster, as seen by Tammy, was like a great horse with flappers like fins about his legs, with a mouth as wide as a whale's, from whence came breath like steam from a brewing kettle. He had but one eye, and that as red as fire. But what to Tammy appeared most horrible of all was that the monster was skinless. The surface of the creature's body is only red raw flesh, in which you can see blood black as tar running through yellow veins and great white sinews thick as horse tethers, twisting, stretching and contracting as the monster moved. Although Nuckalevee lives in the sea, he avoids fresh water at all costs and keeps away when it rains, which may explain why he is rarely seen. This is Scotland, after all. Another incarnation of the Nichor lives in London. Portals of London, a blog that describes itself as a catalogue of London's interdimensional gateways, explores the mythology behind a folkloric entity known as the Deptford Creek Necker. Deptford Creek, about half a mile in length, flows north into the Thames just opposite the Isle of Dogs. In 2019, Portals of London interviewed a mudlarker who got a funny, unpleasant feeling whenever he approached a certain part of the creek. Local wildlife seems to avoid this particular area, which makes it even more mysterious that there are occasionally large piles of animal bones washed up on the bank. But if the watery depths are home to frightening creatures like Fistitakalan and the Nichor, they are also a treasure trove where valuable sea grit can be found. Old English mera grotta, literally sea grit or sea particle, is a pearl, a gem of the ocean. The word pearl is very similar in different languages across Europe. Perle, Czech, Icelandic, Italian, Polish, Spanish. Perle, Danish, German, French, Norwegian. Pierlai, Welsh. Perle, Swedish, and perul, Dutch. Often words in Old English are quite similar to words in modern German, Icelandic and Dutch, but Old English mera grotta comes from the Latin margarita, meaning pearl, which has cognates in Greek, margaritari, and Albanian, margeritar. In general, mera grotta's cognates are less common than those of modern English pearl. Mera grotta appears in the Old English Wonders of the East, a text featuring griffins, two-headed snakes, gold-gathering ants, and many other marvellous creatures. On an unnamed island, a temple in a golden vineyard faces the direction of the rising sun. The grapes of this vineyard are 150 feet tall, and as if that weren't impressive enough, the grapes produce pearls, mera grotta. But are these pearls the seeds of the grape? Are they giant pearls, or is there one regular-sized pearl hidden away in the middle of each oversized grape? Only those who dare travel the Hualway, braving creatures like Fistitakalan and the Nichor, can know such things for sure. Chapter 11. Beyond Human. The Stories of Speech-Bearers. A whale that pretends to be an island, giant grapes that produce pearls. These marvels survive due to our passion for storytelling. Indeed, our need for stories is part of what makes us human. Although the most common word for a human being in Old English is man, from chapter 5, it's certainly not the most beautiful. I prefer a word for human that is only used in poetry. Wordhord berend, meaning speech-bearer. Wordhord means speech, voice, or language. Today, reird means shout in Scots, but the word hasn't been used in English since the end of the medieval period. Wordhord Berend appears only a handful of times, 2 of which are in the poem The Dream of the Rood, introduced in chapter 9. The wooden cross speaks to the anonymous, presumably human, narrator, but even so, it is not a Wordhord Berend. Only humans have the privilege of bearing speech. In Beowulf, Grendel's inability to speak separates him from humanity and seems to torment him. Joyful singing and storytelling come from the mead hall while Grendel waits in the darkness. He hears the sound of the harp and the poem of the shop, poet from chapter 4, but he can only participate in human life through wordless violence. But in 1971, this voiceless creature found his Wordhord. In John Gardner's novel Grendel, the titular character describes the first moment he heard human speech. The sounds were foreign at first, but when I calmed myself, concentrating, I found I understood them. It was my own language, but spoken in a strange way. The poem, Beowulf, does not in any way indicate that Grendel can communicate with or even understand speech. But in Gardner's novel, we see him recognizing his own language among strangers. Grendel's mother, according to the novel, had forgotten all language long ago, or maybe had never known any. But is her child becoming more human? And yet later in the novel, Grendel is angry about the willful destruction wrought by humans and is filled with a wordless, obscurely murderous unrest. And he doesn't even have words to use for swearing. Unable to put his anger into words, he can only respond with "Ah!" In the novel, Grendel, the shop shapes history and truth by the power of his songs and with casual words. To Grendel, it seems as though the shop's storytelling has turned him into a monster, for the stories split the world into 2 sides, darkness and light, and I, Grendel, was the dark side. According to the shop, Grendel's race is cursed, and Grendel, hearing his powerful words, believes him. Whether we're talking about a modern shop, like Gardner, or a shop in King Hrothgar's hall, the teller of stories is also the maker of monsters, the one who decides which side is darkness and which is light. A particularly skilled Wordhord Berend might be called word-wys or wordsnotor, words that mean wise in speech, literally word-wise. As unpleasant as snotor may sound in modern English, and even though Old English snot means exactly what it does today, wordsnotor does not mean someone who sneezes snotty words. Snotor is related to Old High German schnottar and Old Norse snotr, both of which mean wise. Snot, however, is related to Old English snutan, to blow the nose, from which modern English snout most likely derives. While we've kept snot and snout and indeed developed snooty, snotor fell out of use in Middle English. Perhaps the word-wys speech-bearers had grown weary of snotty snotor jokes. Whatever the reason, the power of a Wordhord Berend's words, wise or otherwise, cannot be stressed enough. Words give us stories, and stories give us meaning, ways of understanding both the mundane and the mysterious. These stories are of humans and non-humans, as well as creatures of indeterminate humanity, the ones who, like Grendel, are somewhere in between. Secret crafty mystery men. Some stories aren't meant to be overheard. Rune, from chapter 1, means whisper or secret speech, a definition that persisted throughout the Middle Ages. It has cognates in a number of Germanic languages. In modern-day Switzerland, Raun is a regional German word that refers to voting by whispering your choice into the magistrate's ear. Rune may also have referred to consultations or councils, not secret per se, but probably limited to the ears of certain privileged individuals. One of the most likely locations for the negotiations between King John and his rebellious barons in 1215 and the signing of the Magna Carta is Runnymede, a place name that may derive from rune, meaning council, plus e, meaning island, plus mad, meaning meadow. Runnymede, the riverside water meadow of consultations. Related to rune, the word runa means mystery or mysterious saying. A person who is skilled in explaining mysteries is a runaman, mystery man, what we might refer to as a Sherlock Holmes. A runaman is rune crafter, or secret crafty, able to explain the most impenetrable of secrets. In an Old English poem based on the Book of Daniel, King Belshazzar calls in rune crafter men to interpret a mysterious message that appears on the wall at his feast. An angel of God makes a disembodied hand materialize to the people there, and it writes on the wall a warning to the king. But not even the most rune crafter can explain it. Only the prophet Daniel is rune crafter enough to make sense of the wordplay, a message that warns Belshazzar that God has judged him and his days as king are numbered. The king fails to heed the warning even after the runaman's explanation. He is killed that same night. Nowadays, when people fail to read the writing on the wall, it means they have ignored the signs of impending disaster or misfortune. A rune, or secret, can take many forms, including the shape of a monster. In Beowulf, we encounter the word hellruna, which literally translates to hell secret. The hostile fighter, Grendel, a dark shadow of death, continued persecuting retainers old and young, lurking and plotting and ruling the misty moors in perpetual darkness. Men cannot know whether hellrunan wander along those paths. The word hellrunan has been translated a number of different ways. Hell demons, those in conspiracy with hell, reavers from hell, hell's intimates, which sounds rather like a devilish line of lingerie, and so on. Michael Swanton's translation, those who share hell's secrets, is wordy but probably the most accurate. But I particularly like Kevin Crossley Holland's evocative yet very literal hell whisperers, since whisper is another meaning of rune. Another rune crafter person, who may or may not be a hell runer, is a dru, a magician, sorcerer or soothsayer. Unlike the rune craft of a runaman, the esoteric knowledge of a dru is usually portrayed as wicked and dangerous. For instance, in Myrmidonia, a city of cannibals located somewhere in Greece or the Black Sea region, druars brew a toxic drink that makes people lose their minds. Sorcerers, druars, bitterly mixed together through magic craft a deadly drink that turned the mind, the thoughts of men, the heart in the breast. The minds of these men were changed. Those who are forced to partake of the dru's drink forget how to be human and hunger for hay and grass. This dru is indirectly related to modern English druid, which entered English in the 16th century. Druid was a borrowing from French druide, not a word that came from Old English dru. Dru itself derives from Old Irish drui. But ultimately, all these words go back to Latin druidae. Druidae appears as early as the 1st century BCE in Julius Caesar's account of the war against the Germanic and Celtic peoples of Gaul. According to Caesar, the Druidae were in charge of religion among their people. The historian, Barry Cunliffe, describes them as a caste of intellectuals, since they had a variety of functions: philosopher, teacher, judge, mystic, mediator between humans and gods. We have no written records by the people known as Druidae, and no writers who describe them actually encountered them in person, with the exception of Caesar. In the 1st century CE, Pliny writes that the name for the Druids comes from Greek derus, meaning tree or oak. Scholars have theorized that the Druids were thus those with the knowledge of the oak. From this Greek word, we also get modern English dryad, a nymph that inhabits trees in classical mythology. In Latin, one of these wood nymphs was a dryas. The plural is dryades. So druids, dryads, and dru all share a distant ancestor. They are linguistically similar, and all three are mysterious, magical beings. Whatever the origin of each of these words, these beings all wield a mysterious, supernatural power that can be neither understood nor trusted. Elf-shot or elf-shining. If you're in the habit of reading about mysterious, supernatural creatures, where might you find a book about elves? The fantasy section of a bookshop? The mythology aisle? If the shop specializes in Old English literature, you should head straight for the books on health, because elves mostly appear in medical remedies. They are a well-known cause of illnesses, and sometimes a disease can be traced back to the evil doings of an alf or elf. Today, elves are usually portrayed as attractive, pointy-eared, flowing-haired people, but Old English alf is not as specific as that. An alf is a kind of spirit, one who could be good or bad, helpful or harmful. Various alf-kuun, or elf-kind, appear in the Old English translations for supernatural beings in classical literature. A sea-alven, or sea-elf, was a naiad, a water spirit who presided over fountains, wells, springs, streams, and other bodies of fresh water. This makes the say element rather puzzling, since the word usually refers specifically to seawater. A munt-alven, mountain elf, was a mountain-dwelling spirit, and a wooda-alven, wood elf, was a dryad, a tree nymph. Wilder, or wild elves, were hammer dryads, wood nymphs so integrally tied to their trees that they were said to live and die with them. The alf may have been an amoral troublemaker in early medieval folklore, but under the influence of Christianity, it became unambiguously evil, no better than a demon from hell. An illness's external symptoms might indicate demonic possession or injury by invisible evil spirits, and because of this, leech books include treatments for elf-related ailments. Here is a recipe for a topical solution that treats not only fever, but alcre feondes kostunga, all temptations of the devil, as well as something called alf-sidon, elf enchantment. 1. Pound together 9 different kinds of plants and herbs. 2. Boil them in good quality butter and wring them through a cloth. 3. Place these herbs beneath a church altar before singing 9 masses or prayers over them. The numbers 3 and 9 appear in several of these remedies and charms. 3 is a significant number throughout religion, myth and folklore, and 9 is 3 threes. 4. Smear the salve on your temples, above your eyes, over your head and breast, and on your sides, beneath the arms. Another salve works specifically against night spirits, alf-kuun, and those with whom the devil has had sex. A third recipe instructs you to write in Latin on a dish, specifically a ciborium, a receptacle for a consecrated Eucharistic wafer. After that, you need to ask a virgin to bring you running water from a stream, which she must collect without making a sound. Unfortunately, none of these remedies bothers to explain what the symptoms of alf-sidon actually are. The leech must already know how to diagnose elf enchantment and only require guidance for the cure. The symptoms of alf-adul, elf disease, are almost as unclear as those of alf-sidon. The Dictionary of Old English suggests that it is a kind of skin disease, but admits uncertainty. Whatever alf-adul is, there are a number of possible remedies. For example, 1. Wrap several different types of plants in a cloth, including lichen that grew on a holy cross. Dip in baptismal water 3 times and sing 3 masses over them. 2. Place the plants on hot coals, letting the patient bathe in the smoke. Do this at undern, from chapter 2, or during the night. Sing some prayers and make the sign of the cross on the patient's arms and legs. 3. Boil some more of the same plants in milk and add 3 drops of holy water. The patient should consume this drink before eating. Or 1. On a Wednesday evening after sunset, find where there grows a plant called elecampane, or elf dock from the sunflower family. Sing some prayers and then stab the plant with a dagger. Go away, leaving the dagger stuck in the plant. 2. Go to church before daybreak, cross yourself and pray. 3. Return to the plant, keeping completely silent. Don't say a word, even if you come across someone or something terrifying. Sing some prayers and dig up the plant, but leave the dagger stuck in it. 4. Return to the church quickly with the plant and put it, with the dagger, beneath the altar. Leave it there until the sun is up. 5. Wash the plant and make it into a drink with some other plants. Add 3 drops of holy water. 6. Sing prayers over the patient and, using a sword, make the sign of the cross on each of their 4 sides. Give the drink to the patient to consume. These complex procedures to cure alf-adul seem to have more to do with the performing of rituals than the properties of the herbs themselves. The treatment for alf-so-yetha, elf ailment, actually indicates one of the symptoms. The Leech Book says that if a person suffers from alf-so-yetha, their eyes are yellow where they should be red. We know from modern medicine that if the blood vessels in the eye turn yellow, it could indicate jaundice. Jaundice is a sign of anemia, so could that be what alf-so-yetha is? The Leech Book also says that the remedy works against alcrafeondes costinger, every temptation of the devil. So it's a very effective multi-purpose cure. As if there weren't enough of their diseases to worry about, you also have to worry about elves shooting you. A charm for a sudden stitch or pain goes like this. If you are shot in the skin or in the flesh or in the blood or in the limb, may your life never be wounded. If it was the shot of gods or the shot of elves, ulva yeshot, or the shot of witches, now I will help you. Did people in the Middle Ages actually think witches and elves with bows and arrows shot painful darts into unsuspecting humans? Or is this charm merely a way to talk about an inexplicable shooting pain, a complaint that can only be explained by supernatural circumstances? No one is doing any shooting in the first 3 lines. You are shot in the skin. By whom? The lack of a subject might indicate that the charm is referring to the sensation of being shot, not actual physical projectiles. The concept of being shot by elves is by no means limited to the medieval period. The first attested use of the word elf-shot in English was during the Scottish witchcraft trials of the 17th century. Livestock allegedly became ill when struck by some kind of supernatural projectile. Even if we can't say definitively what elf disease or elf enchantment are, one thing remains certain. Elves cause lots of trouble in Old English. They shoot you with disease and pain. Any encounter with them might make you very ill and require complex charms, potions, and medical procedures. And to top it off, their wicked doings are associated with the devil himself. Why then are elf names so popular in early medieval England? Old English names beginning with the word alf include Alfrich, meaning elf power, and Alfthea, elf victory, for men, while women are called Alf-flad, elf beauty, and Alf-euther, meaning elf gift. Alf-euther is particularly bizarre since an elf's gifts seem to consist of pain, disease, and confusion. Alfred, elf counsel, is still a popular name today. It seems strange to name your child after a creature that causes harm and is aligned with the forces of evil. But perhaps an answer can be found in another elf word, alf-shuna, elf shining, meaning something along the lines of radiant like an elf. Surely such a lovely word is complimentary. Alf-shuna is used to describe 2 women from the Bible, Judith, who beheaded Holofernes, and Sarah, the wife of Abraham. According to her Old English poem, Judith is wise in thought, an elf-shining, alf-sheena woman. while in a retelling of Genesis 20, Sarah is described as elf shining. In the book of Genesis, the closest parallel word in Latin is pulcher, meaning beautiful. Abraham anxiously tells his wife that when they enter Egypt, all the men will look lustfully at her and think that you, elf-shining, Alf-Shianor, woman, are my radiant bed companion, which incidentally is the truth. Abraham's brilliant plan, pretending that Sarah is his sister, has already been explained in chapter 5. But what was the result? Abraham's ruse makes King Abimelech assume that Sarah is single, and he decides to marry her. But to prevent unintended adultery, God reveals Sarah's secret to the king. The king assures Sarah that her husband shouldn't be angry at her, since no adultery took place. Your lord Abraham has no need to blame you, elf-shining, Alf-Shianor, woman, for walking my hall paths. Never mind that it was Abraham who got Sarah into this awkward situation in the first place. In neither the description of Judith nor that of Sarah is Alf-Shuna a straightforward compliment. Some scholars have suggested that the Alf here might have a more malign connotation. Judith and Sarah are admirable women, to be sure, but they are still examples of women who, in the words of philologist Alaric Hall, are beautiful, but perilously so. Judith uses her beauty to seduce and assassinate her people's foe. Although Sarah doesn't try to cause any harm, her beauty is the reason for Abraham's physical and King Abimelech's moral endangerment. So perhaps elves are not always bad, but they are always associated with a power that is seemingly supernatural in its strength. And maybe it's that power that inspired parents to choose Alf-related names for their children. After all, if you want your child to be strong, wise, or beautiful, they may as well be supernaturally so. Pucks and shucks. The poochel, meaning goblin, is ubiquitous. This malevolent spirit has its own hole, Put's Hole in Devon, field, Pock Field in Cambridgeshire, ridge, Puckeridge in Hertfordshire, town, Puxton in Somerset, and even church, Pucklechurch in Gloucestershire. Poochel also pops up in mildly demonic Middle English surnames. Ricardus Puckle, Nicholas Pockel, John Le Pockel, Tom Puke, and the unfortunate Galfredus Puke. It's possible these men associated the poochel with other qualities. After all, one text translates Latin priapus with poochel, Priapus being a Greek and Roman fertility god, protector of livestock, gardens, and male genitalia. The god Priapus is easily recognizable due to his oversized permanent erection, and it's from this that we get the modern medical term priapism. So who knows what qualities, demonic or divine, Mr. Puke and Mr. Puckle associated with their surnames. Long after the Middle Ages, the poochel is still around. In modern English, it appears as Puckle or Puck. Reginald Scott, a Member of Parliament, wrote The Discovery of Witchcraft in 1584 in an attempt to counter superstitious beliefs about witches and other magical beings. In a time when pretty much everyone else believed in witchcraft, Scott writes, In our childhood, our mothers' maids have so frayed us with bull, beggars, spirits, witches, urchins, elves, hags, fairies, satyrs, pans, fauns, silens, kit with the canstick, tritons, centaurs, dwarves, giants, imps, calcars, conjurers, nymphs, changelings, incubus, Robin Goodfellow, the spoon, the mare, the man in the oak, the hellwain, the feardrake, the puckle, Tom Thumb, hobgoblin, Tom Tumbler, bonals, and other such bugs, that we are afraid of our own shadows. So the puckle is in good company, and sometimes he is equated with other malevolent creatures. It was around the same time that Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream was first performed, featuring a mischievous sprite called Puck, or Robin Goodfellow. This Puck is known for such antics as scaring maidens and misleading travellers at night, as well as getting in the way of doing basic household chores like grinding the mill or churning the milk. The puck or poochel may amuse with his playful antics, but another demonic sort, the shakar, devil, is far more frightening. Shakar may even derive from the Germanic root sku, to terrify, and modern English shy may actually derive from this same root. Before the hero's arrival at Heorot in Beowulf, King Hrothgar despairs of protecting his hall against shakum and shinum, the wonderfully alliterative shucks, devils, and shinings, evil spirits. The shakar, or shuck, continues to be a devil or demon throughout the Old English and Middle English periods, but that particular meaning eventually became obsolete. From the 19th century, shuck came to refer to a spectre hound, a ghostly black dog portending death. In his Highways and Byways of East Anglia, 1901, William Dutt reports that the black shuck can be found on the Norfolk coast. The author does say at the start of the book that his aim is to follow the lead of the monkish chroniclers and relate both fact and myth, leaving it to others to judge where the line should be drawn between them. So scepticism is by no means discouraged. Of the black shuck, Dutt writes, "He takes the form of a huge black dog and prowls along dark lanes and lonesome field footpaths where, although his howling makes the hearer's blood run cold, his footfalls make no sound. You may know him at once, should you see him, by his fiery eye. He has but one, and that, like the Cyclops's, is in the middle of his head. But such an encounter might bring you the worst of luck. It is even said that to meet him is to be warned that your death will occur before the end of the year." There is, however, a substantial gap of several centuries between the recorded usages of shuck for a devil and shuck for a ghost hound, so their connection is unclear. But what about that very American expression, "aw shucks"? Could there be a connection there? The expression shucks, an interjection of contempt or indifference, is included in the Oxford English Dictionary's entry for a different kind of shuck, the shuck that is a husk, pod, or shell. The etymology for this shuck is unknown, but the noun was used as early as the 17th century to mean the husk, pod, or shell on corn or nuts. In the 19th century, shuck meant something worthless, like a corn husk, as in not worth shucks, good for nothing. So, aw shucks comes from corn, not the devil. The poochel and the shakar are both demonic and definitely non-human, but another frightening being, the wearg, is different. When wearg refers to humans, it means villain, scoundrel, or criminal. An Old English maxim says, "The criminal, wearg, must hang and pay a fair price for what wickedness he has done to mankind." But a wearg can also refer to a malignant creature or evil spirit, even something akin to an animal, such as those that appear in St. Paul's vision of the damned. As St. Paul was looking at the northern region of the earth, where all the waters flow down, he saw a grey stone there over the water. North of the stone the woods had grown very frosty, and there were dark mists, and under the stone was the dwelling place of water monsters, Nikra, or Nikor, of chapter 10, and evil spirits, or Weaga. St. Paul sees dark souls hanging from a cliff, the monstrous creatures below waiting to seize them like a greedy wolf. In Beowulf, Grendel and his mother live in a similar location. A secret land, wolf slopes, windy headlands, perilous fen paths, where the mountain stream goes down under the dark of the headlands, water under earth. It is not that far from here, measured in miles, that the mere stands. Frost-covered groves hang over it, a well-rooted wood overshadows the water. Wolves characterize both of these ominous locations. Old Norse vargur, a cognate of Old English wearg, means both wolf and outlaw, as in wolf heavod treo in chapter 8. A wearg may not have been a wolf in Old English, but like a wolf, a wearg was inherently untrustworthy. Remember the Winaleas man of chapter 6, who has only treacherous wolves for companions. Very often that companion will rip him apart. Modern fantasy has borrowed the word wearg for its frightening, untrustworthy creatures. In The Hobbit, Tolkien says the wargs are evil wolves over the edge of the wild, who collude with the goblins in wicked deeds. In a response to some fan mail, Tolkien explained wargs to an aptly named Mr. Wolf, saying, "Warg is simple. It is an old word for wolf, which also had the sense of an outlaw or hunted criminal. I adopted the word, which had a good sound for the meaning, as a name for this particular brand of demonic wolf in the story." In Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings, the wizard, Gandalf, includes wargs in his list of evil creatures that are best avoided, along with trolls, werewolves, and orcs. More recently, wargs featured in George R.R. Martin's series A Song of Ice and Fire and the TV show Game of Thrones. In the words of Mance Radar, King Beyond the Wall, wargs are people who can enter the minds of animals and see through their eyes. Grund-Wurien, related to the wearg, is still more difficult to translate. Grund, from which we get the modern English noun ground, is the lowest part of anything, the depths of the earth or sea, an abyss or chasm, even hell. The hapax, Grund-Wurien, appears in Beowulf when the hero enters the mere to fight Grendel's mother. Then the brave one perceived the wolf of the deep, Grund-Wuriena. Bosworth Toller defines Grund-Wurien as wolf of the deep, while the Toronto Dictionary of Old English has a cursed female creature of the deep. Some modern translations of Beowulf emphasize Grendel's mother's lupine nature: she-wolf of the abyss, John Earle; wolf of the deep, Francis Gummer; werewolf of the deep, Ian Serralier. R.D. Fulk's translation, outcast of the deep, captures the twin meanings of Old Norse vargur, since both wolves and outlaws are outcasts in Old English. Many translations unambiguously align Grund-Wurien with malevolent, even demonic forces. The Abyss's Curse, Edwin Morgan; Sea Monster, Kevin Crossley Holland; Witch of the Sea Floor, Howell D. Chickering Jr.; Accursed Creature of the Depths, Michael Swanton; Damned Creature of the Deep, S.A.J. Bradley; Water Witch, Roy M. Liuza; and the evocative Swamp Thing from Hell, Seamus Heaney. Personally, I prefer Wolf of the Deep. Wolf evokes the dangerous, potentially non-human nature of Grendel's mother's without calling her a criminal. The deep allows a bit of ambiguity about whether she is in the depths of hell or simply at the bottom of a lake. The Loathly-Fingered Lakewoman. Grendel's mother is nameless. In some modern illustrations, she is an ogre-like swamp troll, although she is cast as a sensuous succubus in the Zemeckis film of 2007. The medieval Beowulf poem has no illustrations, so we can only imagine her based on the poet's words. But many modern readers experience Beowulf in translation, not in the original Old English, and so, as we have heard already, the choices of the modern translator can greatly affect how we perceive the non-humanness of this mysterious character. Depending on the translation, Grendel's mother might have loathsome fingers or horrible fingers, savage talons or hostile claws. The words in Old English are latham fingrum. Why do some translators turn Grendel's mother's human fingers into the talons or claws of an animal or monstrous hybrid? Grendel's mother is called a Grund-Wurien, wolf of the deep, in the same passage in which she is referred to as a Mera-Wiemeta. A Miraweef is a woman of the mere, a sea woman or lake woman. A Mita, mighty lake woman, Grendel's mother is also an Ides and an Aglaqueef. An Ides is a woman, although it has more specific meanings, never with negative connotations like young woman, virgin, wife, and noblewoman. Wealhtheow, Hrothgar's queen in Beowulf, Empress Helena, the saintly mother of Emperor Constantine, Eve, and the Virgin Mary have all been called ides in Old English. Aglach-weif is a compound that refers to a weif, woman, who is hostile, threatening, generally formidable. Yet Seamus Heaney translates ides aglach-weif as monstrous hell bride. How would our perception of this character change with a less poetic but more accurate translation? Woman, formidable female fighter. Aglach-weif is the female form of aglacha, one of my favourite words because it's so difficult to translate. Bosworth Toller defines aglacha as a miserable being, wretch, monster, while the Dictionary of Old English goes with awesome opponent, ferocious fighter. I think badass warrior comes close. Many translators use monster, but there is no word in Old English that simply means monster. Monster didn't enter the English language until the influence of French in the late 14th century, with Middle English monstre defined as a deformed human being or animal, but also a wonder. Aglacha refers to human heroes, as well as antagonists of questionable humanness. Grendel is an aglacha, but so too is Beowulf, and the fact that the same word is used for both adds depth and complexity to their characters. How were they meant to be perceived? Jennifer Neville argues that it is not Grendel's physique that makes him a monster, for though he is enormous and supernaturally strong, so is Beowulf. It is the fact that Grendel is a neorxstapper, boundary stepper, that makes him monstrous. He is someone who moves outside the limits of civil society. Neville says he is a monster not simply because he has glowing eyes, but because he breaks those boundaries, intrudes into human society, performs acts forbidden by society, and thus threatens society's very existence. How easily those we perceive as outsiders inevitably become our monsters. The oath-breaking warlock. A story needs an opponent, a threat if not a monster, someone for the hero or heroine to defeat. Every protagonist needs a wither-wengel. Wither-wengel, adversary, comes from wither, meaning against, in opposition, and wengel? Wengel doesn't appear on its own in the surviving Old English texts, so it's hard to say what it means, if anything. Wither is unrelated to modern English wither, to become dried up or shriveled up, that comes from the verb weather. A piece of outdoor furniture can be weathered from the sun and rain. You can weather a storm or even a serious illness. It is from this wither that we get withering stares and glances, pointed looks meant to make someone feel ashamed. The wither that comes from Old English meaning hostile or against became obsolete after the Middle Ages, although it still appears as a prefix in Scots. A witherweight is a counterbalancing weight, and wither-shins or widder-shins is the wrong way, anti-clockwise. A particularly shameful wither-wengel is the were-logger. Old English were-logger is an oath-breaker, someone who is false to their covenant, a faithless, perfidious traitor. This definition became obsolete after the Middle Ages, and now a warlock is usually someone in league with the devil, such as a wizard or sorcerer. In the role-playing game Dungeons & Dragons, a character of the warlock class gains power from a bargain with an extraplanar entity. The desire for knowledge and power is what drives the charismatic D&D warlock. While the D&D warlock is defined by their faithfulness to an oath or pact, the were-logger is defined by just the opposite, their breaking of oaths. Warlock looks like it has to do with warfare, but the were in were-logger means pledge, covenant, or agreement. War is a cognate of Old Norse var, pledge, promise, vow, from which the Varangian Guard derived its name. The Varangian Guard, an elite unit of mercenaries in the Middle Ages, were pledged to protect the emperors of Byzantium. It's unclear where the loga comes from, possibly luyen, which means lying or false. Loga also appears in treologa, one who fails to keep faith or fails in loyalty, athloga, perjurer, wordloga, one who is false to their word, and wedloga, one who is false to a pledge or engagement. That last example, wedloga, is not related to modern English wedlock, which actually derives from wedluck, pledge, which eventually came to mean marriage. The oath breakers of Old English are usually people who break with God's covenant. That happens when someone, typically Christian, gets aligned with or tempted by the devil. That's what all those remedies against the temptations of the devil are for. The fate of the werloga on Judgment Day isn't pretty. Then the dark sinner will stand at judgment, frightened before God and marked by death, cursed with stains. The oath-breaker, werloga, will be filled with fire. In the poem Andreas, the oath-breakers consist of some cannibalistic heathens as well as the devil himself. Angels in the poem Genesis A use the term werloga for the sinners of Sodom and Gomorrah. Another poem soberly warns Christians not to choose the home of the oathbreaker as their permanent dwelling. That home is hell. Another name for the werloga's home is orc. Tolkien's orcs in The Lord of the Rings are creatures who have been tortured and corrupted by the dark powers until they become monstrous. In the same letter to Mr. Wolfe about wargs, Tolkien writes that orc was a word derived from an Old English word for demon. This is not technically true. Old English orc is not a creature, a demon, but a place, the infernal regions. Orcus is Latin for hell. Modern English ogre may also derive from Latin orcus via French ogre. Orc vanished from English for a time, then resurfaced in the 16th century, but it is unlikely that this post-medieval orc derives from Old English. It's more likely to come from the Italian orco, a man-eating giant. Ogre, hell-dweller, oath-breaker. In a hero's story, the humanity of each wither-wengel is called into question. But is the least human of them all an unman? An unhuman? Unhuman. If a man is a man, or gender non-specific human, what exactly is an unman? The primary meaning of unman, the negative form of man, is a bad or inhuman person. Its Icelandic cognate, umanan, means a person fit for nothing. Alfrich of Eynsham describes Judas's betrayal of Jesus in one of his homilies. When the soldiers arrive to arrest Jesus, one has his ear sliced off by the sword of Peter, one of Jesus' loyal disciples. Jesus reproves Peter and heals the soldier's ear, saying that he could have 12 legions of angels from heaven to defend him if he wished. Those 12 legions, 72,000 angels in total, could easily have defended Jesus against the unmanum, Alfrich explains, but Jesus chose to suffer for our salvation. The soldiers, who are referred to as impious persecutors, abuse Jesus during his passion, but even as they dehumanize the Son of God, they are dehumanized by Alfrich's word, unmanum. Unman also appears in Archbishop Wulfstan's warning about the corruption and evil doings of bishops who eagerly flatter unmanum, bad people, with praise. Unman in these contexts is undoubtedly negative, but another instance, in the life of St. Guthlac, is less clear. The saint's life describes Guthlac's boyhood and coming of age, during which he becomes strong, serious, and intelligent, notably uninterested in things that occupy the thoughts of other boys, including lies, flattery, and the study of birdsong, Such are the sources of entertainment for a 7th century Mercian boy. As Guthlac grows into a man, he thinks more and more frequently about the strong deeds of unmanner and earthly rulers. If spending your time learning about birdsong is frowned upon, surely time spent pondering over the deeds of bad men is worse. So is bad men really what unmanner means? Some scholars write off this strange usage as an error of the scribe, who, they say, meant to write the word eumanna instead. Eumanna appears nowhere else in Old English, but eu means formerly or of old. So eumanna could mean something like former peoples or men of old, more appropriate people as the subject of the young Guthlac's contemplation. But there is no question that unmanner is what is written. The word eu appears on the reverse, verso side of the page, written by the same hand, and there is no confusing them. Bosworth Toller suggests a rather surprising secondary definition for unman that better fits this context. Hero. The logic there is that a hero is an unhuman because they are more than a mere human being, kind of like a superhero, and yet this is the only example of this kind of usage. Although I love the idea of an ambiguous word that could mean either bad man or hero, it's more likely that Guthlac isn't thinking about heroes at all. The text continues to describe a major change in Guthlac's personality. When the once sober-minded child hits his teens, he gathers warriors and weapons and marches off to burn, ravage, and slaughter. It's another 9 years before God's divine inspiration stops him from being an arsehole. So chances are that the unmanner he thinks about in his younger years are powerful conquerors and rulers of the world, corrupt rather than heroic role models. Perhaps an unman is simply a powerful and corrupt human being. After all, Wulfstan's evil bishops would have had no reason to flatter unmanner unless those unhumans were men of high social and economic status. Perhaps the unhumanness of the unman has more to do with one's moral character than physical disposition. Doubtman, who sounds like one of Marvel's less successful superheroes, perhaps one who fights the world's confidence men, is quite different from the unman. Tweoman, which translates literally as doubt person or uncertainty person, is a creature of doubtful humanity. Usage of the word tweoman is itself rather dubious, as it appears only once in Old English. This single occurrence is in Wonders of the East, a text that describes a number of fascinating peoples and creatures, including some who are given the Latin name Homo dubii. There are only 2 extant copies of this text, both housed at the British Library. Manuscripts are often collections or miscellanies of various texts, and one copy of Wonders of the East is part of manuscript Vitellius A15, the same late 10th century manuscript as Beowulf. The other copy is in the 11th century manuscript Tiberius B51. These 2 versions of the text are similar, but they differ in the section about the Homo dubii. Manuscript Tiberius B51. Homo dubii he sindon, hotena, that bioth, to licha, ond be hrewan, fishion, he libath on fa etoth. They are called Homo dubii, that is, doubtfully, and they live on raw fish and eat them. Manuscript Vitellius A15. Homo dubii, hu sindon, hotena, that beoth, twimin, ond be hrewum fishum, hu liviath ond fa etoth. They are called Homo dubii, that is, doubt men, and they live on raw fish and eat them. Why does the 11th century manuscript use the adverb tuilacha, doubtfully, while the earlier manuscript uses the twimen compound? Spellings could differ based on manuscript's place and time of origin, but changing twimen to tuilacha, that's going from a noun to an adverb, and the adverb doesn't even make sense contextually. Did doubt man fall out of use over time? Was it only ever used by one scribe who coined the word to create a direct translation for homo dubii? Did the later scribe misunderstand the text or think the adverb could be used as a noun? Alas, the truth remains in doubt. Regardless of whether this name was used by anyone other than a single inventive scribe, the tweoman is a fascinating creature. It is 6 feet tall, with a beard down to its knees and hair to its heels. But the strangest characteristics of the tweoman appear in a later passage of Wonders of the East, which sounds like a description of a completely different creature. They are in the shape of a human to the navel, and then the shape of an ass. They have long legs like birds and a gentle voice. These descriptions aren't mutually exclusive, but it seems strange that the donkey-shaped lower half and bird legs weren't worth mentioning from the start. Surely those are more important traits for identifying a tweoman than being hairy and 6 feet tall. Are these passages actually describing two different creatures of doubtful humanness, not necessarily the same species? The illustration in manuscript Tiberius B51 depicts the creature in the first description quite well, but it certainly doesn't work for the latter. Chapter 12. Searching for meaning. Who received that load? Another thing that remains shrouded in mystery and doubt is what happens after we die. A ship waits in the harbour, icy and sea-ready. At the mast, in the ship's bosom, lies a beloved king, a renowned treasure-giver. Alongside him are many precious things, brought there from distant lands. Never was there a ship more splendidly equipped with weapons and armour, swords and coats of mail. The king's people have laid treasures upon his breast, and a golden standard rises high above his head. His people, sorrowful in mind with hearts in mourning, give their king to the ocean, letting the sea take him. Not even the wisest men, counsellors of the hall and warriors under heaven, can say truly, Hua fam chalasta on feng. Who received that load? In this opening scene of Beowulf, the chalast is the ship's burden, in this case the body and soul of the late King Scyld. Chalast means load, cargo, freight or burden. It's a rare word that appears primarily in poetry. We do not have, for example, prosaic items like Old English inventories listing the contents of a ship's chalast. The Old English hapax brim chalast, literally sea cargo, is a lovely kenning for fish. Chalast lasted through the Middle Ages, losing the H in Middle English last. From the 14th century, we see last used as a unit of measure for fish, a nice echo of brim chalast, as well as for beer, wine, grain, and other commodities that were shipped. In the 16th century, last takes on other meanings. A unit for the carrying capacity of a ship, typically 2 tons, as well as a Shetland unit of land with an annual rentable value of 12 shillings. But these definitions are far more precise and specific than the poetic burden of Old English chalast. But, Hua fam chalast on feng. Who received that load? Is it God? Beowulf is a Christian poem about a pagan world, and already the poet faces a conflict in faith. How can a pagan king, even one who is otherwise admirable in every way, go to Heovan, heaven? King Scyld's subjects honour him with gold and give him a send-off worthy of his stature, but where is that funeral ship going? If not the Christian Heovan, then where? As the shop says, no one can truly say. Christendom, Christianity, had arrived in Roman Britain as early as the 3rd century, but the conversion period didn't begin in earnest till the end of the 6th century, when Pope Gregory the Great sent Augustine, a prior of a monastery in Rome, on a mission. After gathering information and translators in Francia, the missionaries proceeded to the court of Athelbert of Kent, the most powerful king in southern Britain at the time. Although Athelbert was a pagan, Bertha, his queen, the daughter of a Frankish king, was Christian. In fact, the agreement of her marriage to Athelbert was on condition that she could maintain her Christian faith, and Bertha founded a Christian church at Canterbury. As Athelbert had not only been exposed to the faith, but had demonstrated a tolerance of it, the King of Kent was a logical starting point for mass conversion. Converting the British kingdoms to Christendom depended on converting its kings, a small but powerful minority, who would sometimes find the new faith advantageous to promoting their own political ambitions. Although Old English literature has plentiful tales of early Christian martyrs, Throuwendas, chapter 9, their holy sacrifices generally take place in other parts of the world. In Britain, relatively few people were killed for their faith. Missionaries presented Christendom as a political advantage to British rulers, who then adopted the new faith with relatively little opposition. Conversion began in Kent, but by the end of the 7th century, the kings of Northumbria, Mercia, East Anglia, Wessex and Sussex were all at least nominally Christian. The earliest Old English literature we have dates to the 7th century, and most of it is from much later, the 10th or 11th centuries. Thus, essentially, all extant texts written in Old English are from a Christian England, where paganism was, for the most part, a thing of the past. So what is a Christian poet to do with a pagan protagonist? While some Christians, like King Alfred in the late 9th century, saw the appeal and intellectual value of Germanic legends about pagan heroes, others were decidedly less receptive of such tales. In the year 797, a century before King Alfred's reign, the scholar and clergyman Alcuin of York wrote a letter to the head of another religious community in which he bemoaned the fact that his clerics preferred the entertainment of pagan stories to the enlightenment of Christian sermons. Alcuin writes in Latin, "Quin hinieldas cum Christo, Augusta est domus, utrusque tenere non poterit." What has Ingeld to do with Christ? The house is narrow, it cannot contain them both. Ingeld is a pagan hero from Germanic legend. In fact, Beowulf mentions him in the report to King Huiolok. One might ask then, what has Beowulf to do with Christ? Is there room for this hero's story in a Christian scriptorium? So it would seem. Heaven swallowed the smoke. Beowulf takes place in pre-Christian Scandinavia, and the Geats and the Danes are pagans. Yet throughout the poem there are references to the Christian God. When Beowulf brings him Grendel's bloody head, King Hrothgar says, "Thanks be to the Creator, the Eternal Lord," seeming to forget momentarily that he has not yet received knowledge of that Eternal Lord. King Hrethel of the Geats chooses God's light, Goddess Leot, when he dies. When Beowulf dies, his soul departs to seek the judgment, Dome, from chapter 1, of the righteous. It is ambiguous whether Beowulf is the righteous man to be judged, or if he is to be judged by the righteous. Does Beowulf go to Heaven or hell? Today we would call this anachronistic. How could a pre-Christian society have Christian faith? As the editors of Kleber's Beowulf point out, modern readers who are used to consuming historical novels may expect a depiction of a past culture as it is really supposed to have been, but such anachronisms are far from unusual. Medieval manuscripts often show individuals from the ancient world wearing medieval clothing. Characters in a play that takes place before the birth of Jesus swear by Christ and his saints. There is no doubt that Beowulf and friends are Hathen, or heathen, pagan. There are 3 instances of burning the dead, a practice that went against Christian doctrine. In fact, the poem is bookended by Hathen rituals. Schild's body floating out to sea in a funerary ship, and Beowulf's body engulfed in a funeral pyre's flames. The poem does not say whether these people entered Heovan, but neither does it say they were banished to hell. But must pagans always go to hell? Is that where the poet meant to send his heroes? Perhaps these are noble pagans, people who would have been Christian if they had been given the chance. There have to be some of these, otherwise everyone in the Old Testament would be banished to hell, Abraham, Moses, the lot. At Beowulf's funeral, the poem says, Heaven, Heovan, swallowed the smoke. Heovan is not mentioned frequently in the poem, only 5 times in over 3,000 lines of verse, yet the final occurrence of the word is here in the midst of a pagan funerary ritual. Does Heovan receive Beowulf's soul, or merely the residue of his flesh covering, flashhammer, from chapter 7? The arrival of Christendom in Britain did not make heroes of the ancient world any less compelling. Not only were such heroes inspiring, they were ancestors important to the ancient bloodlines of kings. Is it any surprise that these kings would rather not see their heathen forebears damned? The historian Patrick Warmold points out that a king in the 8th century would have preferred feasting with his forebears in hell to dining alone in heaven. Beowulf and Christ are very different heroes indeed, but it seems they both have a place in the books and imaginations of medieval Christians. And regardless of where his soul was meant to go, Beowulf's story has stayed with us. Go ahead and do your worst. The English word God has remained unchanged for well over 1,000 years. The word's origin is unknown, although it has cognates in German, Norse, Danish, and other Germanic languages. Even though God, meaning God, and God, meaning good, are both spelled G-O-D, they are pronounced differently and are etymologically unrelated. Godly names were common in early medieval England, both for men and women. A man might be called Godrich, God-power, or God-winner, God-friend, while a woman might have the name God-giver, God-gift. Some words for the Christian God may have once been used in a pagan context. The word metod, for instance, means measurer, while the Christian metod, God, certainly could be said to measure out life. In pagan belief, metod might have been a personification of fate, destiny, or death. Other words for God also appear in secular contexts to describe men of wealth, status, and power. A healdend, guardian, could be a secular ruler or protector, while a huerde, keeper or guardian, could refer to a mortal herdsman or shepherd. Rulers on earth as well as the one in heaven go by titles like Druchten, lord or prince, Wealdend, wielder of power, Freya, lord, and Theoden, prince, king, or chief. In his Lord of the Rings, Tolkien uses Theoden for the name of the king of Rohan, Theoden. Sometimes a word that is normally secular is combined with another like sky or spirit to form a divine compound. God is not just a king, but a Swael-kuning, sky king, Gast-kuning, spirit king, Hea-kuning, high king, and Wuldor-kuning, glory king. Prayers can be directed to God under any of his many aliases, but if he's not answering, your next best bet is a Halgar, or saint. Halgar is derived from Hal-i, holy. A saint is someone who is holy, and a Halgar is someone who is Hal-i. In Old English, you also come across the word sanct, saint, from Latin sanctus, saint. At the end of the 12th century, during the Middle English period, we start seeing saint, adopted from the Old French of the Normans. A Halgar, or sanct, is an icon, religious and cultural. With their looks, power and fame, saints are the superheroes of the Middle Ages. The word icon derives from Greek ikon, likeness or image. In a religious context, an icon can be a representation of Christ, the Virgin Mary, or a saint, like those you might see painted with oil on a wood panel. But more generally, an icon is a person or thing symbolizing a belief, nation, people, or culture. Captain America, for example, was a popular icon of the United States during the 1940s, a patriotic super soldier who fought against the Axis powers of World War II. His shield identified him as a protector or guardian. Superheroes like Captain America are often more recognizable from their insignia, costumes, or weaponry than by unique facial features. You recognize Thor because of his hammer, you know Batman by his bat insignia. And you know the Hulga, George, by his draka, dragon in chapter 9. In the time of the Roman Empire, St. George was executed for refusing to worship the pagan gods. St. George didn't worry about his death sentence. He distributed his wealth to the poor beforehand, and when the time came, he was lacerated on a wheel of swords, during which he was resuscitated 3 times, and finally decapitated. These details, while moving and rather graphic, are not the iconic moment of his life. Today, St. George is the patron saint of England, as well as Ethiopia, Portugal, Palestine, Georgia, Lithuania, Greece, Germany, and many other places. And he's pretty recognizable, as saints go in the 21st century. But is this recognition due to imagery of him giving money to the poor, or refusing to worship pagan gods? No, his iconic moment is slaying a draka. A Hulga also uses moments of vulnerability to exhibit their special myth, power. The iconic image of the Hulga Sebastian has him bound to a stake or tree and shot through with arrows. Although the arrows make Saint Sebastian resemble an ihvil, hedgehog or porcupine, he is strong, fierce, and undefeatable. He even survives this particular form of torture, although he is eventually beaten to death. But even in death, he is victorious, his sawel, or soul, having gone straight to God. A depiction of the Hulga shot through with arrows thus reminds the viewer of this hero's extraordinary myth. The Hulga Guthlac is not as well known as the saints George and Sebastian are today, but he was certainly more relevant in early medieval England. Unlike England's patron saint George, a Cappadocian Greek, Guthlac was born in England, or more accurately, Mercia, one of the kingdoms in England before it was England. Guthlac, who was of noble birth, served in the Mercian army as a teenager in the late 7th century. At first it seemed Guthlac was more cut out for depravity than divinity. Young Guthlac formed a gang with other youths, and they attacked, raided and robbed neighbouring settlements. But one night, an engel, an angel, and a deovol, a devil, had a fight over his sawel. The engel won, and Guthlac immediately committed himself to a life of asceticism and prayer. He became a monarch, or monk, from chapter 4, at the age of 24, but 2 years later he left his monastery, where the other monks resented him for being so provokingly penitent. The guy wouldn't even drink alcohol. Guthlac became an arnbuend, a hermit, or one-dweller, moving to a marshy island, a truly undesirable piece of real estate. It was here in Croyland, now Crowland, that he planned to live out a holy and ascetic life. He made a home for himself in an old barrow, a grave mound that had been partially excavated by treasure hunters. The devils who haunted the barrow attempted unsuccessfully to distract him from God. Guthlac responded by inviting the devils to torture him, saying, "Go ahead and do your worst, if Christ allows you to lead his Weryenga to such a fate." A Weryenga is a stranger who seeks protection in a strange land. Guthlac has entered a frightening land of devils, and he needs his Healdend, his guardian, to protect him from harm. Guthlac's protection is not an army, not even a god, but an ever-growing host of spirit mysteries. A Gastyaruna, spirit mystery, is secret knowledge of God. To the devils who threaten him, Guthlac says, "Standing before you, I am not as destitute as I appear without a host of men, for a greater contingent dwells and grows within me, sacred, spiritual mysteries, gasgerunum, which guard me fiercely. The doctrine within me comes from the heavens." Many years later, on his deathbed, Guthlac tells his disciple there is no reason to be concerned. He has pleased God with spiritual mysteries, gasgerunum, for his entire life, well, perhaps not his teenage years, so he need not worry about meeting his Maker. What exactly are these spirit mysteries? They give life meaning and get you into heaven, protecting you from devils along the way. St. Guthlac died in 714 after several days of conversing with angels. When his Sarwell was ferried to heaven by angels, a mysterious glow, brighter than the sun, rose from his little hut up into the sky. A melody was in the air, the victory song of angels, as all of Helloven rejoiced. A year after his death, his body was uncovered in pristine condition, perfectly preserved without a hint of decay. His saintliness was thus confirmed. Born to be corn wealthy. In the search for meaning in life, we might yearn to achieve something, whether that's a place in heaven or fame and fortune. We might be yeorn, eager to obtain or achieve something. A feot yeorn person is covetous and greedy. The word literally means cattle eager or money eager. Remember from chapter 2 that the primary definition of feot is livestock or cattle, but it's also used to mean wealth or property. Feot yeorn appears in the Old English version of the Distichs of Cato, a collection of proverbs from 3rd or 4th century Rome. Woe to the nation that has a foreign king, immoderate, eager for money, feot yeorna, and merciless, because his greed will be on the people and his mind's discontent on his land. A 10th century homily warns against becoming feot yeorn, and bishops are similarly cautioned not to be feot yeorn and acquire wealth unjustly. If someone is eager to get going, they are feith yeorn, walking eager. If, on the other hand, they are eager to sit around doing nothing, they are idel yeorn, idle eager. An idel yeorn individual should heed this proverb: be neither too addicted to sleep, nor too idle eager, idel yeorn, because sleep and idleness bring bad habits and infirmity of the body. A philanthropic sort of person might be described as almes yeorn, alms eager, diligent in giving alms or charity to those in need. Someone who is fuorwit yeorn, knowledge eager, wants to learn all they can. The frith yeorn, peace eager, make good diplomats. In spite of the suffering that awaits the wicked in hell, the world still has people who are firen yeorn, sin eager. A poem about Judgment Day warns that hell will be open and visible, so that sin-eager, firen yeorna men must fill it with their dark souls. Those who yearn, who are yeorn, for renown and prestige, are either dome yeorn, fame-eager, or yelp yeorn, glory-eager. The dome yeorn crave fame that they deserve, something that is less important to the yelp yeorn. The yelp yeorn are vainglorious, living for the opportunity to boast. The love yeorn, love-eager, desire praise above all else, whether it is in a dome yeorn or yelp yeorn way. Beowulf ends with these final words of tribute to the hero. So the Geat people, hearth companions, Heorth Yeneataz, or Heorth Yeneat, from chapter 6, lamented the fall of their lord. They said that of all the kings in the world, he was the mildest of men and the most gracious, the kindest to his people, and the most eager for praise. Love Yernost. Beowulf is admired not only for his brave deeds, but for his desire to be loved and praised. Perhaps he sounds needy, but in the world of the poem, this quality is indicative of a good leader. The eagerness for fame, glory, and praise was a heroic ideal of the pagan world, which did not fit as well into the Christian one. Ælfric of Eynsham lists the 8 chief sins that assail us greatly. Better known today as the 7 deadly sins, Ælfric's Eata Heavad Leatras, 8 head sins, are based on earlier classifications. In the 4th century, the Christian monk Evagrius Ponticus allegedly came up with the 8 evil thoughts, or 8 terrible temptations. Ælfric's 8 chief sins are Yivvernes, gluttony, Forlenes, fornication, Yitzung, greed, Wearmoodness, anger, Unrootness, sorrow, Sleuth, sloth, Ideljup, vainglory, and Modiness, pride. Ideljup describes someone who is love-yeorn, praise-eager and hypocritical, who only performs good deeds for the sake of their own glory. Fame, Ælfric warns, is the reward for his deeds, and his punishment awaits in the future world. Whatever you yearn for in life, the one thing everyone wishes for is to be Yeseli. Yeseli has a range of pleasant meanings: cheerful, prosperous, blessed, fortunate. The word vanished from English but happily survived in Scots as sail or selle. William Alexander, a Scottish novelist, uses it in Sketches of Life Among My Ain Folk, 1875, when a bellman remarks of a married couple, "Sail upon them, they're a winsome pair. Good luck to them, they're a lovely couple." A Wordhord Yeseli person prospers in worldly goods. They are world-blessed or world-wealthy. Corn Yeseli also means prosperous, but more literally it's corn-wealthy, fortunate to have plenty of corn, which used to be grain, not what we think of today as corn. Corn Yeseli appears in a prognostic text, another lunarium like those in chapter 8. A boy born on the 9th day of the lunar cycle would supposedly be corn Yeseli, as well as calm, clever, and strong. True, he will suffer, non-specific, troubles until his 7th year of age, but if he makes it to 30, he will be a Yeseli man indeed. Contemplating the dust. No matter what we strive for in life, mortality awaits the poor and the corn Yeseli alike. From dust we come, and to dust we shall return. Old English dust can refer to dust, ashes or powder, the remains of a disintegrating or decaying substance, or the material from which the human body is made, to which it returns, and from which it will rise again. As we heard in chapter 7, the poets of early medieval England had a real knack for evoking the physicality of a mortal existence. In soul and body too, the fierce wurmas have a field day chewing up a decaying corpse while the body is unable to speak or act. The mortal body can only suffer while the immortal soul is destined for hell. The poem ends with a solemn warning that the body will eventually be worms' food, sustenance in the earth. In the end, the damned soul will revile its useless, rotting body. To everyone wise of mind, the poem says, may this be a reminder. Reading such a poem is one way to practice downright, dust viewing. The hapax downright appears in an anonymous homily, in which a man visits his friend's grave. Longing for his old companion, he realizes that in the end the body turns to dust. The dry bones of his dead friend, who was once a wealthy man, speak to him. "O Eala, my friend," Freyond, "and kinsman, be mindful of this. See for yourself, what you are now is what I was formerly, and after a time you will be what I am now." When the living man hears these words, he departs from his downright, sorrowful and grief-stricken. But after seeing himself as dust, he is able to turn away from all transient, worldly affairs. While you may not have had a conversation with the bones of a dead friend, you have probably seen a gravestone with a skull or hourglass. These symbols are part of our own downright, which is the same idea as memento mori, Latin for remember death. Memento mori, a phrase that refers to a warning or reminder of death's inevitability, entered English in the 16th century after the Middle Ages, but the concept goes back to classical antiquity. Although death's shadow is never far away, the word death shua, death shadow, appears only twice in Old English. Once is in Beowulf, when Grendel is described as a deoch death shua, a dark death shadow, a suitable epithet for a creature that lurks, plotting murderous attacks, ruling the misty moors at night. The second occurrence is in a psalm, although not the more familiar Psalm 22, for though I should walk in the midst of the shadow of death, I will fear no evils, for thou art with me. In the Old English translation of this psalm, shadow of death is a direct translation of the Latin umbrae mortis, written as two separate words, shadoe deathes, not as a compound word. The compound word, death shua, actually appears in Psalm 6. The Latin says, Quoniam non est in morte qui memo sit tui, for there is no one in death who is mindful of you. The Old English is slightly different. Forthan thenison deatha otha on death shuvon theemundi suthin, for there is no one in death or death shadow who is mindful of you. For whatever reason, the scribe decided death on its own was not enough and further emphasized the word with death shadow. Or perhaps death shua could mean something like not quite death, with only death's shadow falling upon the dying person. Death, whether or not it has a shadow, is inevitable, out of human control. This is word, often translated as destiny or fate, but really meaning something more prosaic like what happens. A word writterer, or word writer, is a historian, someone who writes an account of things that happen. In King Alfred's translation of Boethius's Consolation of Philosophy, word is defined as God's work that he does every day, both what we see and what is invisible to us. Word is different from a divine plan. God, the craftsman, may think about and plan his work before undertaking the work itself. Forethought or providence is the divine plan, while word is what happens when God's plan is carried out. Word may or may not have originally been a pagan term. Hardly anything is known about the religious beliefs of pagans in early medieval England. Scholars who argue in favour of word's pagan origin point out the word's etymological relation to Old Norse Urthur, one of the Norns, the three women who govern fate in Scandinavian mythology. By the Old English period, however, word would primarily have been an abstract concept, not a deity. Some scholars argue that word is strictly Christian, but that is not necessarily the case either. Whether Christian or pagan, word is etymologically connected to weodhan, to become or to happen. Word is inevitable, as Beowulf says. Word always goes as it must. Word is decreed to humans by the metod, the measurer of life. Another name for the Norns was the thre word sisteris, for by the end of the medieval period, the adjective weird had come to mean having the power to control the fate or destiny of human beings. These weird sisters appear in Shakespeare's Macbeth, first performed in 1606, but now in modern English, weird is an adjective meaning strange or unusual. Word cannot be altered by a person who is doomed to die. Such a person is feie, meaning fated to die, usually in battle or combat, or by the judgment of God. Feie eventually became modern English fey. During the 19th century, the word fae acquired a new meaning, possessing or displaying magical, fairy-like or unearthly qualities, which is generally how it's defined today. According to the heroine of Marie Corelli's The Secret Power, a 1920s sci-fi romance, fae people are magic. They see what no one else sees. They hear voices that no one else hears, voices that whisper secrets and tell of wonders as yet undiscovered. But a fae person in early medieval England wasn't magical, only doomed. Before his battle with Grendel, Beowulf says, "Word often saves an untrained man when his bravery avails." The adjective unfair being the opposite of fair. The causality here is a bit ambiguous. Is the man saved by word because he is unfair, or is he unfair because word saved him? Is the warrior simply unfair until he happens to die one day, or was the curse of being fair undone on the battlefield by word? Beowulf's words could be interpreted in different ways, their exact meaning uncertain. Either way, whether Christian or pagan, immediate or delayed, word is neither good nor bad in nature. It's simply what happens. Even the strongest, bravest hero of Old English literature is helpless against word. Beowulf speaks these final words as he lies dying from a mortal wound. "Word swept away all my relations, decreed death to men of valour, and I must follow them." Chapter 13. Hoarding Words. In the beginning was the Word. On Frimthe wes Word begins the Gospel of John. In the beginning was the Word. Much has changed in the centuries since the medieval scribe wrote this sentence in Old English, from our relationship to religion to our tools for writing and the language we use, but one thing has remained the same, the word word. A love of words themselves is, of course, where this book began, and now also where it ends. Word may be first in the Bible, but it comes second in life. A word names that which already exists, and even in the Old English sentence above, word is standing in for something else. The scribe is translating the Latin word verbum, which is itself a translation of Greek logos. Although this is a conventional translation, if we look closer, we find that logos doesn't really mean word in the grammatical sense. Instead, it is the word or that by which the inward thought is expressed, or the inward thought itself. Logos is thought and reason. So even though logophile, first used in English in the 1950s, is defined as a lover of words, the term more accurately describes a lover of thought. Words and thoughts in this sense become interchangeable. After all, words are a human's means of understanding the world. The thoughts of one Wordhord Berend, speech-bearer from chapter 11, shared with another. When a thought is locked away in the mind, unable to be communicated to others, it is beyond words. In Old English, the sublime power of God is unrecognizable, ineffable. Something unrecognizable is so great that it's beyond the powers of language to describe. One cannot or should not speak of it. For people in the Middle Ages, it was God's mysteries that were truly beyond words. Words in Old English are powerful and precious. A wordsamler, or word-gatherer, amasses treasured words in their word locker. Why? Is it a need for a varied and evocative word hoard? Is a stockpile of fancy phrases more likely to be rewarded with a word leon, word reward, compensation in money or mead? No. Words are valuable in and of themselves. Each word carries a story, an entire history of thoughts. In fact, the Old English word word can mean story as well as word or speech, so perhaps it's not a bad translation of Greek logos after all. Words also have the power to conjure a story, to create worlds. Such worlds may have been created in oral poetry many centuries prior to their preservation in writing, if they made it into written record at all. Indeed, words don't need to be written down to be powerful. The earliest known Old English poem is from the 7th century, supposedly composed by an illiterate cowherd named Cadmon. In a divine vision, the young cowherd was commanded to sing, and sing he did, so impressively that Abbess Hild invited him to join her monastery at Whitby. Cadmon's spoken words have great power, and the purpose of his gliu word, or song word, gliu from chapter 5, is to worship God with joyous music. So many words have the power to do positive things like this. A heire word, praise word, praises those who have earned our admiration and esteem. A trove word, comfort word, consoles a troubled friend. A thank word, shows gratitude to those who have helped and supported us. But as with any powerful tool, a word can also be used to harm others. Along with the stories of the shop, words can conjure up powerful spells and dark magic. A sorcerer may commit evil deeds by uttering a galdor word, incantation word. Today, cutting words wound with the acerbity of a clever insult. But before the cutting word was Old English heire word, fierce or hostile speech. Heire word's literal translation is sword word, so it seems that harsh language has always been metaphorically sharp. Other words meant to cause harm are the hosp word and sheond word, both of which mean shame word. You might speak a shame word to your unwinner or unfriend from chapter 6, an insult to demonstrate your contempt. Or perhaps you would use a torn word, grief word on your mission to cause distress, sorrow, or anger. Torn is passionate anger or grief, violent emotions that tear you apart. It likely shares an ancestor with teran, to tear. When his virgin wife Mary becomes pregnant, Joseph moans that he is bereft of reputation, for many a torn word has been directed his way, shameful insults from his community. This is, of course, before he discovers that Mary will give birth to the Son of God. If words cause anger, shame, or grief, emotions that tear you apart, they are also the means of expressing and sharing the pain of those feelings. A sor word, sorrow word, conveys a potent mixture of anxiety and grief. Like shame words and grief words, sorrow words aren't specific words that you say, rather they are a way of describing a kind of speech. We might think that alas or oh no are modern-day sorrow words, but really sor word describes the conversation you have at a loved one's funeral, or the report you hear about a tragic accident. In the poem Genesis B, Adam and Eve exchange a sor word after eating from the tree of knowledge, when they realize they have failed to obey God's command, God's word. The poet doesn't tell us precisely what words they speak, only that the emotion conveyed by those words is sorrow. As powerful as words may be, they are only as good as the deeds that prove them. If you break your promises, after all, you are no better than a wretched werloger, oathbreaker in chapter 11. The very first clause of the Law Code of King Alfred emphasizes how important it is to be true to one's word. At first we teach what is most necessary, that each man carefully keep his oath, and his pledge, wed. Remember the wedlock from chapter 11? A boast is perfectly acceptable in Old English poetry as long as you are true to your word. Beowulf speaks a yilp word, boast word, when he says he'll fight Grendel solo and unarmed. By this point in the poem, his audience knows that such speech is no empty promise. Truly boast-worthy action has been seen. Later, at the end of the poem, Beowulf utters a beot word, boast word or threat word, at the start of his fight with the dragon, perhaps intending to egg the angry worm on. But as soon as his boast or threat is made, Beowulf must die to keep his oath, and his wed, pledge, at least if he wishes to be remembered as a hero. One type of oath in early medieval England was the wit word, literally a word of wit, intelligence or understanding. But this is no clever remark or bon mot. A wit word is actually a witness word, a word that appears in Old English laws and charters, including the law code of King Athelred. The Wantage Code, as it is called, was issued at the town of Wantage in Oxfordshire in 997, containing what is possibly the earliest description of a jury of presentment, when a jury of witnesses vouches for the innocence of the accused. The Wantage Code lists rights that must stand and not be perverted, including the rights to wit word, testimony on the character of the accused, and ye witness, the testimony of witnesses who can confirm or deny the charge from personal observation. If Old English wit word was a way of resolving conflicts while alive, by the 16th century it had become a way of settling disputes once you were dead. In Shakespeare's time, modern English wit word was still around, but by then it meant will or testament. A will or testament in Old English, incidentally, is irve-yerit, literally inheritance writing. So over the centuries, an understanding word, word of wit, went from being a wit word, the word of others, to a wit word, meaning the last words of one's life. The last words of your life may be the prosaic, practical directions of an irve-yerit, but last words like these probably won't be famous. In the beginning was the word, but often the most important words of a story come at the very end. Last words can be memorable, but also greatly formulaic. Today's fairy tales often end with the predictable and conclusive, and they lived happily ever after. The last words of Old English poetry are similar, though the medieval happily ever after is not earthly life in a treasure-filled castle with Prince Charming. In Old English, happily ever after is eternal life in heaven with God and his angels. Like ever afters, Old English's endings often refer to the eche, eternal, with phrases like ar on eich nusa, always in eternity, syth ond air, early and late, i.e. at all times, eilna widon fair, for all of life's expanse, and butanenda, without end. These stories also end happily with bliss, or joy, love, chapter 6, wuldor, glory, and blad, prosperity, all of which can be found on Hevona Richa, in the kingdom of heaven. But unlike the conclusions of most fairy tales, these Old English endings tend to move away from one specific story about an individual to stories that stretch across time and space. Over midden yeard, across the middle world, or in eolre worlde, world, the world of all worlds, i.e. world without end, forever and ever. Last words and last word. Today, the word Amen is usually thought of as the last word of a prayer or blessing, or maybe a sermon. Amen came to English via Latin and Greek, from Hebrew, Amen, meaning certainty or truth. The Latin text of the Lindisfarne Gospels was written down during the 8th century and shows Amen, concluding the Gospel of Luke. Old English glosses, or translations in between the lines, were added in the 10th century. The Latin text reads, Et erant semper in templo laudantes, et benedicentes Deum, Amen. And the Old English text says, Ond veron sumble in tempel lovando, ond jeblensando, God sos licha. The Old English gloss is, "And they were always in the temple, praising and blessing God. Amen." Amen eventually became an Old English word in its own right, not just a Latin word, so it's interesting to see how, even as late as the 10th century, a scribe felt the need to translate it using a word more familiar to English speakers, sothlicher, meaning truly. The word soth, or truth, turned into modern English sooth, a word that became obsolete in the 17th century, although it survives today as the sooth in soothsayer, a person who claims to be able to tell the future or the truth about the world. For sooth came to be a way of expressing derision or disbelief, but it literally means in truth or truly. Although today amen is a way of expressing agreement in non-religious contexts, amen to that, it is still used primarily as a response in church to prayers, sermons, and confessions of faith. But in the Old Testament, the word amen actually appears in a curse, with the meaning, may it be so, or so be it. This happens in Old English curses as well. A document concerning a land dispute around the year 1000 concludes thus: "If anyone thinks to turn from this and break from this agreement, God will turn his face from him at the great judgment, so that he will be cut off from the joy of the kingdom of heaven, and be entrusted to all the devils in hell. Amen." This curse follows the document's list of witnesses, and in a sense, the word amen makes God a witness to the decision as well. In the New Testament, Christ is even referred to as the Amen, since he is the guarantee of God's promises. Today, breaking a contract is merely met with legal action. Surely the threat of all the devils in hell on Judgment Day is a far greater incentive to keep your promises. In addition to prayers and legal agreements, Old English amen can also conclude leechbook remedies. One remedy instructs, if a man is month-sick, a lunatic, monath seocnus from chapter 7, take the skin of a porpoise, work it like a whip, and beat the man with it. Soon he will be well. Amen. Amen is not a common ending in this genre, and this is the only example of it in this particular leechbook. Why did the scribe use it here? Perhaps the porpoise skin beating seemed a dubious remedy, and the scribe thought a confirmation of truth would give it more authority. Amen can also be a visual signal that you've reached the end of a piece of writing. Beginnings and endings are not always obvious in Old English texts. In the Lindisfarne Gospels examples from before, the manuscript has a page break before beginning the next text, but sometimes a new text will pick up right on the following line. As we heard in chapter 1, Old English texts do not usually have titles, so they must use other ways to indicate where one's reading should start and finish. In the Gospel of Nicodemus, for example, the scribe has made it easier for a monarch or nunna flipping through the pages to spot the ending. There is a large capitalized Amen before it picks up on the next line with a large letter H. Here, Amen works the same way the words the end do for us. But if not with a confirmation of truth, an Amen or a sothlicher, how else might a medieval writer conclude a text? Riddles sometimes end with a command. Sage what ich hotte. Say what I am called. The more optimistic of the leechbook remedies end with him bith sona sail. He will be better soon. The poem Deor ends with a unique line of pragmatism. Thas overeade thisses swamai. That passed, so may this. Beowulf concludes with an elegy to its hero that is packed with superlatives. They said that of all the kings of the world, he was the mildest, mildest, most milder, and gentlest, manthwerust, most manthwera, of men, the kindest, lithust, most lither of chapter 3, to his people, and the most eager for fame, love yeonost, most love yeon of chapter 12. The poem Precepts ends with a father's warning to his child to stay out of trouble. So you, my child, remember the teaching of your wise old father and keep yourself out of wickedness. and who could fault the genuine admiration conveyed in final sentences like, "That is Athala Kuning, that is a noble king," or "That is Athala Stench, that is a noble fragrance." The latter describes the breath of the panther who featured in chapter 6. So while there is some repetition, like the happily ever afters of today's fairy tales, not every Old English ending is formulaic. If the language of a text wasn't always repetitive, the scribe's back-breaking labour certainly was. Some scribes even ended their texts with a gentle reminder to the reader of the work involved in copying out a text by hand. At the end of Alfred of Aensham's brief summary of scientific knowledge, a scribe bemoans his inevitable repetitive strain injury. Sutheos yesetnus, thus her yeendod, God helper menum handum. May this composition be ended here thus. God help my hands. The weary scribes had at least 3 more centuries to go before the arrival of the printing press in England. In a 10th century manuscript from further afield, the Spanish scribe Florentius finished copying a commentary on the Old Testament's long-suffering Job. Perhaps identifying too much with his scriptural subject matter, Florentius complains bitterly about his clouded eyes, his hunched shoulders, even his pained kidneys, and then warns the reader to treat their work with appropriate care. A careless reader could ruin the precious parchment with their rough page-turning and spoil the vivid inks with their grubby fingers. Sometimes a scribe signed off with a straightforward request for a prayer. A 10th century English manuscript ends, "Whoever may read this book, pray for the soul of Sigistan who wrote me. Amen." Sigistan, whose name means victory stone, had just finished copying out a lengthy treatise on the nature of the Eucharist, so a prayer seems a reasonable enough request. Not all extant texts have endings. The poem Waldere survives on 2 sheets of vellum that had been used to pad the binding of a later printed book. The beginning and ending of the poem are lost, and even the proper sequence of the 2 pages is uncertain. Another poem with the fitting modern title of The Ruin is so badly damaged that its final words must be based more on conjecture than on substance. A poem about St. Guthlac must have had an ending at one time, but at some point the single page it survives on was carelessly trimmed. Its last legible words are Huye druzendne, leaving the text to trail off with a languishing heart. The manuscript that contained the Battle of Maldon burned in the Ashburnham House library fire of 1731, the same fire that singed Beowulf. All that remains of the poem is a librarian's transcription from a few years prior to the fire, and even then it lacked a beginning and ending. With this poem, like so many Old English texts, we begin, to borrow the Latin, in media res, and end with uncertainty. The rest of the narrative lost to history. But the lack of an ending doesn't diminish it. After all, these fragments and partial glimpses, torn manuscripts and burned books are the same texts which have taught modern scholars to read and understand Old English. Even if we don't always know their last words, the words they do offer enrich our understanding. This book has been full of those words, and now it's time for one more which has barely changed since its first use, ender, or end, although in Old English it has some different permutations. An enderman is a person who lives in this day and age, during the final age of the world. Anyone who lives before the end of days is an enderman, and since we're not there yet, that includes modern listeners too. The final day of your life is your enderdai, end day, or endertima, end time. The world ender is the end of the world, and an AR's ender is the end of, well, it's obvious, isn't it? And it's not the ears. The next time someone is being a pain in the arse, you could call them this, or even end werk, end pain. although those last two sound like insults, and for all we know could have been. Endar's ender appears only in Latin-English glossaries, and end-werk is a hapax in a Leech book. The endemest, endmost part of a book, and yes, you're almost there, is not the same as a last word, though it is at this point that thoughts might turn to the latter. Rather than last or final, Old English last means track or step. Last word isn't a last word, but a track word. The story a person leaves in their tracks. Today we might call such a story one's reputation or legacy. The poem, The Seafarer, describes the ideal last word, the one to which we should all aspire. For each man, the best of reputations, last worder best, is the praise of the living, those who speak after his death. Before departing, he should perform good deeds on earth, oppose the malice of enemies, and do brave deeds against the devil. Children of men shall praise him afterwards, and his glory will endure forever and ever among hosts of angels, the joyous splendour of eternal life. A text like The Seafarer encourages readers to consider what our track words might be. What will be the legacies we hand down, the impressions left by our words? Your last word or reputation is made from the stories of others, the words people say about you. Whether a ruler concerned with preserving the law, a physician having their remedies transcribed for wider transmission, or a cheeky scribe making sure their own name lives on, as Wordhord berend, speech-bearers, people have a tendency to leave word tracks. Indeed, along with archaeology, word tracks are the reason we know anything about early medieval England. Old English words were left behind by a society where most people were peasants, where kings held power, where monks hoarded literacy. These words tell a story about the English language, how the language of Beowulf morphed into the words and phrases we use today. They also reveal piece by piece the history of the people who inhabited early medieval England, how they worked and played, imagined and prayed, the history of their thoughts. This history is incomplete, as histories inevitably are. The thoughts of most people were not recorded in writing, or if they were, the books that held them have been lost. Literacy was far from universal. All those unspoken words leave gaps in our knowledge of this time and these people, no matter how adamantly a scribe might insist that he or she writes truly, soth licher. But the joy of words has its own kind of truth. It is personal and immediate. For me, this joy comes from finding a word from another place, and in this case, another time, that captures your logos, your thought, so perfectly. Perhaps when one language doesn't have a word that conveys the thought you wish to express, another one does. The thoughts I associate with a particular Old English word are undoubtedly different from those of a 10th century reader. At the turn of the first millennium, a Morgan drench, as mentioned in chapter 2, might refer to a specific medicinal potion concocted for a king, but today it is a wonderful description of my morning coffee. The worries and anxieties that keep me awake at 3 in the morning are not the same ut ceare from chapter 3 of the medieval woman's lament, but there is no better word for them today. Perhaps if I see an arglacca, hostile fighter from chapter 11, as neither friend nor foe, but as someone with the capacity for both wickedness and heroism, I can understand an unfriendly other more fully. The jubilation I feel upon nearing the end of this book, completing my labour of love, requires the double joy of the word woundream from chapter 5, for wound, joy, is insufficient on its own. Perhaps you feel a little woundream too, having reached the end at last, and with a greatly expanded Wordhord. And I'm certain there was a medieval scribe or two who felt woundream upon reaching the end of their own lengthy tomes. Truly. A note from the author. If you enjoyed this book and would like more Old English words in your life, you can follow Hana Videen on Twitter at OE-Wordhord, or download the Old English Wordhord app for a new word every day. oldenglishwordhord.com